I will vote for Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. The people go out to vote, no fear, no more. Vote for Trump. Let's go. Vote for Trump. If you wanna keep America great, vote
Do, and I'll put a fatwa on you.
vote for Trump.
I have that power. Don't ask me how.
I will vote for Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. I will
Oh my God. I like that. I always like that part. Fuck Trump. That song's a banger. Hello everyone to this much return to form, still special episode of Low Energy Videos. I am your humble servant, Low Energy Videos, also known as he who comes with the dawn and the great poobah, but only if you buy me a drink first. Oh, who am I kidding? I'm a slut like that. So, we are going to watch the election from start to finish. Starts in about under an hour. First of the elections come in. There's already been some hubbub, some confusion, some finger pointing, some funny moments. And we'll also have breaks to kind of detox. Now, right off the bat, despite the opening of this, I, of course, want Vermin Supreme to win. And I want him to have Optimus Prime as his vice president. However, we don't live in want land. I live in our land. And most of you watching live in America land, where you're doing, hopefully, the voting. Don't forget, folks, it isn't just the presidential race, it's all the people who will be making policies up to the next 4 years and perhaps longer. And you're going to have to live with those. Now, get out and vote. You haven't? Do. So, we are going to go and watch it all unfurl. I obviously want Harris to win. Do I like Harris? No. Do I like Walz? He doesn't actually seem like a bad guy. But whatever. Suits. Robot suits. With some no-no stuff under their belt. In the opposite end of the ring is Hitler 2.0. Hard. Go out. Vote for not Trump. Now, I won't be looking at polling whenever possible, because polling has been this year so fucking dog shit. Polling has always been, since the 1700s, when polling, as we know it, kicked off. Dog shit. But this year, so many people have tried to use AI that it's created this bizarre census of 3 points in either direction. Consensus of 3 points in either direction. And no! Because there will be some states that will be wildly in favor of A or B, and some will be not. Also, it's quite possible that crazy shit will break down. We know this for a fact because it happened before, and it can happen again. Now, do I think it's a sure thing that the Democrats will win? No. Harris is not as hard a sell as Hillary was, but she's had enough time to make an impact and not all of it's positive. They're trying to really hard push the legalizing of marijuana on the Harris Walz HQ over on Twitter. But she did put a lot of weed smokers in jail. She also was there when strikes got put down under Biden. Again, that or fascism. America shouldn't have to deal with Trump. Once could have been a joke, like David Duke running for office, which he did. He got 0.5% of the vote. For a big country, that's just a big old insult. But he got elected, and they were dog shit 4 years. He then lost the vote again, second time, and tried to steal the country. He failed, and he never got arrested. He never got sentenced to death by firing squad for being a traitor, which he is. That's what traitors do. He's a literal traitor. He takes money from Russia. This stuff isn't conspiracy shit. He's proud of the fact. Trump gets into office. Putin will be doing a lap of victory. Ping will be doing a lap of victory. A lot of bad people in the world will be doing a lap of victory. There will be Project 2025 to consider, which is bad. There will be... He's talked about getting fake news shot. Now, the great thing is Trump is still a dingleberry. He doesn't know how to be a proper dictator. He's not smart. But neither are Americans, apparently, because here we are again for round 3. There won't be a round 4. One way or another, there will not be a round 4. But this should be the last we ever hear of him. He will diminish and go into the West and remain Trump Adriel. But I don't want to wake up tomorrow with a hangover and just deal with all this. I don't want to deal with going back into the Trump hole. Because it doesn't matter if he doesn't get 90% of what he wants past the Senate and Congress and all that. It's the 10%. It's the 1% that does get passed. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, Harris has a good chance of winning. What will happen? Probably more of the same. It'll be cool that there's now a black woman, the first woman and the first woman of color. Cool, I guess. But policy. How's it going to affect American healthcare? How's it going to affect American jobs? How's it going to affect the genuine issue you guys have down at the border? You know, I don't support ICE putting kids into pens and putting shit, like putting women, having them get like abortions against their will. Well, that's another thing. She might try to get the abortion ban overturned. But she's not going to bring a new glorious age of socialist utopia. She's not. What she's going to do is she's going to bring in hopefully more progressive policies and weaken more Republican policies. And as for the Republican Party, it wants to turn on Trump so much. After this, no more clout. If anything, I could see Trump going off and forming his own party. And I'm okay with that, because ironically enough, that could be a great way for America to have finally a breakaway from this duopoly shit you guys are doing. More often than not, though, it's going to be a mid election. Better than nothing. But whatever. I feel like I'm not intelligent enough to understand why everyone is so stupid and votes for that asshole. I don't get it either. I've been saying this for years now. The towers falling changed the American psyche or unlocked the worst elements of it. Reagan might have put the few bit bricks down, laying them down. But since Reagan, since the birth of the polarization of America, and since 9/11, you guys ain't right. Now, will there be a civil war? Probably not. I don't see that. It would have to be so. Some of those states would have to be 100% like lopsided. Because the American Civil War happened from states that were just more or less in group agreement, you know? This one Borg-like mindset to break free. Didn't last very long. There was dissent pretty early. And there was always dissent. There always will be dissent. But if it happens, the Republican Party won't survive. If anything, in hindsight, it might even be a positive. But a lot of good people will die in the process. What if you're like a queer kid who's on the registry as a Democrat in like a really strong red state, in like Tennessee or fucking Utah? Like, you're vulnerable as shit. What are you gonna do? You're gonna die is what you're gonna do. Meanwhile, if on the left wins, you think that like Trumpites are gonna get dragged out of their beds? No. They might do is they still might get themselves killed, but only because they'll grab their guns and run to the city's town, like the town hall, screaming Trump before just getting mowed down. This is the extreme cases. Hasn't happened fully yet. Jan 6 did happen. But it'll be probably something like with the occasional flare-up. I remember when Trump lost the election, very early on, there was that guy in the RV that blew himself up. But yeah, like Trump's MAGA fans, they've detached themselves from reality. And Elon is bankrolling the living shit out of this because he's openly admitted this. If this fucks up for him, hell, there's talk about denaturalizing him because the way he got his citizenship might not actually be legal. But look, we got all this stuff and more to talk about. We got hours to kill. I've got 3 of these Captain Morgan Spice Cola 5% cans. I've had 2 pints of beer. And I have in there a bottle of Jameson's. Now, if that's not enough, there's a bunch of cans in there, but Jesus Christ, that'll be grand. I'll be wrapping up as soon as the election happens, and I'm going to be very jarred at the end of it. But let's do the standard shill, and then we can get into it. There's some funny stuff, there's some silly stuff, and since I've been talking now for nearly 20 minutes, maybe there's been some updates. So, first things first, standard fare. Like, share, subscribe if you haven't already done so. Check out the links down below. You will find links to Twitter, Discord, Twitch, where I'm doing my gaming stuff. Oh, I forgot to do Final Fantasy today. I did my Cyberpunk run, but I didn't do my Final Fantasy stuff today. I meant to grind every day. Because we've been playing Command & Conquer 3, Tiberium's Son, Bully, and Final Fantasy 1 over on Twitch. And I need to grind back on Final Fantasy 1 again. Also, I'm thinking of doing a. Well, hold on. First things first. We have this Sunday Mickey Richards and maybe a second guest showing up for Bearded Ramblings. The return of Bearded Ramblings. Same time as always. And there should be a live stream on tonight for not tonight, tomorrow for Commissar Feelgood, and maybe Troy in the chat there will be showing up. It was going to be the drinking stream, but you know what? With the election literally happening, we might as well make this a historical night one way or another. So let's see. That's the oh yeah. Now, by the end of the month, or by the start of December, what I might do is this. I might go and give you guys a 24-hour live stream. Nothing unusual that in this channel, except it will be a power wash simulator stream. Ooh. I'm finally giving it and getting myself some power wash simulator. I'll probably buy that tomorrow. Oh, and I'm also buying the American ticket tomorrow. Yeah. Philadelphia. I'll be there for 4 days. 17th to the 21st. And I want you all to come because it's going to be my birthday. I know Magicus is coming back around. I know Raisin wants to come back around. And I know Mickey Richards wants to come down as well. Let's see. I think that's it for the shilling. Yeah, how you guys doing? Hey you guys doing okay? You guys having a fun time here at the end of all things? I had an alright day. I had an alright day. It was fine. It was okay. Let's have a look with our good friends at CNN. So the final hours of voting is underway. And as you can see here, our team optimistic as candidate keeps focusing on turnout. I hear Pennsylvania's done pretty well for itself. Okay, Oprah.
If we don't show up tomorrow, it is entirely possible that we will not have the opportunity to ever cast a ballot again.
Actually, I'm disappointed. I think Oprah's become a major divider in our country. I think, frankly, she should be ashamed of herself. And you know who else?
Why doesn't she like me? I've always been good to her. Like the time I ran over her dog back in 1992. Oh wait, edit that. Oh, no one cares anymore.
Be ashamed, Fox.
It was an ugly dog.
Because I've seen Oprah on Fox about 50 times making the same statement, and I think it's a disgrace what Fox does, because everyone thinks Fox is so pro-Trump. They're not pro-Trump at all. They've put Oprah...
His idea of pro-Trump is just what Newsmax is. And have you noticed how no one talks about Newsmax anymore? Why would they talk about Newsmax? Why? Because no one watches Newsmax. No one ever watched Newsmax. It's all Russian money and fucking like inflated numbers. Elon. Oh, what was that? Of course, I get a dating app message now while I'm streaming. PragerU, groups like that just funnel in like money, and it's just all hail Emperor Trump. No. If you want to have a song, right, it's got to be this. Hi, Billy Boy Blue. Anyway, like, Trump's idea and Elon's idea is literally the echo chambers that they hated like 10 years ago. That's what they want. They've been to like dictatorships where you can't talk back to the dictator. They saw this and think, why can't we have this? It's called free speech, motherfucker. That's why. Anyway.
Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote.
We need a Harris. It's a bit late now, but we need a Harris Waltz song this.
Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump.
I love the idea that there's like an undecided voter in my chat right now, waiting in line to cast their vote. They hear this song and just like, fuck it.
The people go out to vote, no fear, no more. Vote for Trump. Let's go.
He looks like a Cheeto.
If you wanna keep America great, vote for Trump. Let's do it. I vote
Oh no, Grandpa's having a seizure.
for Trump.
Oh yeah, of course we need to. What? This is the perfect time to show Puking Dog to the younger generations. We need to show Puking Dog. Puking Dog. Yeah. There. Puking Dog for fucking president, okay? I love how. Wait.
My God, I will vote.
Piss off,
I will
us.
vote. Oh yeah, for Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote.
This is the world we're living in now, folks.
For Donald Trump.
I don't believe in fake news. Because we love our country. We love it just like you.
Yes!
Economy.
This is democracy! Oh, imagine you had a time machine and showed George Washington this.
Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote
I do believe we should have let the English win.
for Donald Trump.
Okay, fuck off with this shit. I hope he loses every state. I hope he's so dumb that he wrote Harris in. Wants to have his cake. Yeah, I love that Puking Dog. He just his mood just completely shifts. Like in one stroke, he gets sick, and then just proceeds to lap it up. Like it's priority shifting at once, you know? The other dog means nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's just immediately like, oh, there's some sick, gotta eat it. That's a leader that I could get behind, okay? Apparently he can get behind any other dog as well. Oh, you know what I just realized? There's a good chance that Puking Dog is dead now. It's been a good few years since that meme came out. And you look like a full grown-up dog anyway. I will vote. Alright. There's been a lot. Yeah. Here's a reminder to all the fuckwits who think that they can go out on this day if they don't get if they don't get the election that they want, you know? I like this dude. I completely forgot this dude existed. He's like a good Southern boy, but he's also like left-leaning, and he's very creative with his words. Listen.
So the Bone Spur Bandit says if he does not get to be president, there will be a bloodbath in this country, and I am just here to remind you Gravy Seals that...
Fucking Gravy Seals. He's talking about all those militia LARPers. You know, the TAC guys that are super overweight, who always talk about how they're going to protect their families after the apocalypse, and they build the bunkers, but they can barely get out of their chairs, but will spend 50 grand looking like the biggest tools on the planet. Give me a reason. I've got an AR-15. I'm ready to go at any moment. I'm going to shoot any immigrant I ever see. And then there's like, you can hear a car backing up somewhere and he's hiding underneath a chair.
That your budget build AR will not get you very far. The last time y'all let Save-A-Lot Stalin get you some bitches split up for a little insurrection, y'all got lucky and caught them folks off guard. This time they gonna have you dropping gray loot and making the grass grow. Don't let the Fanta Fascist and his fancy falsehoods fuck around and taking a forever nap. Members of the maggot militia, I do believe it is about time y'all admit that you are part of a very loud minority before a whole bunch of y'all end up mainstays in a mausoleum. Mayo Sapien Mao does not give...
Mayo Sapien Mao! Fuck yeah! I'm down for a lot of these.
Give a fuck if you get mowed down with a full magazine. Don't be the dipshit who takes a dirt nap over some disinformation. The Tangerine Tyrant knows his
Tangerine Tyrant.
Don't let him take you down with him, too. The rest of y'all have you a wonderful motherfucking evening. Keep them motherfucking boots out your motherfucking mouth, and remember that the golden rule will always remain yeehaw fuck the law, and I will see y'all down the line.
Yeah, he ain't no bootlicker of any stripe. Hey, in many ways, I think he could even be like a libertarian or something like that, but like a real libertarian, where he's like, you know, the government don't know shit about anything. I don't agree with him. Like, I'm all for like a strong central government, but like he can see a fascist from a mile away. But makes it very easy. Burp, burp, burp. That's what I get for drinking and eating beforehand. So when I'm finished with these two, I'll go and I'll pour myself a drink of whiskey. As you can see up there, we have a stream goal. Half of it is reached. Thank you so much, Jay Trudeau. But if anyone donates anything tonight, that's right, anything. Obviously, it has to be like €1 or something like that, $1. I'll do a shot of whiskey. We're in here for a long haul. No one's got to do jack shit, but it would definitely help. Because that's no lie. That can help YouTube Premium for December. And also don't forget that on Sunday we're back to the BB, which is Bearded Boon. Anytime Krendar is on screen, he will get a small but noticeable cut. Maybe he's not coming in January. If Trump does get elected, I will be very hesitant to go back to America after January. I mean, for all I know, I'll be landing in Philadelphia in the middle of a civil war. If that's the case, Philadelphia will be blue as fuck, so I'll be safe. Ooh. Cough, cough. Alright, let's see. Get rid of this. I got plenty of non-politics stuff too, but we got it. You know, it is the season. 'Tis the season. That's right, folks. Biden is still technically your president. For a few more weeks. I don't think he remembers it. This is how AI should be used. The thing is, Biden kind of looks like he's singing it, but Trump, you can tell, like the way his mouth is curved, kind of has a weird cartoon mouth that's a bit off. Also, if you notice how cubed that looks, is that like the editing? Why is Trump? Yeah, it's the editing. Okay. So his head has a sort of Jack head from Tekken. Here, we'll watch one more of the things I've lined up, and then we'll go and see what the current state of the union is. This is from a Trump rally he did a few days ago.
You patriotic, God-fearing American men and women, in support of our...
As you can see here, the front of it looks fairly packed, right? Right?
In support of our president,
Once behind the camera, though, ooh. And if I'm right, this is in Pennsylvania, which outside of Philadelphia is very, very up in the air. He couldn't even get a full house. Also, there's another shot that I didn't save. I just remembered I'd be a bit amiss not to show, considering. Trump rally. A lot of people are also leaving the rallies early, but there's like this picture of Trump talking, and it's just rows of people behind him looking. Oh, is that it? That's the actual like image. That's the actual speech, but you can see them all looking like kids who have to go to church, you know? Jesus. Ladies and gentlemen, my audience. Except I hope they're more blue than red. I don't know if you are yellow. Oh. I mean, there she is, fast asleep. The tired monotony of a Trump rally. Yeah, he does just promote the same shit over and over again. Oh, I do have something. Make sure this is safe for work before I start scrolling down. Which always is a good way to start a stream, right? There. Someone's been drawing Kamala as a hyena because her weird laugh. I think it's cool. Kamala, hyenas are awesome. Furries for Kamala. I mean, I could picture her as one of the hyenas from Lion King, but also there was this show back in the 90s that was based off the Jungle Book animals, and it was called like Tailspin, and it was all set in like a 20s version of the jungle, where there was the bear Baloo. Was it Baloo? He was he had like an airplane, and everything was all like art deco, and there was all these gangsters, and he was like smuggling stuff and shit. Had a sort of Indiana Jones vibe to it. Anyway, I could see her being in that setting as this. It was called Tailspin, wasn't it, chat? I don't like this one as much. She doesn't look so much like as a hyena. This Waltz as a bear, I can fuck with this in theory. I don't think he is a bear. Okay, chat. Oh, not chat. Oh, okay, all artists. You're making it very, very acceptable to have a hyena. Come on, okay? Very acceptable. We get it. Yeah, I love Tailspin. Yeah, Tailspin. Yeah. Like, everyone always remembers the Rescue Rangers, but I always remember this shit. I think this started my love of diesel punk, this show. Because there was a lot of really weird, like, there was some interesting art styles going on with it. I wonder if we can see the opening of it. No, Disney would get us in trouble. Disney would get us in trouble. We can show it, but we can't play the music. Yeah, it was a weirdly like there was a lot of high stakes for the show. And you could tell there was a lot of like, yeah, there's all that art deco shit and gangsters and like, I'm surprised he wasn't smuggling weapons to like the fucking Spanish Republic during the Civil War. Sky Pirates, which, yeah, Sky Pirates. There was this very old movie from Italy in like 1914 about this woman in this near future that was a sky pirate around the Alps, and all these decadent like luxury zeppelins would go by and she'd raid them, but she was the first open on-screen lesbian, and she'd steal women away to seduce them after she robbed the place blind. And yeah, I they need to remaster the shit out of that. That was the sort of style that like I absolutely loved as a kid. Then Final Fantasy VII happened and it had all that metal, really raw, like wrought iron welding and shit. It was good stuff. I've always had a soft spot for that sort of Indiana Jones interwar period at the end of World War One, but before World War Two. I've always liked that. All right, let's see how America is. People remember Rescue Rangers, but mostly Gadget. Gadget had a cult in Russia dedicated to her, and there were even women involved, which that shows a level of like legit. If you're going to fan over a character. And let's be real here, there's a level of sexuality there. And then one of them's a fucking girl, that changes the core dynamic. That's like saying, okay, we gotta take these fuckers seriously. There was like 12 of them. Hello. I always had a thing for Shigo. Now, let's have a look at this first and foremost. This is our good friends at CNN. Americans are heading to the polls, vote next president. Yes, yes, yes. 1 minute ago, North Carolina's election board extends voting at 2 precincts. Merging meeting, extra half-hour voting. Okay, technical issues. This happens every election. So, chat, you don't need to say where you are, because a lot of you prefer not to dox yourselves, which is fair. But say this. Do you think that your state will go blue or red? Here's how CNN RNC says no issue with poll watchers in Milwaukee after filing lawsuit. Federal judge rejects Georgia GOP request. Yeah, they've been pushing because, you know, they keep thinking that like millions of illegal immigrants will vote. No. Or the machines will be rigged. One of the women who got involved in that recently got herself like 9 years in jail. I found her profile. Yay! Good. Good. That's some Jill Stein shit otherwise. One new update. Michigan City that didn't take advantage of early vote processing to be done about 2 a.m. I doubt it will come down just to these guys. Warren, a city in Michigan, which largest jurisdiction state didn't take advantage of a new law to begin processing early vote last Monday. Officials tell CNN counting at least 10,000 votes. 10,000. Okay. Now, if I'm right, pretty soon the first polls will be closing. And then they can start counting it up. Pick. Okay. 270 to win.
You guys, members of the press, you're guilty of it. You're guilty of spreading a false. You're guilty of spreading a false narrative.
That was his second impeachment, and it's also one of the court actions against him.
What's
they
going
would
on?
not do either of those if there was not evidence about it. The latest papers that were released show that he was watching at the White House.
You don't know how things work here in the United States.
His family were begging him.
Oh my god, I don't need media. Like, okay, this guy is hardcore right wing.
To say that Mike Pence was in danger.
And he was impeached on something that's not even found in criminal code. When you impeach a member of an elected member of...
He was going to kill his own vice president. Like, you're not safe around this guy. Elon will be shot, or maybe Elon will shoot him. Money does pay. Look at Epstein. You gotta wonder what happened to Epstein.
Whether it's in Congress or the Senate or the presidency,
this guy's got a list.
It's supposed to be high crimes and misdemeanors. The very first thing they impeached him on wasn't even something that you can find in the criminal code. So we're trying to understand, how is it you impeach?
He was going to try to take the fucking election. Okay? It's just that simple. Bannon, the fucking emails, it was all there. It was all up in the Senate, and they heard it, and they were like, yep, he was going to do it. And they did nothing about it, because the Democrats have no fucking spine. Everyone that does have spine in the Democratic Party are kowtowed, or they're removed, until you're a good little fucking minion that might slowly be moving the country into a better place. The thing is, every 4 years, Americans get to decide who the fucking guy is.
Someone when it's not even a portion
Americans
of the
aren't known for their patience.
So not allowing the ratification of a lawful election for you is not a high crime and misdemeanor. This is not...
Apparently, Epstein died. I'm only finding out about this now. I'm normally not for conspiracy theories, but Epstein, there's some dodgy dealing, and you know money is a big factor behind that. Just like if Diddy gets out of all these allegations about him, which I do believe he did. Just like I believe Epstein was into some wild shit. But Epstein suicided himself. Of course he did. And if Diddy falls down a flight of stairs, I'll be like,
Not the night to have this conversation, by the way. So just, you know, that was the charge against him during that impeachment and subsequently.
How did he stop that?
What?
How did he stop it? He didn't stop it.
How did he stop that?
He didn't stop it.
Because his supporters broke into the Capitol while that was taking place on the Senate floor. The senators were cowering behind their seats.
And Donald Trump asked them not to do it. And Nancy Pelosi,
No, he didn't. He said some of them were lovely people. And tons of people who support him claim that they were all CIA plants. Deep state plants. Marjorie Taylor Greene believes that. Trump he's a bad man. Anti-fascist Führer.
For additional security to be placed all around the Capitol, and Nancy Pelosi refused to give it to him. He said that there is going to be an uprising. He said there are going to be more people than you can handle, and he said we need additional troops. And Nancy Pelosi, who's responsible as the Speaker of the House and is responsible for protection of the Capitol, refused it.
If the court action on this issue is finally allowed to take place, then all of this will become clearer. Just want to ask you about the Senate race, which is fascinating in Texas.
Good friends with Matt Groening, Jeffrey Epstein, yeah. And I hear also his beloved wife, Ghislaine Maxwell. I hear she also got up to some wild stuff too. I even hear she's in prison now.
Texas. Ted Cruz standing again. He's up against a tough opponent, though, isn't he? Colin Allred. You know, is your man going to win that one?
I think he is. I think he's going to pull it out. Colin Allred is too liberal for the states. He's too liberal for Texas. This is the guy that has repeatedly said that he wants to expand the rights of biological men to go into our girls' bathrooms. We don't want that in Texas.
Yes, word for word, that's exactly how he said it. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Oh, it's rare I watch like regular news.
Racist. And he said we will have nothing to do with the border wall on the southern border of Texas. But now all of a sudden he's doing
for starters,
flipping and saying,
there's not a single taco stand
we
near
should
there.
stop illegal aliens from coming into
Poor
Texas.
Immigrants are going to starve.
So he's all over the place. Ted's going to win this handily.
Well, even in the last few weeks, Ted Cruz was asked, should Donald Trump accept that he's lost? Well, no, he was asked, did he lose 2020? And refused to answer that. So my question to you is, should Donald Trump say that he's lost if it's a free and fair election tonight, if it looks like he's lost? Do you accept do you expect that he will do that?
Shameful.
Both people, whether it's Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, if this is a free and fair election, and there's been no wrongdoing, then they both should accept it.
But you know Trump won't. He will go and bitch and whine and complain about it. Like, if Trump loses tonight... God, I hope so. But if Trump loses tonight, he's got to say it's fake, it's false, it's all that stuff. Like, and you know what? His fans are so rabid that even if he said, you know what? I'll be the first to admit it. I was surprised by this. But it looks like it's on the level. I guess we've lost. We gotta accept democracy. We gotta accept the will of the people. They're great people. I know them. I've met a lot of people in my life. And all that shit. You know that, like, tons of his fans will be like, no, that's not the real Donald Trump. He was possessed by a demon. And then they'll go and riot.
And Steve, you look like you're in your car. I don't know if you're heading off to a watch
A white guy complaining about trans people in their car? Never heard of such a thing.
Party for one of the elements that you've been standing in. What are you planning to do tonight?
Yeah, I've been this is why I'm sunburned. I've been in the sun all day long, and yes, we're going to a watch party tonight.
You could say your neck is red.
And you're clearly feeling confident by the sound of it.
We're feeling really blasted and encouraged. Yes, ma'am.
Blasted and encouraged? The fuck that even mean?
We're looking at pictures right now of West Palm Beach, the Trump campaign party. Elon Musk, we're hearing as well, is heading down to Mar-a-Lago as well to spend time with Donald Trump. Just very quickly,
were they?
If you don't mind, Steve, you know, in one sentence, what would Donald Trump bring to America if he won a second term for the third time of asking?
He'd restore the dignity of our nation. Right now, we've lost all credibility.
America gave the world Funyuns. You don't have dignity. And put that on a fucking bumper sticker. Okay? You guys created the fucking Blumpkin. Romans didn't create the Blumpkin. And they were into some wild shit. You ever see Caligula? They had harnesses so a bull could fuck a girl. It was this rotating dildo machine powered by slaves. That was all in the Bible. Check it out. I told myself that even if we lose hard tonight, I still want to have a good time.
Of the Middle East, and that is all a result of the weakness that the United States has shown.
No, they just mastered it with advanced engineering.
At its best when we stand together against evil, because the reality is that when weakness is shown by the United Kingdom and the United States, evil people flourish, and we've got to stop it.
He's misquoting a line about fascists.
Steve Toth, good to have you on. Republican member
Trump
of
said that Hitler had a lot of good points.
And a Trump campaign surrogate. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, who is chosen to sit in the White House today will have implications well beyond America.
Her neck is
aggressive. Foreign policy is a key dividing line between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In the Middle East, both candidates support Israel's right to self-defense against Hamas and sending them military support.
That's going to cost her some votes.
Harris has called for a ceasefire with the release of hostages and withdrawal of troops from Gaza. But Trump is seen as more strongly pro-Israel, condemning pro-Palestinian protesters earlier this year. Ukrainians are also watching closely the result here. Kamala Harris has been a strong supporter of American aid to Ukraine.
He will, if Trump gets into office, one of the major impacts will be he will force Zelensky to make peace with Putin at the cost of probably a third of his country. Because he'll simply pull out the aid given to Ukraine. And that'll be it. Putin might even just take the whole country and start eyeing up Poland. He'd also pass laws that would allow more Russian interference and shit. Which also would have a knock-on effect of having more Chinese interference too.
Says she helped mobilize it from the beginning of the invasion. Trump is much more skeptical of this support and says he would end the war in days, even before any inauguration in early.
Now, saying that again, maybe he'd fuck it up so much that in 4 years it still wouldn't be done. At that point, if Ukraine is still fighting in 4 years' time, Russia would be in a bad place. Like a really bad place. Their economy is struggling. And their army is huge, but they're throwing away thousands. They've lost well over 1 million people. I'm kind of okay with that because it means Russia bad, But let's just wrap the war up. So there can be a coup in Moscow and Putin can be, you know... There's a lot of great examples of dictators in Russia not having a good ending.
Well, I'm joined now by James Lindsay, Senior Fellow in US Foreign Policy at the Council on Foreign Relations.
I was about to start about trade.
Good to see you.
It's true. I could have held out a bit longer. How's it over in Horse Lord's Land? I hope it's doing well. I was watching Vosh a little bit before starting this. It's not even... We're not even in the main game yet, are we? We're like just now gonna start getting the hints of what's to come.
First question, should the world fear a second Trump presidency, do you think?
I think so, yeah.
Well, Anna, thank you very much for having me. I think that the world will adapt to a second Trump presidency if that's who American voters choose. I do think you were quite right in your introduction of this piece to point out that Vice President Harris and former President Trump have very different worldviews.
I was wondering why the time is different. It's because I was skipping around. Okay, so we're on the hour now, right? Let's have a quick... The Joker. Hey, I seen this film. It wasn't very good, but I don't care because it was a fuck you to Hollywood. And I liked that. So the fact it's on premiere already, oh, that's not a good thing. Here we go.
And so it all comes down to this, an election like no other, an election so close, an election with candidates both making history in their own way.
Harris, the first...
I thought that was the White House from fucking Modern Warfare 2, where you have to restorm it to take it back.
Black woman to run,
Whiskey
Trump, the
Hotel.
first convicted felon. Which one will win the most powerful office in the land?
It's tight, it is fraught, it's being called the most important election in the modern history of the United States. Quite simply,
True.
What happens in the next few hours will have huge implications for America
He was going to
and indeed
be
the world.
drunk streaming by 3. Let's leave the alcohol. How drunk I'm going to get up to wherever, because I might need to reach for the hard stuff pretty quickly. That does remind me though, I gotta go and when I'm done with this can, I gotta go and get the rest of the booze.
Coming up tonight, we'll bring you live updates.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty close one this year.
Reactions from our
I don't
team
like
of
that. I don't like that one
in
bit.
the crucial states, as well as the Trump and Harris camps.
It shouldn't be this
And
hard.
we'll be looking at all the data and the states and the counties which will decide this election at our results screen.
Everyone's
with the man
polling
with the
ideas.
numbers, Lewis Goodall.
We'll be here for the next 12 hours, and here with us, our U.S.
I
correspondent.
like the guy on the
Mark Stone,
right. Looks
and
like
our
he's
experts
just
through the night.
still.
Plus,
Oh,
some
there's a bit of
special
movement.
guests from each side of America's political divide.
Oh, it's gotta be close. And if it's too close, they're gonna have to do recounts.
Good evening and welcome to Washington. This is America Votes, Election Night Live. Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are both vying for the keys to the White House. Americans are voting today not just for their next president, but also for who holds the power in Congress.
Yep.
And from this
Electoral
studio,
College.
just meters from where that power is wielded, we'll bring you every twist and every turn on what promises to be a dramatic night.
I like their
mean, it
set.
really does
It's very classy looking.
promise to be a dramatic night, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, this has felt like an election like no other.
Well,
One thing's for
sometimes you
sure.
rock up
I
somewhere-
am so glad that this is all over now. Even if we lose. And I felt this exact same way when when Hillary and Trump went off against each other, and when Brexit happened, and the Scottish vote, and the gay vote over here. Oh, like it's just when it's out of your hands, you know, it just like, and then it's just pounded into you constantly. All the ads, all the predictions, all the flared tempers, all the lies and misinformation and all of it. Here we fucking are. Let's get it over with.
And you just think
even if we lose,
history could be made, and this feels a bit like that, doesn't it? Yeah.
Very much so, Mark. Well, let's bring in our guests, of course.
The turnout's been pretty
Stone,
big this year nationwide,
because, Mark, you've been here for the last 4 years. But what's been extraordinary is the last few months, frankly, all the twists and turns that we've seen.
Extraordinary is an understatement. An extraordinary 4 years, in fact.
That man
an extraordinary
has no
few months,
features on his
certainly.
face.
So many twists.
He looks like a Sims
so many
1
turns.
character.
The future direction
What
of
the
this
fuck?
country on the line, of course, but the world beyond as well. Democracy in America on the line. Both sides are claiming that. So much at stake, so much to play for. An election so extraordinary, so consequential, so tight. So hold tight.
Motherfucker was priming that for hours.
The moment has come. For 4 years, America
I forgot about the smolder picture. Oh, yeah.
There have been moments you couldn't make up.
When he got shot, yeah.
Moments that were made up.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. The people that came in, they're eating the cats.
He never wanted another debate with her after that, because he realized that he didn't get the crowd that he wanted. He didn't get the responses that he wanted. He doesn't like to be fact-checked. It's almost like lies don't hold up under scrutiny.
So where to start? Biden had just won.
Who was it called by?
Giuliani.
All the networks.
Giuliani's already said that Michigan's gone for Hillary, he's really lost it. Or Harris.
A beaten president who never admitted defeat.
That was a wild stream. That happened in the middle of a stream I did. And people, I think it was you there, Bill, in the chat, was like, hey, you know some crazy shit's hitting off, right? And I was like, or whatever. Like, no, it's really hitting off. And eventually, like, what? Is it just another protest? Oh my God.
Historic conviction.
He will be vindicated. If it wasn't for him, they'd be after us.
Us.
On the other side, Joe Biden, a man with a life of service, but a string of gaps.
Yeah. I fallen down.
We're going to beat President Putin. President Zelensky.
He was clinging on. And then this.
Bang, bang, bang. Don't forget, that's what a gun sounds
perhaps
like.
also inching him closer to the White House.
Pop, pop, pop.
This evening could have been so much different.
Shame.
While President Biden eventually faced the
They'd have still gone ahead with it. It would have been very different.
He was out, she was in.
Question is, why not make it
your
in-house
nomination.
voters? We can't be super battle pops.
No ideas, no attitude.
I don't know. No, well, people are voting anyway. Good thing that they're not. I don't know why we just don't have ourselves jacked into a machine that will just at once process who do you vote for at once. You know, done.
There has never been an election like this.
We got the tech now.
This truck is in honor of Kamala and Joe Biden.
Never has this country faced two such starkly different choices.
Some McDonald's. Yeah, someone was burning the fucking. The Trump guy was burning.
Going to hell.
I think it's a civil war.
Implications.
Civil war.
Huge. Here, now, tonight.
All right. Now, while we wait for the first bit of proper news to come in, this is all. State of democracy and economics. Yeah. Exit poll released by our U.S. partner network NBC shows the voters most concerned about democracy and the economy. Yeah. Important. 35% voters. And you know, the ones who are most worried about the economy are the ones that are probably voting red, while the people voting blue would be the it's not to say the American economy doesn't need fixing. Your inflation fucking sucks. I was there in October. in Philadelphia. And oh my fucking God, I remember when everything was so much cheaper. Like, it's a serious issue. Just like the border is, just like crime is. Just like a lot of things that right-wingers go on about are important projects. But not at the cost of your literal democracy. Though, again, it's not really a democracy, is it? It's a representative republic or some shit like that. You guys need a one-to-one leader. Like, you need somebody to literally go, oh, yeah, sure, this guy represents me, rather than, oh, don't worry, we'll take it from here. It's why Trump lost the popular vote. Here, I want to have a bit of a cleanse. Here, this is a bit of a classic. I need to pee anyway. Enjoy Flat Earthers fucking up their own shit.
And seeing the light at the backboard at 17 feet off the water. The Earth is flat. If he's holding it up at 23 feet high and we're seeing the light, well, that's because the Earth's curved. So I should only be able to see it when it's at 17 feet. Okay, go ahead and drive down there, Enrique. You're going to hold the light there? Enrique, how high is your light?
17 feet.
I mean, it's his... we don't see you, Enrique. Lift up your light way above your head. Interesting. You're seeing through this hole, through the next hole, and seeing the light at the backboard, or at 17 feet off the water. The Earth is flat. If he's holding it up at 23 feet high and we're seeing the light, well, that's because the Earth's curved. So I should only be able to see it when it's at 17 feet. Okay, go ahead and drive down there, Enrique. You're going to hold the light there? Enrique, how high is your light?
17 feet.
I mean, it's his... we don't see you, Enrique. Lift up your light way above your head. Interesting. You're seeing through this hole, through the next hole, and seeing the light at the backboard, or at 17 feet off the water. The Earth is flat. If he's holding it up at 23 feet high and we're seeing the light, well, that...
Pornography playing. I'm always terrified something like that will happen. I need to set up a secondary account on most social media. You know,
that's because you're
do the wholesome thing. You know, oh, did they? I didn't know that. I know that they're very finicky about their fries. I know they got a bunch of beers and ciders. Could have left them in the fridge, but no. I also have this the mint orange drink that I had before. Let's see how my country, good old-fashioned Irlande, is approaching this. First results of US election likely around midnight. Fuck you, midnight! Give me something to work with now! Fake bomb threats. Made the polling station, FBI, Trump vowed to lead, new heights of glory. That doesn't sound menacing. Harris urged Americans to vote in one closest race in history. Yep. But in all fairness, again, they are voting in large numbers, which is pretty great in any democracy, honestly. Early indication of election results likely around about midnight. On the group are some notable states. Yep. So it's what are the states? It's like North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Florida. I don't know why Florida is like a battleground state, because we all know it's going to go red. And results for Virginia, which leads Democrat, and Florida, which would be a Republican. Yeah. I also don't think Arizona's gonna do. I think Arizona's gonna go red. Also, some of New England is gonna go red, which will be weird when you think about it because it's got a very liberal vibe to it. I couldn't tell you which. I always thought they should have started it like from the smallest to the biggest in terms of population when the polls start coming in. Like Rhode Island should be the first up. Like, Rhode Island is the smallest by land, but I don't know if it's the smallest by population. That could be something like Wyoming. The very first polls come in by Cobes. Like, you think he's voted? I hope he voted. I hope he voted, because I don't think he'd vote Trump. And I don't think he'd vote Harris. I think he'd vote Jill Stein. I got up to get the booze, and I did, but I was also getting up to take a piss, and I didn't do that. Now my bladder's like, hey, big guy, forgetting about me. On a drinking stream? Never. God, I look so pale in this. Oh. I kind of have the Art the Clown look going on with this filter on. Yeah, that's a little too close for my liking. I'm way too fat to be Art. I'm Fart, his cousin. Oh, Elon threatened to shut down Twitter if Trump loses. Which, as one person pointed out, won't happen because he's too much of an egotist and he needs constant vindication. He also said he'd kill himself, which, as another person pointed out, no way, because he wouldn't kill the most important person in his life. Chase Oliver. I know the name. I don't know much about Chase. Voting in Vermont. Polls. There's something here that they did that I wanted to show. Let's see if I... That's not surprising at all. I met that motherfucker once. He's a piece of shit. You normally have like a... Oh, they stopped it? Basically, they're explaining to us Irish how the Electoral College works with jelly beans. Hell yeah. You guys didn't answer, by the way. What your states that you're in? Where do you think you're going to swing? Where do you think it's going to swing? Not you, per se, unless the two overlap. Think your state's going to go red or blue? Like, I think Pennsylvania's going to go blue. It's going to be the standard thing where, like, Republicans won't understand that, like, the populations are in the city. So they're going to go, like, look at all the land. Yeah. They don't, land doesn't vote. Okay, I picked this, but I need to find the other thing he said before we can watch this. Because it's fucking funny. This is the guy who shot Bin Laden, if I'm right. Hey, I used that. Wait, what? Shiner block is on a level lower than walrus semen? Here we go. Yeah, look what he says here. Again, this is the guy that shot Bin Laden. You're not men, you're boys. If there's no social media, you'd be my concubines. We're Gen Z voters and we're proudly voting for Kamala Harris. Real men support Harris. First of all, your name is literally Sisson. Oh, you were built to be a twink. I'm so sorry. If any of you ever think you're going to be dominating anything other than a pair of booty shorts, I'm so sorry, gentlemen. Embrace it, though. He is right about their vibes. I mean, look at this. Not a single ounce of body. What is a little bit of hair? But now that we have this rather odd response from a guy who he's meant to be like a very right-wing and shit, here's his response in the middle of an airport.
So apparently some stuff on social media had come up because I made a comment about Harry Sisson, who might be the most
Oh, we had bomb and arson threats here to the point I'm holding polls at firehouses and places like that. I always thought it was in big event areas like schools and like police departments and shit.
beta male on the planet. He and 3 or 4 of his cunty little friends got together.
Oh, were they serving cunt for the Lord?
And they put out a thing that said, real men vote for Harris. I noticed their ages too, and I responded that you're not men, you're boys, and you're my concubines in the real world. And what I meant with that is, yeah, you would be.
If he is genuinely an outright like bear, like a Republican who's also gay, I have respect for that on the simple grounds that they are a dying breed.
You don't know how to fight. You've never known how to fight, and I basically will do whatever I want with you. So that's all I meant. Wasn't trying to insult anybody, whatever, but trust me, guys like Harry Sisson couldn't do a goddamn thing. They'd be running for guys like me to save.
Oh my fucking god, this guy is gonna be outside of like a fucking Wendy's at 2 a.m. getting filmed with his pants off, screaming at a call boy who's rushing into the bushes, and he's got like a meth pipe in one hand and a fucking Glock in the other. I paid you to do one job and you're gonna come back here and do it. Watch the spaces of the internet. That's gonna happen. And he's then gonna go and vote for the most homophobic, racist motherfuckers on the planet. And he won't see a damn thing wrong with it. Bill, you watch Vosh too. Like, he's right. He's 100% right. Like, if you're a right-winger who secretly votes blue, sack up. Okay? Fucking sack up. Risk the beating. Throw a few punches back. Maybe old Harold will fall to the ground. What's he gonna do? Tell his friends in the hunting club that his wife beat him? Like, fucking stand up for yourselves. Vote Democrat in the reddest states around. And then when someone asked, how many times did you vote for Trump? -2. And by the time they put it together with their IQ of 7, you're already driving off.
Save them. So basically, saying concubine means a slave, and
it means you want them to have sex with you. These Twinkie boys, who all look like they are in questionable pornography aimed towards homosexual men, are on your list to fuck, while you claim to be fighting for conservative values and so on. Like, this is those motherfuckers who call gay people in like Dragon Age or Baldur's Gate or anything that has a black woman on the front of it woke and degenerate, and then they'll look for lolly porn that from like an obscure dark web website where you get to look after your 9-year-old niece. But don't worry, she's also 10,000 years old. Just happens to look like a 9-year-old. Okay, I think there's a bit of projection going on here, you know? When I say I'm a fucking pervert, I fucking mean it. I walk into a room and go, right, daddy's here, line up. And they'll point and laugh. And after they leave, there'll be one girl who's like, hi. Now we have coffee and... turns out we don't like the same food, but we'll make it work. It's a fun weekend. Maybe we go and see a movie. Maybe we go and try on coats.
Cesson is apparently French for fucking cunt.
It's French. Every name is French for cunt. Or dick. Or cheese. Ew. Shouldn't have added the cheese part. The weird thing is, why is Magicus acting this way? Okay? Like, I've met him twice now. He's a lot cooler in real life. Trust me, guys. Let's see. Anything more on the lecture I've lined up here before we get into basically the same speculation? Does anyone else? Double ooh goes oh. Tell you, these days, being a dom while also not being into trans girls is really fucking sad. So I'm very sad all the time. Because I get approached by, mood-wise, the perfect woman for me. But they got a dick. I'm not interested. This is the age for people who are like, I'm just here for vibes. This is your time. I'm the dinosaur. I'm dying off. Probably for the best. I mean, half these fuckers, half the people who act like me are either into trans people or hard right-wingers. Keyword hard. Hardcore right-wingers. What? There's plenty of cis women out there who get my vibe, and I'd be a fucking virgin if that wasn't the case. But it's just, I don't know. I have a feeling that to get my exact vibe, I'm gonna have to create her in AI. I'm gonna have to do a weird science, basically. And I'll have to create like this Gestalt woman from all these different images. For those of you who don't give a shit about what they got going on down there, you are having a fantastic time. Unless Trump wins, in which case, once again, you gotta keep that shit under your hat. Even if Trump wins, there's gonna be some fucked up laws passed in the next few years, and they'll only stop when it's all like backtracked and shit. Okay. It's 10:30 now. Let's have a look at this. Let's have a look at Harris's the campaign from Wiki. Oh, there we are. Here's our boy himself. Just done being a sexist misogynistic homophobe. And now he's flexing. God, I wonder who he voted for. It must have been something racist. Boop. Magicus is cool. We're getting him back next week. For Bearded Ramblings. Did I really not have that much right-wing shit lined up? Right-wing, it doesn't have to be right-wing, but politics-wise. Guess I didn't. I suppose it makes sense. I wasn't really planning to do this today. This is on her Twitter right now. This is me basically when I'm having way too much weed. I'm trying to realize that like linear time is a thing. Music can go off. I don't want to get done. It's very fast paced, isn't it? I can see how they made her a hyena. Oh, by the way, that's the same place where Trump was, and they panned around it to do a play-by-play, and it showed that like Trump's place was like half empty, and hers was like you can see it, like it's. I don't know about the top part, the very top part, or is that even? Are those even seats? They are, or are they? Either way, you can see. Vote today. Yeah, I would. And then, you know, people would yell at me because I'm not an American.
Is for anyone willing to fight for it.
Great. Dun, 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 dun. You have to admit, this is a genuinely good picture. There's no way around it. I knew... See, that's the thing about trying to kill off somebody running for office. If you fail, you've given them a massive boost. So don't fail. I'll be here. Feel free to come and go as you see fit. Try looking for a bi chick. Bi chicks are fun. Actually, I think most of the women I've ever dated were bisexual. Yes. Actually, I think all of them were. Women are always just more chill with that sort of shit. It's us cavemen that have the problem. So here's Harris doing Harris shit, but what about on the opposite end? Oh, Donald J. Trump. What he's up to? Is that the same one? Yeah. Okay. We didn't see the opening.
Greatness doesn't discriminate.
By default, it discriminates. Not everyone can be great. Otherwise, it defeats the purpose.
You're from, what you look like, or who you know.
That part's true.
Greatness is for those who work for it. For those who...
And there's another like from a dating app. Oh, fantastic. Here's the counter argument. Why does it always happen when I'm fucking live streaming?
Keep moving forward.
Nothing worth doing ever came easy.
This one is in a weird aspect ratio, and this is coming from me. And also, it's done in a way that's focused, it like it zooms out from a different angle each time.
Doing ever came easy. Treat the word impossible as nothing more than motivation.
They sleep in different beds. Their marriage is a sham.
Never, ever quit. Never quit. Adversity makes you stronger. Don't give in, don't back down, and never stop doing what you know is right.
Be rich. Declare bankruptcy numerous times. Get bailed out. Repeat the process. Run for office. Fuck up in office.
They want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. They're not
They technically want to take away his freedom, aka put him into a jail cell. So yeah.
coming after me, they're coming after you, and I just happen to be standing in their way.
Where was that Elon back there? Yeah. The weird Elon jump.
When they couldn't beat him, they tried to bankrupt him.
President Trump is back in a New York City courtroom.
When that didn't work, they tried to put him in federal prison.
Raided by the FBI.
When that didn't work, they even tried.
He put... Look the way they're implying that this is all sort of like a giant scheme by them. Who are them, JD? Who are they, Donald? Triple brackets, they? You don't have the balls to say it? Because you can say it and then funnel money to Israel. Israel doesn't care. They're going off doing a genocide right now.
We all get to choose. I'm going to choose real American leadership and a real American badass. The 45th and soon to be 47th President Donald J.
Showing an orphan kid where to go in a big fancy hotel in the movie once. Having weird feelings towards his own daughter.
Starting on day one, we will defeat inflation quickly and we will make America affordable again. I will cut.
Day one, how you gonna do it? No, one thing Voss said is 100% true. He hasn't once talked about policy this entire run. There aren't like there aren't any policy points he talks about. He doesn't talk about where where his plans to build the wall, where the money will come, because he had 4 years to find that and it didn't work. He says he's going to stop the war in Ukraine. How? He says he's going to help Israel. How? He says he's going to end crime in the cities. How? He just says them and then moves on. It reminds me of someone who's been drinking, honestly. I don't think he's drinking, but...
Cut your energy costs in half. It's time for the working man and woman to finally catch a break. We are going to bring back the American dream, bigger, better, and stronger than ever before. When I'm back in the White House, we will restore world peace. And it will be, again, peace through strength. I will launch the largest deportation program in American history.
Sure, that's a promise that he could act on. And he could actually do that. Now, he claimed to do that before, and he didn't.
And we'll put these vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail or kick them the hell out of our country. November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America.
And he gets to decide who the fucking criminals are. Alright, let's see if there's any, obviously still nothing in here yet. Well, let's see. 7 minutes ago. Yeah, still nothing.
I'm James Matthews, and I'm at the convention
He's got the
center
poppy on.
in West Palm Beach. Take a look. There's huge interest here in what will happen tonight. This is the Trump Watch Party, the great and...
He's hired for her personality, I'm sure.
The good of the Republican movement will be filing through here at some stage. We expect to hear on stage from Donald Trump. What will he say, despite what we're hearing from the voting centers? Will he declare victory? despite the results as they stand. He's done that before. Hugely significant, what we hear in this venue tonight. Make sure you follow all our updates.
Oh, it started! The accusations have started! Donald Trump has claimed there's a lot of talk of massive cheating in Philadelphia. Oh, are they starting to look a bit bad for you there, man? You were never going to win Philadelphia. When I was there in October, when Harris and Walz were there was bunting and signs everywhere. Former president said law enforcement was coming. What? Earlier, Mrs. Trump also said Republicans will have a big victory tonight. Lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia. Law enforcement's coming. Where?
Doing really well. Stay online.
His arms, his hands move.
Don't get offline and vote. Make sure you get through and vote. We're going to have a big victory tonight.
That's it? Oh. Sure, Kit, former president said Republicans were doing really well and calling supporters to get through and vote. What? He honestly is implying that, like, some elderly white couple, is walking out their front door right now in Whiteburg, the suburb of Whiteburg, Philadelphia, and there's this rows of black gangsters and trans people all lined up to, like, block them from leaving their house. It's like, I like the one where they replaced Donald Trump. Hey, all right, here's something we can watch. Perfect.
Received the questions. It would be the electric chair. The first thing I thought of when I heard about it is, how does the press get this information that's classified? How do they do it? You know why? Because it's an illegal process. You are old enough to have seen a time that was much different. You never saw heads chopped off
needing
until
a bread loaf.
a few years ago. They built pipelines, and they failed. Didn't work. They paid millions and millions and hundreds of millions of dollars to consultants and lawyers, and they failed. I asked, what's going on in Chicago? Right? What is going on? There's no excuse for it.
I like how they added him dropping the noise of him dropping it. Oh, that was a great pause right there. All right, guys, we're coming close to 11 p.m. my time. If anyone wants to throw some donations, we can get this party really started. Link in the doobly-doo. I have a bottle of Jameson's ready to go. Also have a bunch of cans here that are keeping me proactive, keeping me light and lucid. I wonder if Cobes has like a live stream at any point tonight where he's reacting to the election. Where's TJ talking about it? He did a drink combo.
Well.
It's old TJ too. Holy shit, this is giving me flashbacks to like 2017.
Well, it's election day in America. Oh boy.
Yeah, it is.
Will we choose fascism or communism? Because
you're not choosing communism. It'd be really fucking cool if you guys got to choose communism. You're not choosing communism. You are choosing a light form of fascism, yeah. Like a diet fascism. if Trump wins tonight.
Both parties are telling us this is the last election if the other guy wins, and I believe them both.
When it comes to TJ, it's always communism. Where's Spirit Flame? I don't see her in the chat enough these days. If you know, you know.
If you really look at it historically, democracy's already passed its expiration date. Oh, yeah. So
Based
no
on
more
what?
of this voting nonsense. By this time in 4 years, we won't have to worry about it no more, regardless of who wins. And isn't that a relief? Finally, the tenuous illusion that we have a say will be gone forever. I don't care who wins. I know. Bad, TJ, bad. I should be very...
Yeah, the long hand of Paul's ego has crawled up TJ's ass for like 2 or 3 years now. Like TJ used to care. Hell, do you think he's even making the bet like he did back on DP the night Trump got elected? Like, I remember him on stream making that pledge, like, I will give you $1,000 to Scotty. I will give you $1,000 if Trump wins. No, Scotty said that to TJ, and during the night, as he saw that Hillary was gonna lose, you can hear TJ going, "Guys, I don't think I want that $1,000." And there was genuine concern in his voice. Like, this is why I moved away from DP and all that. I mean, I'll always fucking love them. They're always... And DP is always going to be a big part of this community and all that shit, but... Like, DP or DFF. I mean, they've turned into these sort of like... They've regressed. They're almost like accelerationists at this point now. They just want to destroy it all so they can start over.
Very concerned about the results of this election, but I'm afraid to say I'm just...
And it's all Paul's doing.
Not. I wish I was. I wish I could muster up some care for it, but I just can't. You know, because it seems like, what's the real difference, right? Between the death camp or the gulag, right? Either way, you're going to be trapped.
Unless he's playing as a character, in which case, womp womp.
You're going to be busting stones. You're going to be...
More people survived the gulag.
Talked down to by authoritarian guards, so who really cares? What does it really matter, eh? I don't know. I wish I knew, but I don't. Actually, I love election time, I don't really care about the outcome, but man, do I love...
I cared when money was on the fucking line.
The spectacle of the elections. They keep getting better. They keep getting more and more crazy every time. And the cool thing about this election is that no matter which way the wind decides to blow, America is going to be plunged into an existential crisis. And when you look at the material conditions around this place, it's not like destitution and misery and starvation and stuff. I mean, it is for some people, but most of us are still doing all right.
Why does he sound extra southern all of a sudden?
And get a double quarter pounder. I mean, it might give you a little E. coli.
Why does he sound like I'm just a simple country lawyer? I'm getting some carpetbagger vibes from this man right now. And I'm just wondering, has this been going on for some time? When did it? Or is he playing a role? Seriously, I can't remember the last time I watched a TJ clip. It was probably a short. But Skep isn't here right now. He traverses all these universes. He opens a warp portal. He's just trying to... Epra flippant. Alright. Because I don't hate it, but that's new to me. Though he is technically southern. I mean, he is from, What state are you from again? It's not Mississippi, is it? No, that's Pittman. Missouri?
But you can still get it, baby. So you wonder why? Why is America losing its collective shit right now? And I know why. Because all order eventually gives in to chaos. And all chaos eventually yields a new order. And we are in a transitional phase here in this country. Pretty soon.
That's probably true.
Pretty soon, we will be something unrecognizable. Pretty soon on the grand scale of things. Now, I don't mean tomorrow. I don't mean the next day. But I mean that sometime, probably
that guy
within
stole.
our lifetime,
He also stole
this
my
country is
old
going
beard.
to be unrecognizable. And will it be unrecognizable for the better? Unrecognizable for the worse? Who can say? That's what's exciting, right? I know I'm excited. Are you?
No. Maybe. Sorry, I would watch Philip, but I can't because you get in trouble. So yeah. Trump. Let's see what our twink boy is up to. 1 million plus on there. Breaking: Reuters is reporting that Philadelphia will surpass its 2020 toll. Nice. Trumpites will see this and think that it means that like over 150 people who are 150% of the people registered there are going to turn out, and use that as an excuse to be like, see how it's an election. Nah. I will say, everywhere I went to in Philadelphia, there were two things on the minds of people, and that was crime and not getting Trump back in. And crime was something that the Democratic person running, as well as all the like the more independent people, everyone was running on an anti-crime bill. So yeah, the thing is, I didn't feel unsafe in Philly the whole time I was there. And I felt unsafe in Philly in the past. I didn't feel it this time. There's a now deleted video I was going to add to the travel video of me waxing philosophical down South Broad Street on my own at like 2 a.m. I wouldn't say drunk. I'd say a little bit jarred. Enjoying the neon signs of the big like theaters and shit. Right next to the hotel I'll be going in January. On my way down to the Boot Bar where I filmed out of a few times, and I was there talking about anything but, oh my god, these kids coming towards me look like they don't pull their pants up, and they have a menacing glare in their eyes, and some look like questionable ethnicities. No. Oh, really cool cars would drive by, and I saw junkies and homeless people, but you see them everywhere, and I don't feel scared of junkies or homeless people. Maybe I should compare that to, say, New York, where the junkies, they're not threatening outright, but they will grab you, and they'll shake you, and they'll plead with you. Honestly, I felt more scared of the people down the street in Toronto. My Bella has been counted. That's good, man. That's what I want to say. I saw Nick Fuentes. We should look at that, and then we can go and look at some non ballot shit. But Nick Fuentes has turned on Trump at long last, or at least the QAnon people. if I can find it. This isn't it, but I gotta hear this. What the fuck? Nick Fuentes says he got into right-wing politics because it reflects his 3 priorities: hating women, being racist, being anti-Semitic. Interesting how he doesn't conflate the racism with the anti-Semitism, because Nazis believe, this is what I was told when I was doing the whole right-wing thing myself, that their religion is a front and doesn't really matter. It's that they're a genetic sort of different sort of species to us, basically. And the religion doesn't matter nearly as much as their blood, which would make them racist, because he believes that like certain people groups are more inclined to violence based off racism, which, yes, is what JF Garipi also believes.
When I got into the right wing in 2016, it was about 3 things: hating women, being racist, being anti-Semitic.
Huh?
Those were the 3 things.
Wait, what year did he say?
When I got into the right wing in 2016, it was...
Oh, I remember that. It was him on a sofa with 2 other guys, and one of those guys at a convention called him out as the cum hunter, and that was the first hint that he might be closeted. Yeah.
It was about 3 things: hating women, being racist, being anti-Semitic. Those were...
Yeah, but that's okay, because only mentally challenged people could find him attractive. Which is so strange, because he's not unattractive physically. He's short. But despite what Tinder says, it's actually not a death knell. Short guys can get fucked. Now, I wouldn't know. I'm 6 foot. Boo, level fucking humble brag. Yeah. I don't loom it over you, okay? Unless you want me to. Then we get back into the whole thing about, you know, my preferences. But like JF, at first glance, he's got money, he's got class, kind of, and he's an air of class. 5 seconds in, you realize he doesn't, and he has, here's a decent chef, he has like, he's not unattractive physically, a little scrawny, but fuck it, whatever. And yet the only women he could ever fuck would be pure short bus. Just pure unadulterated short bus. My little potato. You know, like what do you do with that info? Except to realize that, oh shit, I shouldn't spread my DNA. Though he might have kids. Yep, the cum hunter. You're a cum hunter! We should watch that next. Fuck it. It technically counts as politics.
The 3 things that the 2016 revolution was all about. That's what the online right was about.
Hold on. For JF, am I misremembering this? Am I conflating him with his good friend? Except they're not. Ben Shapiro. Does he have a piano? If so, has he ever played at it? Because I know Ben Shapiro does. Ben Shapiro can... I know Abigail Shapiro can play the piano and sing. And I know Ben Shapiro, is it the violin? But I know he can't work carpentry, that's for sure. But like, am I misremembering? Because I remember at one point there was like a piano behind JF before he did his big American flag on a screen. which looks like a lobby of like a pharmaceutical company. His office. I mean, this one looks like he's on the rooftop of like an apartment building. He wants to give this urban sort of urban chic vibe. The same with the last one where he's like got New York behind him and all that.
That's what the right wing on Twitter was all
When
about.
did he stop doing the suits and tie and all that? Because he did look like he was on his way to like sell Bibles door to door back when he was like that.
It was about being sexist, being racist, being anti-Semitic.
Yeah, still is.
And I thought everybody was on the same page. As time has gone on, however, the only thing that they remain is racist, and that's it. They're not anti-Semitic. They're not sexist.
People like Nick are in many ways a dying breed because he's just outright states it. He was handed a mask at one point and threw it away. He's like, no, I want to be the biggest piece of shit on the planet.
They just beat up on blacks
David
and Indians
Duke
all the time.
called
And it's
them
almost
out.
making me sympathetic. It's like, guys, we gotta shit on women too. When I got into the right wing in 2016, it was about three things.
Do we? Oh yeah, here we go. This is what I originally wanted to see.
Garbage.
If anyone can find a picture of JF Garipi next to his piano, I would be very grateful. Please post it in the Discord, anywhere it goes. No one really gives a fuck. I would be very appreciative of it. Tag me, it'll pop up in my corner. I'll be like, ooh. Because I swear he had this grand piano. I don't know if he ever played it. It might have been like an heirloom he inherited, and it's just sitting there, kind of like the way my my treadmill, that it's broken, kind of just gathers random items I pick up from the floor and just put them there for later reorganization. It's got my Ethernet cable there right now. Once I realized I didn't have to wire my fucking floor with a death trap of an Ethernet cable. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You guys didn't say a single thing, and I've checked, and it's all just no lack of quality. Okay, so it's 11 o'clock now. Let's... Boop. Oh my god. A little bit more of the song. Hey! We got our first vote. Yeah, see, I saved it. I saved the song. Trump does not deserve such a banger, okay? There. Vermont. We got our first votes in. Chase Oliver has not shown up yet. But 3 votes each. I have a feeling this is going to set the tone for the rest of the evening. But him losing his mind over Pennsylvania is a good sign. Like you can see just the +1 candidates down there. Where's Robert Kennedy Jr. in Montana, Colorado? Lucifer Everylove. What? Out of Utah. Bill Portlandton. You didn't mention Lucifer Everylove. I must know of this human. Is he a joke? Was he crafted by AI? What a name. chaos is this? He looks like he's gonna sell me heroin from a van and give a very chill guitar solo while I OD and die. Every Love was on the ballot in the following states: Utah. Okay, but what's this platform like? Look at this. This don't mean shit. Wait, what the fuck? Why is Nebraska built different? I don't like that. Elf King, you have some explaining to do. What did you do to turn Omaha so blue? Because I like it. Don't get me wrong. It's just. All right, so. This platform, he wants to give everyone love. And Lucifer. Great name. Absolutely brilliant. Robert F. Kennedy. Shiva Adora. I'm not seeing Vermin Supreme anywhere. Oh damn, this map gets pretty fucking detailed. So we got our very first one here. Okay. And it's a tie. New Hampshire. Let's see how people are. Ooh. Bit of a bitch to move around the map. So far we have Trump leading at. Oh, it started. It started. Holy shit. Okay, so Trump is ahead in Indiana and Kentucky. Okay. Well, it's all over now, folks. We've lost Kentucky. Yeah, if only for those fucking mutton chops. Nature calls. A bit more of the song.
I will vote. I will
The way I'm playing this with this
for Donald Trump. I will vote for Donald Trump. I love my freedom. I will vote for Donald Trump. Everybody to the right. I already chose my side. I will vote for Donald Trump. Let's go. Land of the free, song of the brave. I will vote for Donald Trump.
Imagine we just watched as like it was just a landslide for Trump. I wouldn't wait for you guys to donate to the for the shots. Isn't Vaughn from Kentucky? Yep. I've been to Kentucky. I went to a town called Ashland. Let's see if I can find it. Wasn't actually too far from around here. Lewis County, Mason County, Bracken County, Eldonton, Campbell, Greenup. Robert F. Kennedy. Look how few are actually voting Robert. Also, I don't know why they are, because he's, you know, not actually running. What's the point of showing me notifications? I don't. All right, let's go back to, I'll try CNN. It begin you late. Well, the Republicans are off to a very small start. Next poll closes in 20 minutes. Let's see. Harris voters more confident than Trump backers that election is being conducted fairly. Yeah. Because Trump's supporters don't think he's going to win, and they have to start screaming now. I mean, don't forget, Trump didn't think he was going to win in the election that got him into the White House. This is not unheard of. I mean, the whole South Park spoof of him being, like, shocked that he won the election in the first place. By the way, respect the South. I'll actually leave the, I like this map. I'll leave it up. Good job, Ireland. Like, I respect South Park for just saying that they won't do a joke, like, won't do episodes during this election, because they realize that this is some serious shit, you know? And they're probably also really tired of it, too. Ain't just a regular election. I shouldn't actually have my main feed up and running without double checking it first. I'm not watching all that many porn things on Twitter, but there's enough there to risk it, you know? Whether it be a girl blendering Eris getting railed from behind by Cloud while sucking on Tifa's tits at the beach, or just a cam girl in a bikini. You're gonna roll those fucking dice? Sandy Frizzles, I find you very attractive, but I don't want you to get my channel taken down. I have to get you on as a guest for the show. She actually said she was down in theory. I gotta get back to her for it. I think because I'm a Vosh fan, she won't like me. Oh, come on. Her and Krendar can bond over the fact that I'm a tool. Won't be the first time. Alright, let's see. Let's see if we can watch it live. They don't always like me watching CNN live in Europa. Yeah, see? See? This? It? Fuck that noise. This is why I go to Sky News. I will go to Sky News. Because it makes life easier. Hey, here we go. Oh, talking about
right to an
America's
abortion.
Wang.
Lots of states, including Florida, including Iowa, including Arizona, have reverted to an abortion ban or a near total abortion ban. Florida, for example, has a 6-week abortion ban, having previously had some of the most liberal abortion laws anywhere in the South. There is a ballot initiative on the ballot in Florida today that for a constitutional right to an abortion. There is a 60% necessary threshold in order to pass it, but the Democrats are hoping that in key places like Florida, and in particular in a state like Arizona, that could help drive turnout, drive women to the polls for the Kamala Harris coalition. So
Weird that he's talking about all this pro-democracy shit when he looks like Baron Trump.
It all, in the end, relates back to the presidency, but there is a lot more than just the presidency at stake tonight, Yelda.
Lewis, thank you so much. And no doubt we will continue to hear from Lewis throughout the night as we start to get some of those results. Well, we're live right across the country tonight. We're with the Harris and Trump camps, and we're in some of the battleground.
Everything closes in... No, the majority of them. Probably enough to guarantee a vote.
States that will decide this election. James Matthews is in Florida with Team Trump, and our Martha Kellner is here in Washington with Kamala Harris. Dominic Waghorn is in Pennsylvania, where, as we've been saying, there are 19 electoral votes up for grabs. Cordelia Lynch is in Georgia with 16 electoral votes. Michigan has 16 electoral votes, and we've got Yusra El-Bagir there. And Shingi Mararike is in Arizona, where there are 11 electoral college votes.
I'm weird. I don't get beer goggles. I get like reverse. Women that I can find, I find attractive when I'm like sober. As I get more drunk, I start noticing like things about them that put me off. I didn't realize she has pretty hair, but yeah, as attractive as I thought she was.
Let's go straight to James, who is in Florida for us. And James, as I was saying, you're with Team Trump. We saw Donald Trump and the former First Lady a little earlier. They were out, putting their vote through just very close to where you are and where their home is.
Also, how is Walter White? Is he still doing meth? How's the cancer doing?
Hi, Yelda. Yeah, Donald Trump out today voting. Amusingly said he wouldn't tell us who he had voted for. I thought, Yelda, there's been much commentary about Donald Trump tiring towards the end of the campaign. I wouldn't say I disagree with that. I thought he looked tired today. He is 78, of course, and has been hitting it hard through the swing states for
He looks like he's ready to go to bed with like a warm glass of milk and like the hat that kind of droops over.
He was asked, does he have any regrets about the way his campaign went? You always have regrets, he said, but couldn't think of any at the time. He said he would concede the election if it was free and fair, entirely in keeping with his narrative throughout, qualifying that by the statement that he's not saying it is going to be free and fair, or backing the notion of integrity.
Look at the difference. Only 10 points in the difference. Fuck's sake, I'm even surprised it's that high.
Let me tell you this, Yalda, in the past hour or so, he's been on Truth Social as he sits in Mar-a-Lago. Said this about 45 minutes ago. Lots of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia, law enforcement coming. 15 minutes ago, he tweeted this: Philadelphia and Detroit, heavy law enforcement is there. Now, Philadelphia City Commissioner, he himself has posted on social media that there's absolutely no truth in that. But I do wonder...
Oh, that reminds me, we have a video to watch after this, but I could have sworn I saved it. I didn't save it because it should be here somewhere, and it's not. And it makes me angry that I guess I looked at it and didn't add it, so we'll watch after this. We have 45 minutes till the last poll closes.
Are we seeing Donald Trump writing a draft?
At some point in the hour, we'll probably get our first
certainly if he loses. That
percentage point,
to undermine the integrity, to question the authority of the electoral process, and go to the courts and challenge it, and challenge an outcome that he doesn't like. Interestingly, in Mar-a-Lago, he's in the company of Nigel Farage, by the way. He's been tweeting from the back of a cab on his way to Trump's private residence, but also by Trump's side will be Elon Musk. And on this of all nights, when there will be uncertainty, questions as the results come in, he's in the company of an individual who, of course, controls X, and many people will be...
Don't call it X. It's Twitter. Don't do that. Don't fucking do that.
Their knowledge of the election.
Be better.
Having their thoughts shaped about outcomes, about integrity by that very platform. So interesting in terms of the personnel and how it will play out overnight. Briefly, I'm in the convention center. We're quite close to Mar-a-Lago, a couple of miles down the road. This is a huge place, huge media presence. Trump supporters with their MAGA red hats starting to gather, several hundred of them. We expect to hear from Donald Trump at some point during the night on stage. So I suppose then we'll get a very clear sense of how he sees the shape of things. Remember when he did the same thing in 2020, he went on stage and said, I have won the election, declared victory, despite the fact that the results were still coming in. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, absolutely, James. How could we forget that moment? Thank you so much for bringing us up to date, and we will be talking to James throughout the evening. Let's go to our Martha Kellner now, who is here in Washington with Team Harris. Martha, just give a sense of what the mood is like there. I'm hearing that they're anxious, they're nervous, but they're also quite excited, and this is a huge day for both camps.
Yeah, Team Harris nervously looking at that exit
She
poll
looks
data
like a
for any
woman
clues
who's
as to how
owed
this
a
election is
small,
going to augur for her. I am at Howard
out
University,
in, like,
not far
the
from where you are, about 10
Cotswolds or
minutes
something
drive
like that.
from the White House. It's one of America's largest historically.
During the horse racing early next year, she's got to come out with a colossal hat.
Black colleges, and it's Kamala Harris's election night HQ. It's also her alma mater. She graduated from here in 1986 with a politics and economics degree, and her team hope that over the next few days she can stand on that stage, returning here as America's first female president. But just to give you a sense of the scale of the challenge for her in collecting enough votes to do.
Okay. See what this is all about. You need to remember that a pike formation is worthless if you're on your own. You know, an individual pikeman is doomed. That's why you always need to carry a short sword with you. Trump fans stand on roadside for 8 hours to show his support. Nicholas Hart has been standing outside a road North Eaton, Philadelphia for the last 8 hours to support Donald Trump. Waving his huge US and Take America Back flag, Handyman complains he's dealt with 4 years of being frustrated. That was during the Trump years, buddy. Our economy is down, our border's being destroyed, we shouldn't have all these immigrants in our country that come in illegally. It's not fair to a lot of. Tells me that he was a Democrat for years, but changed his mind after he got control of his own life and didn't need the government. Then why are you voting, motherfucker? Why are you voting? Anyone who wants to spend millions of dollars in their own money to help this country is doing the right thing. That's a lie I just read. Where's my alcohol? Hello, good friend. Yes. Come to daddy. Make it all go away. This man could be put as the Minister of Transportation or some shit like that. What's to spend after we're talking? Several cars drive past and the whores try to punch their fists in the air. Great. Then they're gonna go home and either not vote or vote for. Do they have a cool map? They do. New Hampshire. It doesn't zoom in. Fuck you. Alright. Speaking of fuck, don't worry. Won't be bringing up porn. So this is from the DA of Philadelphia. Look around and find out. F around to find out. It says Philadelphia District Attorney to anyone planning any voting interference. We'll take a break from politics after this. I'll go through the list of stuff I have lined up until around about midnight, when the polls will be closing. And then we can focus on this. Footage from the Philadelphia District Attorney's Office shows a media briefing on the eve of the U.S. presidential election, warning anyone against election interference, coercion, or violent behavior. Oh, ads! I remember these things from Songs and Stories. And if you want to avoid ads in the future on this channel, make sure to throw me some money towards the goal. Thanks to the fantastic donation of J. Troy Doe yesterday, we are halfway towards the goal. Anything given, greatly appreciated, not required. And if you do donate, I will do a shot of the alcohol. Link in the doobly-doo down below. To my Streamy Labs. Damn, speaking of streamies, holy fuck, that guy's loving himself right now. I don't even care what they're saying. I don't care. I don't care. No one cares. They're ads. Go away, ads. Ads.
Who thinks it's time to play militia, F around and find out.
F around.
Anybody who thinks it's time to insult, to deride, to mistreat, to threaten people, F around and find out.
F around.
We do have the cuffs, we do have the jail cells, we do have the Philly juries, and we have the state prisons.
Yeah, you do.
So if you're going to try to turn an election into some form of coercion, if you're going to try to bully people, bully votes or voters, you're going to try to erase votes, you're going to try any of that nonsense, we're not playing. F around and find out. Anybody who...
I don't think the attempted coup will happen. Yeah. I don't think that's going to happen in Philly. 10 polling, I don't know how the rest of the state will go, but Philadelphia will go blue. That's why Trump is losing his fucking mind, after all. 10 polling stations in Georgia have extended their hours due to disruption from non-credible bomb threats. The final polls will now close at 7:45. Means North Carolina might become the first battleground slate to close. And of course, then there was that guy burning the early ballots. He'll be rehab in 6 months, calling it. The guy from earlier, yeah. Yeah, I can see that. His eyes don't line up. There he is there. Wait, that's the one you're talking about, right? Here. We're gonna need a sort of preamble relaxing time. So here is a game about Asmongold's horrible room. Oh god. The thing is, I think this is being polite. Okay? I think this is being polite. His room was probably much worse.
Longest dream that I've ever had of not taking a shower. About a month and a half. And I made a tweet about this, and I said that I hadn't showered in a month. There were a lot of people who I suppose weren't real viewers of mine and thought that I was lying. And a lot of my real viewers said that it was a good start.
Get the dead rat out? I don't need to anymore. It doesn't smell bad. The thing is, I used to use a dead rat as an alarm clock, actually, for my stream. Because basically what happened was, whenever the sun would come up, it would start cooking the corpse of the rat, and then it would start smelling again, and then the smell would wake me up. And then I would know, oh shit, it's time to stream.
Like, we go after Cobes for this. We go after, what's his name? Screechy motherfucker. King of Akron. Like, very scrawny, alcohol fetal poisoning. He's a sicko. Cyrax. There, I got it on my own. Alcohol hasn't defeated my brain unit yet. And like, we made fun of him for his body, like not just the way he looked, but the way he lived. With like his fucking like. Recently, there was footage of him shouting and talking, and a mouse was just like running around in the background through some like old boxes where he streams from. So we rip people apart for this, like that dude that we made fun of years ago, the French Canadian lawyer who was like living in like a hoarder's house, and he had like the steak that he put on the toilet bowl and shit. Oh, we might watch that tomorrow. I don't think I've ever shown that to Feel Good yet.
Fuck! There are plenty of things that I have.
If I remember right, Asmund went and watched, put this up on his own channel, and then he made a secondary channel and uploaded it too. So the first two, the first two links would always take you to him to hide the original video.
Ignored them for long enough, they did go away. Ignoring problems works very regularly. I'll give you an example. My teeth were a problem. I ignored them. They went away. Fuck! Why is there blood?
He has like said he's trying to clean up his act both mentally and physically, but I've seen no proof of it yet. Him and his entire community have been banned from the Veilguard Discord server. So that's not a good sign of him getting any better.
Well, I used to have problems with my teeth, right? And so what I have to do is like, my teeth would bleed at night. So it would just like accumulate and dry in my mouth. So like whenever I'd wake up, I'd take
the weird pustule thing back there.
My finger, and I'd just dig it out of my gums, and I'd just smear it on the wall.
Come on! Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me?
I just think the entire video game industry has gone woke and gay. Like, what happened to a masculine dude with a hot chick on his arm? I love the idea of Xbox Game Pass, but I swear every time I open it up and look for new games, there's just so many games that look gay now.
These different social issues, I think, for a lot of gamers, and I find it to be very disappointing to see it whenever I'm watching like a new trailer on my stream, and there's, oh my god, there's a fucking black person. Oh my god, there's a woman. And then I see my chat stream, and everybody is...
I used to think that Asmongold was doing this just for the clout. But I swear, like, he really thought that, like, Western culture was doomed because he was seeing a black woman or a gay person up on his feed. No.
I mean, woke. They're like, oh, woke game. Oh, no, another girl protagonist.
Oh, Jesus. Flesh homunculus.
What's the probability that the government wants to frame the Tate brothers? Probably 50%. The government frames people all the time. Like, if we've seen anything out of like any of the leaks from, the way that they tried to, fuck with Martin
Next
Luther
time
King.
you see me, like, in my bathrobe, in a dirty shirt, this is brand new, fresh. Like, haven't bathed in days. Bathed a few hours ago, motherfucker. Like, you just remember there's always a stinkier fish.
people like that? Yeah. It's Romania? Okay. I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people. These people are not your allies. They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture, and it is an inferior culture in all ways. It is that simple. No.
And the best part is, like, the whole dialogue is him. How he's, like, said over the years.
I don't feel bad for them. I don't care.
I would like to thank my top patrons.
Yeah. Like it better when you animate these instead of just filming. Oh, I never liked Asmund, but then when he lost his mind, I was just there like him and Keem. The only thing I like about Keem is that he also goes after scumbags. But Keem is like a bottom feeder, so what's something wholesome after that? Like, this guy is living the dream. Oh, yeah.
This is a great piece. Watch this.
Ooh. Ooh.
So, first of all, nice. But second of all, brother,
Nice.
where you live at? Because this can't be the same Earth I'm on, bro. You must be on Earth Plus or something, dog. Every video he
Earth 2.0. It's got like a 10%. No, early on in the Earth playthrough that he was playing, he invested 500 crafting materials into that Earth to refine it, and now it spins 2% faster, and the sun causes 3% less UV damage to the skin. There's like 1/15 less pollution in the air. It's just overall slightly, but he lived there long enough and more noticeably better Earth.
post, but he had a place that looked like a Microsoft background, bro. Like, this don't make no sense, because you really look at the beauty of nature, man, and like the evolution of mankind, and the best thing we can come up with is paying taxes.
This is a great piece. Watch this.
We need taxes to do things like get a bunch of bureaucrats who say that we need to pay more taxes. Wait, why do I have two Asmongold things? Oh, it's just, yeah, it's silly on my part. Boop. Daily weird ads. Okay. I kind of want to watch that tomorrow. We're still doing that. By the way.
I just got an MRI, and if you didn't know, MRI machines are very loud, and so at least at the place I go to, they ask you what...
No, I also want that tomorrow. Want that. The Wheel of Goon?
Pirates offers an honorary Australian. Look.
No, I want that too. Really, I have nothing lined up that I can't... I know I wasn't planning for this right now, but Jesus. Alright, Cobes, save us. Perfect.
A shout out to Professor Fart Sprinkles, Blooming Dread, Tucker, Nick, Jabadil, Danger Dog, Brian, Scott, and Courtney Sucks Discord.
We are... Make sure I'm not missing anything major while Cobes is talking. Oh, Republicans got their first 3 votes. Hamilton County, which covers northern suburbs of Indianapolis, is one of those non-battlegrounds bellwethers that I chuck in. Population is about twice what 1,000. Remember Obama winning 2008. Oh, okay. Like I said, we got 20 minutes. So Cobes will lead us into the midnight, and that's when this whole thing will really kick off.
Activations on my Patreon. If you want a monthly
Jesus,
shout
that
out,
version of Asmund or
please
this,
check out
which
my,
is more
Patreon.
just degraded.
Or if you don't want to do it monthly, I got cameo shout outs. It's election day and I want to go vote. Right after I wake up, take a quick shower, because I'm going to be standing in line in public waiting to vote. I want to make sure I don't smell bad. Throw on the old tactical soap. But it's important you go out and vote because it's your American rights. That's a good cherry pipe tobacco. Pipe
Take
tobacco.
your word for it, Boglin. Well, I'm here. I don't really like this angle I'm at. But there's no way I'm gonna have to fix that. For tomorrow I'll have myself looking down, you know? Because it shows off my moves more than it's necessary.
Waffles through the air with it perfumes the air with a sweet aromatic. That's the kind of pipe tobacco, like cherry pipe tobacco, would be called an aromatic because it makes the air smell good.
Aromatic.
So, what's your favorite kind of pipe tobacco? Do you like your aromatic?
Do you enjoy the wafting smell?
In general. Although I'm more partial to the aromatics because I like the way they smell and taste. That's just my opinion.
Within 3 seconds.
So we got a drink combo. We got some Stella Rossa peach wine. This stuff is fantastic.
It's okay.
Not a sponsor.
Pretty well hope not. I like how if you look down at the chat, it looks like Billy Boy Blue is talking about Cobes.
That smells like peaches, man. Let's pour some in here.
Well, it's a peach wine. Of course it is.
Wait for it to die down.
This beer smells like beer.
On the wine. Okay, perfect. We're going to add to our Stella Rossa peach wine, we're going to add some of this Bud Light chili, like, kind of mango drink here. Check that out.
Chili mango Bud Light.
Let's try a sip. 21 and up.
Wait, Bud Light? But that'll make you gay, because Dylan Mulvaney did Bud Light.
Ooh. Hoo-hoo. YouTube.
Huh?
Bud Light. Hold up.
No, it's Bud Light. It won't taste good.
That's really fucking tasty.
No, it's not. Why do you lie?
You could taste the chilies in it, but it's not even spicy. It's just really sweet. There's no spice to it. It's got the chili-like taste. That is delightful.
You said that like a fucking robot.
Your selection. Let's get the Cobra seal of approval. Let's pour it in there. You can taste the chilies in it, but it's not overpowering.
Knowing Cobes, he's got to be adding one more drink. So what is it?
And we're going to hit it with some caffeine. We got some Monster Ultra Keen Peach.
I didn't want to piss right tonight anyway. Haven't done that in years.
For my Patreon subscribers. Watch the phone.
If you're wondering, guys, I'm drinking a Kropaki Premium. And for the cider, I was drinking some Linden Village, the worst cider ever made. And I have a little bit of this Captain Morgan's cola.
That's as full as we're going to get it, folks. Look at that brand new King Cobra JFS official drink combo. Let's have a sip.
It sure looks like a whole lot of sugar. And carbon. He is such a sweet tooth.
YouTube, some of the drink combos I come up with are so fucking good.
Okay.
Like, that is just...
Okay. You know that
So I've
that
been fucking
chili
around
drink
with
is
this,
doing all the work.
website called Suno to make AI generated music. And some of the creations I come up with are pretty fucking sweet.
Okay. Okay, what's going on there, Cobes?
I get sick and tired of people accusing me of stalking Walt and Angie's daughter.
No one does that anymore. They're wanting to talk about
Like,
Jessica.
I go over there to hang out with them because we're friends.
When was the
And
last
as
time
soon
they
as I
hung
find
out?
out that their daughter's coming over, I immediately leave. Because I don't want any drama with Walt and
You're
Angie
enabling their
or
drug
their daughter,
binges. You know that, right? Because you pay them in
Like,
booze
fuck
and
these
whatnot.
assholes, man. They don't know the whole story.
I'd love to have an interview with anyone.
Like, she will
involved in
not
that
stay over
situation.
there to hang out with her parents if I'm there, and that's not fair to them, and it's not fair to her.
This is actually a better look all around for me. That whole sort of like a...
And the only reason why I don't like going over there anymore is because of their daughter and because of my asshole fucking trolls ruining
No,
our
it's because
friendship.
you stalked her. You
But I will
did.
go over there if
You
I'm
stalked
invited.
and obsessed over her.
See, I don't
It's
go-
how you know them in the first place. And she got creeped out and asked you to stop. And then you hung out with her junkie family. And here we are. You found a loophole to be around in their life. Now, you probably don't think about her too much now, post Jessica. But you still fucking hang out with the family. It's really creepy, man. Leave her alone. You have to know some other lushes in Casper, fucking Wyoming. If not, they know about you and want to meet you. It's so fucking weird. Years ago, I knew a girl and a guy at the top of the village there early on when I first moved in. And very quickly I realized I did not want to hang out with these people for ages. Well, like, at all. They were just fucking wasted 24/7. One of them's like a nurse. And I remember going, you think you're better than me, don't you? But I'm kind of like, I'm not better, but love, I'm not the one getting booted out of here. You are. Because yeah, her and her husband was getting booted out. They were fucking lushes. He has to hang out with them because, what? They're not so schizo with some of his other friends? I have a friend, Star Flinney, is a fucking rock that you go to and ask for help. Honestly.
Over to Walt and Angie's unless I'm invited, and if Ellen's coming over to see them, I leave until she's gone. Then Angie will
Ellen's
text
coming
me
over.
and,
Okay,
our
but you
daughter's
have
gonna
her
come back and
underwear
live
as
with us.
agreed, yeah?
And
Oh,
the
you
thing
think
of it is,
she's
you
paid in
cheers,
underwear?
is that me and Walt are best buds. And you cannot take that away from
It's
us.
why he never
Even before
shows
the
up in
trolls
your old
found out
place
about
or
their
your new
daughter,
one.
We've been friends for years prior to that. And so I'm also not going to mince words. Walt and Angie are old, damn it. And at this point, it's about taking care of my seniors and making sure that they're safe and content and happy and, you know.
Your seniors. Then what about your dad's happiness?
I don't care if their daughter wants to fucking date me. That's her loss, not mine.
Loss. Big incorrect use of the term loss here, there, Josh. You look like you have killed a sea amoeba, put it on your head, and now it's decaying in the sun. You look like a tumbleweed in a few minutes before it will break up into its individual weed parts, losing the ability to tumble at all. You look like a boglin.
There are plenty of chicks in this town that would gladly date me because
They're all meth heads. All of them.
And for that matter, I wish people would just leave her and her family the fuck alone.
Sure, why do you get involved
One
with them
second,
then?
before I play this sweet AI song that I created.
Let me just... Remember, he uploaded this raw. He always does this. Editing is possible. I've seen him edit before. But he makes my editing look like fucking Scorsese. Fuck. Oliver Stone's The Cobra. The director's commentary of this would just be like, yeah, so on this scene, I don't know, I going through a lot at the time, so I kind of just left the studio for like 3 weeks. But I was contractually obligated to keep going, so I just said, keep on filming. And they did. Thought they'd film the scene and then end it, like the script said, but no, they just kept on streaming. We are, a decade later. Apparently Guinness Book of Record for longest film ever made, but yeah, I don't think it's worth it. So what about all the people who died during the making of this? Oh, more will die. More. Hundreds before the end. You just wait until the actors stop remembering that they're actors. That's when the fun will begin. Now that would be a hell of a version of the Truman Show. Just having Cobes inside a town. Casper, that's not a real place. You know that,
I don't know how
right?
to justify myself to these
It's
fucking
like
assholes.
Santa. Santa isn't real.
And I will continue to be cordial
Casper
to
Wyoming
their
isn't
daughter
real. It's
because
a
I don't care
stone.
if she
It's a
fucking
place
dates
on
me
TV.
anymore. It's just I'm tired of people fucking harassing her and everything, you know. And they do watch my videos, so there's that.
So, what do they think?
So I wanted to generate an AI song.
That's it.
And it says, "Long live Ozzy, hail King Cobra." And it's a song about Ozzy Osbourne and Danny Filth living a long life, and then all three of us are just slaying trolls together. You know, it's an epic fucking song. Like, I gotta play it.
He really loves the idea of slaying trolls. You know what you do? You don't slay them. As in literally kill them. No. You slay them like you do pussy. You seduce them. You bring the trolls into yourself. Or rather, they let you in. Fuck them. That's what you do with trolls. You don't need to murder them in the street, hobo style. You don't need to stab them with your steely knife, because you can't kill the beast that way. You gotta boil them discreetly. There you go. Well done.
And I can play it for free because, well, according to Sunos, you can't resell the music for profit, so this is all free for you.
You don't get AdSense. Well, actually, I suppose he does. Jacobs, that's called a beat. Slaves. Trolls be slain in the blackened night. Hell yeah. If I make a song, I don't think it's going to be a song dedicated to me, sung by my most beloved of artists, about how they will then go on to hurt all the people who were very mean to me. I mean, call me crazy. I mean, you can call me a lot of things. Sexually attractive, witty, insightful, theological for some bizarre reason, but go with it. But I don't think I'm that level of pathetic where I would go out of my way to basically make my own anthem. It's just, it's like that old Family Guy joke of Stewie getting the very early Microsoft Sam voice to go, Stewie is cool. Yay! Like, can't you get anyone else to do that for free? I've had Hugh Cow. I've had, like, I don't need to fake that shit. Like, I've fucked around. I've done some crazy fucking shit sexually. I've met celebrities. I've traveled the world, and I'm not done yet. I don't need to fake this shit. Cobes, by his logic, should be like 10 times cooler. He should be invited on Joe Rogan once a month. I'm not a big fan of Joe Rogan these days, but he has fucking clout. And Cobes could rub off on that. There should be movies. He should be in a Marvel film. Cobes should be in a Marvel film. A good one. No, he should be in WandaVision. Cobes should make a cameo in WandaVision. But he's not. Why is he not? For some reason he didn't do Fish Tank or anything like that. Socks off. No, you are not getting bare feet. I might be drunk, but I'm not that drunk. It's like, Cobes, you could have channeled this shit so much better, but you didn't. You squandered it. You can still pick it up. You still pick it up and run with it, but he doesn't. Never does. And what? On the off chance he ever sees this, just commission a real artist to do this shit, man. If you're gonna be that pathetic, at least make sure someone's rent is paid. Come on my show. We miss you. That's sort of a Miracle of Sound vibe to it. Satan. Satan. Hey, it's showtime. Cobes, we love you, but tonight is not about you. It's about and shit like that. Look at this. Like, this is... He stopped even, like, interacting with it. It's almost like hitting him spiritually. In his mind, I know what he's doing, because autistic people tend to, like, create these massive fantasy worlds. We do this a lot, especially when we're drunk. I made a crappy novel out of it years ago. Out of my one. Been refining it ever since. I have to really put that down on paper and do like a part 1. I need a proofreader and shit like that. Anyway, he's got like this music video in his head and he's just belting it. Everything is perfect. Girls fancy him. You know, men want to be him. And his dad loves him. At this rate, he's gonna get that sex doll and he's going to cut ties with all real people. He's just gonna like rely on AI for everything. And when that happens, Cobes, if you think he looks bad now, what's he gonna be like in 6 years, 8 years? Keep that in mind. Honestly, I don't think he's going to make it to 8 years. Maybe 6 years. If it's going to happen in 7 years, then... will I be around in 7 years? I don't know. Maybe I'll be dead in 7 years. I don't know. Maybe you will. Give me money till then. I'll do a shot of whiskey. Like, share, and subscribe, too. Pubs just couldn't interact with the wider world normally anymore. Hail King Cobra in the street. Bless him. Alright. Where's the far superior RTE one? I say that, but apparently in that version she hasn't gotten her first win yet. I suppose he's only gotten his first house. So the polls are closing and it's an early lead for Trump. Solid Democrat, polls close at 9. Solid Republican, Indiana, Kentucky. Feel sorry for, if any of you guys remember my failed trip across America, landing in New York. Wait, making my way downtown. Well, first I actually went to make my way up north, then downtown. And Nico out of Indiana, he's definitely not voted for anyone but blue. Indiana, Iowa, Nebraska, Douglas County. Elf King did their bit in there, I'm assuming anyway. Oh yeah? Wait, what? What? What did the What? We got Vermont? We got Vermont? Bernie Sanders ghost, even though he's not technically dead. Alright, so they're calling Kentucky and they're calling Vermont, while New Hampshire is up in the air. Makes sense. What Kentucky has... yeah? Yeah. Alright, it has begun. First blood has been drawn. Harris 3, Trump 8. 1 Democrat, 5 Republican. Oh, let's go to BBC. Let's we could go to BBC, I suppose, but let's go to Sky News. Get these up. Over the next 2 hours, we will decide who the most powerful person in humanity for the next 4 years is going to be.
I think we can also show you Vermont. Vermont has just 3 electoral college votes, and again, no surprises. The projected winner, Kamala Harris there. Joe Biden won it by 66%.
Yeah, and they're predicting that without even. Look, I don't think they've counted any votes yet.
Well,
they've
yes,
predicted it's 3 electoral votes.
And that's because, you know, we know some things stay the same. It's
they have the exit poll. They have the exit poll.
It's not like California is going to vote red. It's not like Texas is going to vote blue.
At all. They don't bother to even travel to these states because they know that they are not in it for one or other candidate. So there are large parts of this country which you know, may have missed that there's an election on. I doubt it, but the candidates wouldn't have been there. There are other states where they are all the time. Vermont,
in, New England,
not so much.
Well, that was one of the mistakes that Hillary Clinton made during her race, not going to Michigan enough. Ultimately,
yes, she did not go out on campaign enough. As she said, what's the point? They're guarantees. That was her old school, like, institutionalized Democrat speaking. She's an old... It's why she got chosen over Sanders. Oh, these are guarantees. Fuck you. We did not see Wisconsin happen.
Michigan,
not going to Wisconsin.
and not going to Wisconsin at all.
We can have a look at Georgia. There we are. And there is, as we've heard, some sort of problems, some sort of delay.
And of course, Georgia was up.
Very big
no, it was
state
South Carolina,
in
wasn't it?
terms
That
of,
was a
both
big shake-up.
College votes, but also how tight it is.
The last one.
Usually a Republican state, but as I say, Biden won very closely.
Yeah, I mean, Mark was saying there that, you know, Biden won this state by 11,780 votes, and that infamous phone call that Donald Trump made to the Secretary of State saying, find me 11,780 votes.
Yeah, but that was what landed him in court partly as well. Jerry, I mean, how
a court
important...
case which, of course, was eventually failed because the prosecutor was doing all kinds of things she shouldn't have been doing. And in the process trying to get herself elected, there's no doubt, as the governor of Georgia. So let's not...
Yeah, that was so fucking stupid. They are going to be looking over his court cases for years. Because they'll be wondering, how did he fuck this up? Because they'll look over Hitler's court cases. When Hitler was after the failed beer putsch. He was brought up on trials of treason, and technically, yeah, he tried to overthrow the Weimar government. But if you've ever seen footage, not footage, but ever see like court documents of that, like, the judge was on his fucking side. He was allowed to have this roaring speech that was completely... Like, you never get to see that in American courtrooms. You never get to see that in most courtrooms where, like, the defendant just gets up and just has just... It's ridiculous.
Completely, you know, go down this route of, oh my God, Donald Trump is an absolute criminal.
The call was evident that he was breaking election law. You cannot ask to find votes after the polls.
But it doesn't look like that's going to go anywhere, does it, really?
Yeah, it is dead. It is dead on arrival.
We're just going to go through some of these other polls that have closed. You can see Virginia there, 13 electoral college votes there, and too early to call at this stage.
We were laughing about this yesterday. Virginia is a state that Donald Trump reckoned he might be able to win, and you know, we were all discussing it with Lewis and saying little chance of that.
I mean, Harris would be in trouble if she lost.
But the key thing will be to see.
Oh,
the margin,
here we go. It's started now.
I mean, it was, I think,
break him if you got him, boys.
Last time, it has, you know, it had been Republican in the past. If Trump is able to eat into that margin in Virginia, and we'll look at some key districts as they come in, some key counties, particularly in the suburbs, then that would be good. If the margin is widening for Harris, then it'll be good for her. So even though it's probably most unlikely that that will flip tonight,
I feel like it's the fucking Normandy beaches. Hindsight will tell us who won. But you say that as like the ramps are about to fall down, you know? All you can do is kiss your little crucifix, get sick in your helmet, and just fucking move forward.
We've got an early opportunity, and they count votes very quickly.
But we do it together
to see whether there is a swing in either direction.
If some of the, I mean, Virginia's just over the river here. I mean, it's a huge state. It's got some suburban parts of Washington D.C. They're not, of course, because they're over the river. But Washington D.C. is spread out.
D.C. is
urban
such
parts there that are usually democratic, and then you go right the way down to the border with, where is it, North Carolina, I think, and the Shenandoah Mountain Range. These are very Trumpy parts of the world where Donald Trump can expect, obviously, to do very well. The question is how much he's been able to eat into the suburban parts. And
I still think he has no features
of how he might be doing elsewhere.
He has no features whatsoever.
South Carolina was just up there. The graphic from South Carolina was just there, and 9 votes are reliably red. So let's have a look. Look, it's very early days, but this is the race.
No point not watching it live as live can be.
County, 73% versus 71. Fort Wayne itself, in Allen County, 45% of the vote in, 54 versus 51. We've also got Hamilton County, which is down here, which is a wealthy suburb, effectively, of
You think he did a lot of coke before he did this?
It's definitely trending Democratic, but we can see that Kamala Harris, this is a county that Donald Trump won back in 2020, 52 versus 45 with Biden. Harris is winning with nearly 50% of the vote versus 48.6 for Trump. Obviously, got to be caveated because there's still only 58% of the vote in, and Indiana is not going to be contested, it's already been called, but it could indicate that perhaps if Donald Trump is underperforming with some of his more traditional voters, white voters, more...
By the way, on social media right now would be a great time to see how people who are grifters are showing their hands a little too early. And also gonna switch. If you see like someone screaming how Trump is going to has already been stolen from the election, and then it turns out the election was like he wins the election. Like, watch out for people like that. This is that time.
Voters and so on. That could bode well for the vice president, but of course it's very, very early days indeed.
Speaking of,
we've also had Kentucky called as well. There's no question again in the bluegrass state of any Democrat winning this. Bill Clinton was the last one to do so in 1996, but we can see there so far 9% of the vote in. Donald Trump way, way ahead. It does occasionally elect Democrats to stay white at office. Kentucky, there's a rather conservative Democrat governor there at the moment, but generally speaking, it is very conservative. So we know in Vermont as well. I mean, literally barely any votes on the board, I think, at all in Vermont, but we already know that it's definitely going to vote for Kamala Harris, the home of Bernie Sanders, of course, has one of the Senate seats there. But of course, we're all really, really waiting for what's going to happen in Georgia. This is the absolutely glittering prize that awaits either Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. And we have been saying, haven't we? We have been saying all throughout exactly what Kamala Harris needs to do, which is try and replicate what Joe Biden did back in 2020, which is try her best to run up massive margins all around Atlanta, all around Savannah. The
shouldn't be that hard. Trump is just being worse Trump than he was before.
This will be a really tantalizing glimpse when we start to get those results in from Atlanta. A big narrative of this campaign has been, can Kamala Harris actually command the same level of African-American black voter support that Joe Biden was able to do and that Barack Obama was able to do, and potentially even
gender is a big factor of
lots
this election.
Lots of conversation and lots of talk about her being somewhat more frail.
A lot of younger men, even black men, in particular,
when we start to get the sort of results in from places like Fulton County there, with the home of Atlanta itself, places like Cobb County and so on, we will start to be able to piece together and answer that question. That is basically the answer to the question overall, Mark, which has been, can Kamala Harris in this election not only maintain the Joe Biden coalition from 2020, but actually potentially also enhance and create and augment a coalition of her own as well. We've talked so much, haven't we, in the past about whether Donald Trump's coalition has been underestimated in the polls. Most of the pollsters have corrected for that. The big question for me in this election is, have the pollsters underestimated Kamala Harris's particular appeal? We'll start to find out when we start colouring in this map.
I just want to pick up on what you're saying there, Lewis, because we are getting some NBC News exit polls from Georgia, and what
do they say? Go away.
It's drifting, bleeding, hemorrhaging to the Donald Trump.
Right. So, Trump has two. All right. Now, obviously, can't watch CNN live. I can't watch any of the American one live because, well, it's just the way you guys fucking work. All right. Way too early to call yet. So obviously Trump is in the lead. I like to think that he's getting more votes because he's in like less populous
in the Rust Belt states as well, who were offended by that. Just because she is black, why does that mean we should be voting for her? Seemed to be the sentiment. But I remember in Georgia, in the southwest of Georgia, Columbus, a Democratic town, we went there a few weeks ago and went to a basketball court full of young black guys. And I was struck, perhaps because I'd made assumptions I shouldn't be making, that they would not be wanting to vote for Donald Trump. All of them I'm with the Trump man, I'm with Trump, I'm with Trump. They were absolutely with Trump. The question, and we will find out tonight, is whether or not they bothered to go and vote.
Well, I want to just ask Jerry about this because it's interesting because
like I knew a lot of people that said they'd go out and vote for Hillary, and they didn't. They just didn't. When it came to push and shove, I knew somebody who is in a deep red state, and when I asked, he said, my vote doesn't count. Fuck off with that shit. The Electoral College is pure shit, and it's why the Republicans have to hold on to it. If they lose the Electoral College, they lose America. They'll never get it back. Another savvier right-wing party will pop up. Ironically, it's probably going to be the Democrats, as more liberal parties will spring up. But the houses suck and aren't really all that useful. Just have direct democracy. It's not that hard to have, okay, yeah, I'm elected because all these people elected me. And I'm going to do everything they say. You know, these votes, they're important, but they're not as important as what we can all agree on. Oh, things. It's
originally 2016, it was the kind of a neglected white
fake Melania videos. Okay, that's something. This is insane. What's this then? She wears her sunglasses at night. Multiple posts and exit millions of impressions are falsely accusing of a fake Melania, called by Donald Trump campaign headquarters. That's not true. Melania was there. Oh, Georgia exposed no major shift among black voters to Trump. Well, well, well. Oh, it's an exit poll. Well, until we get actual proof.
Let's accelerate our transition to...
Fuck off. I'm gonna have to keep this on constantly, just to avoid the ads. 15 minutes. Woking. The West has fallen. They have a town dedicated to woke now. North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. Wait, was that from a Sussex Henry? Okay. Had bad luck with marriage, did you? Also, they gained a few seats, did they? Yeah. I mean, they could lose them, but we don't know yet. 218 to win, 2 to 10, 3 to 19. It's the not knowing. It's the not fucking knowing, you know? 3 million to pushing 4. Okay. So, Florida. Counting in. Georgia. Obviously, they're starting as the sun rises and sets, so yeah. Virginia, South Carolina, Massachusetts. Why is Maine hasn't been called yet? Let's have a look at Indiana and see. Not every color has been called out. Why was... Oh. Okay. That's cool. I'm guessing Dixieville was just really not that many people in it. So why did I let you zoom in one extra time? There's nothing deeper than the county, right? I'm guessing the townships? Out of all of these three, I actually like this one better because it's so much cleaner and straightforward. Let's add one more to the mix. Let's add MSNBC. And again, I can't actually show the footage because they just don't let someone from outside of America watch it. A bit generic. Virginia, Richmond. Is that close to Richmond got a red? Okay. So page, always good idea to reload the page. And I'm keeping this song up just because it will either be a song of victory or defeat. Results not in, results not in, results not in.
Introducing the new BYD CLU Super Hybrid.
Don't care. Also, what makes it a super hybrid? I say I don't care, and the first thing I do is have a follow-up question. Oh, I am not immune to propaganda. Oh.
Today, we heard from the FBI saying they believe they are connected to Russian
I like
domains.
whatever
And we
she's
heard from the
wearing. That's
Secretary
kind
of
of
State
cool.
as well,
And she's kind of
saying
cool.
that he's insistent that they won't be intimidated by this, but it does mean that there are delays at some polling stations, and I think it just raises the spectre. The controversy shows you what is at stake in Georgia. This, of course, back in 2020, there was that very controversial recount. Donald Trump famously reaching out to the Secretary of State, asking for him to find those extra votes to try and plug that deficit for him. He wasn't able to, and Joe Biden won it. Tonight, everyone in this room hopeful Kamala Harris can win again.
I'll pause it. I'll just let her play out. We'll know if something changes right quick. Yeah, like, don't forget, at the time when it came out, we didn't know all about that right away. That came out like a day or two later. You'd hear stories coming out like, God, do you remember all those reports coming out of like, oh, you have to find us these extra votes, or this is clearly rigged and shit like that. And it was the sort of the gibberish you get this night. Tonight, already, there must be tons of stuff that will be like muddying the waters. I mean, we've already had bomb threats, and there was that Russian stuff from earlier. The what was it? The FDA was going to be like disbanded under Kamala, when in reality it would be more likely to be disbanded under Trump. Oh, that was fucking Jean-Luc Picard there for a second. Like, wow, he gotten fatter.
MAGA capes, you can see them just gathering at the front of stage, where we expect Donald Trump to appear at some point through the night to give a speech, and that
We
is
expect it,
the big
do we?
question. You know, does he channel the story or his version of events towards something, an election process that has been rigged? He did it in 2020, remember, it's so important.
I like how we put that. He didn't say will his fans believe him? Will his supporters believe him? Of course they will. He could literally say, do not drink water. It is literally piss. And millions of them would die of dehydration.
Unusual states, Mark. The likes of Virginia, New Jersey, New Hampshire and New Mexico, they reckon that if Trump can do it there, or comes even close, then it's over for Harris, to use their expression. You'll remember that Donald Trump spent time this weekend campaigning in Virginia. They think there is a momentum that has built behind Donald Trump, and to that extent, they like the sound of a high vote turnout. Just one thing I would say, not about this place, but about Georgia. We've been speaking to Cordy and you've been discussing security issues. I was down in Georgia speaking to the man who was on the other end of that call from Donald Trump, looking for the votes. Give me a few extra votes, man. Brad Raffensperger is his name, Secretary of State. I have to tell you, never in the history of elections has an individual been more determined that it would not be messed with, that the count in Georgia would be seen to be underpinned by integrity. We turned up, and when you're foreign media here, it's often difficult to get access. You are at the back of
No, you're an English-speaking guy,
Brad Raffensperger had time for everybody. Come in, he said. We went to his office, and he reeled off the measures that they would take to ensure fairness and an authoritative vote. And the last thing he said was, look, if anyone has got any concerns, any doubt about what's going on here, give me a call. You've got my number. It's been made public. Call. If there's any suggestion of fraud,
it's not like we're going to end up having some sort of like
so there you go. That's
dates
the kind of
dedicated
mood in
to
Georgia
us or
with
anything.
a view to what was almost a prediction of troubles on the night. We'll see how these pan out in due course, but certainly in terms of the prep down in that state, then that was underpinned pretty tightly.
Okay, James, thank you very much. And as you can see, 4.5 minutes until the polls close in North Carolina, Ohio and West Virginia.
Yeah, and as we've been saying, North Carolina, another crucial battle.
Ohio used to be like the state. When I was growing up, Ohio was the state that broke or made like anyone. And it seems to have taken a bit of a back seat now. Sorry. When I said I was fucking popular, your dating app. In this case, it's Honey a Fish. Wasn't kidding. Of course, they want you to pay to find out who the fuck it was. No. Let's get back into it. We have about 2 hours, give or take, to go. Though it's quite possible that one of those like latecomers could decide shit.
Pretty well.
There's
If you
songs
compare
work left.
to
That's more
traditional
blues than I was
elements of
expecting,
this coalition.
honestly.
This is Sumter County here. This is the oldest county, the biggest population of over 65s of any county in the United States. You can see here we've got 95% of the vote in here, so virtually all of the votes still are in now. And you can see Donald Trump is on 68.4% versus 67.9% last time, so he's doing a bit better with this much whiter, older county, but not vastly better as he's doing to win places with more Hispanics, and we can see that mirrors exactly
Got
in the adjoining
another-
areas as well.
another
Citrus
House
County there,
vote.
of course, 70.1%, exactly what he got before in 2020. We look at Pasco County again, doing 0.5% better. These are all along big retirement villages, massive retirement communities along the west coast of Florida. So I think we won't probably be...
I remember in college, at one point, my teacher, it was a slow day, so she took us up to the computer room and showed us all a house that she was going to move to in Florida with her husband at the end of the year when she was retiring. And I asked an important question. You're immigrating there, right then? Oh, no. This is just where we will have a house. I'm like, oh, okay, so you're going to spend like 3 months of the year there. Like, no. Well, I'll spend... We're going to not come back to Ireland. And I was like, that's not how that's going to work. And she said, oh, no, a lot of people there, when they arrive, they all just go there. I'm guessing it's because they have a lot of money, are white, are very quiet and respectable, and also because they're old, probably just gonna die pretty soon, so... guessing it's some sort of like spoken agreement.
It's replicated in places where it does matter. I mean, the Latino vote
she's living there
is
now.
really important, and the
she's
reason
even
that
alive.
they are leaning in greater numbers
years
towards
ago.
the Republicans is because they are socially conservative, but also about immigration, which may seem odd, but they came to America in a legal way, and they're fed up with people coming over the border illegally.
Your face isn't done yet.
That means be quiet.
You just have a look at you have a look at the clock, and it's a good indicator.
I'm excited about this one.
It's a good indicator that we should all be quiet.
Shut your pie hole, freak job. It's showtime.
Well, it's 12:30 in the UK and
I hear it's a
7:30
bit
in
of a
the evening
dinky building
here,
to
and
live
polls
in.
are about to close in North Carolina, another
Same with
of
10
the
Downing Street.
battleground states tonight. And as we've been reporting, 16 electoral college votes in North Carolina. There are 37 electoral college votes up for grabs here, Ohio and West Virginia as well. But Mark Stone, North Carolina, another one of these crucial swing states that Donald Trump, it was the only one in 2020 that Donald Trump actually won of the battleground states.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a really important one. It is a state that when
Donald Trump,
Biden was the
23.
candidate, the Democrats had written off. They did not think that they stood a chance there. But you remember we were talking earlier about
he's
how
got
when
West
Biden
Virginia.
stepped down, Harris
Could've
took
told you
over.
that.
The race was overturned. Suddenly it became neck and neck very quickly. And North Carolina, for the Democrats...
More ads I shouldn't have refreshed that. Good to know. For some reason they want to sell me a TV. Cool. Don't care. If I remember right, didn't Trump get all his wins in early? In the last election? Where did I see that she had 4 votes? There! See? Why is that up there, but it's not showing elsewhere? Shut up with these fucking ads, Aussie? Aussie. Okay. So weird they're showing like a lion's mane. It's normally a man that does it. Oh, the Aussie. Never seen that on shelves.
Some people in the western part of the state were unable to vote, didn't get their ballot papers or whatever. It's going to be another of these issues.
Presidents get into trouble with hurricanes.
Not to extend the registration period there. They shut it down in spite of all the devastation that we saw from that storm. It's a bit surprising because buildings were flattened, and yet they would not give the folks an opportunity to register.
Yeah, I covered that a few weeks ago. I mean, it was devastating. What was also interesting was the disinformation that came out pretty quickly. You know, as you said, Jerry, it's a very Republican area. And Donald Trump was claiming that the federal authorities, Biden, was not doing anything to help. What was interesting to me going there was that the Republican voting public there were like, actually, the federal authorities are helping quite a lot.
Right.
So that kind of undermined his argument. But he was there. He was there very quickly,
They
campaigning
had
there around.
If I remember right, they got I remember that like Dutch woman they interviewed, and she's like, "Why aren't the government out here with radios and stuff like that?" And like, yes, Biden's government really let them down, and like. She was like, yeah, they kept putting words in my mouth, and I don't know why they did that. I was just, a few hours later, there were people around. Meanwhile, there were, like, right-wing militias looking for FEMA agents. And, like, the police had to arrest, like, 50 of them. The army had to arrest a couple of them.
In many of these states, that these suburban counties that could be tacking to the right, that's certainly what
all those
the Trump
fuckers are
campaign
voting right now.
Will hope. The extent to which they have, the extent to which different demographics in those suburban counties are fed up with the past 4 years of a Biden-Harris administration. We haven't talked about it a great deal yet, but
10%
is the problem that Kamala Harris has had through the course of her pretty short campaign is that she has struggled to differentiate herself from President Biden. She's literally the vice president. So to present herself as a change candidate has been really very hard.
Do you think she's too nice? Too nice. I mean, she could have been fairly...
She could have thrown him under the bus a while ago.
But I'm sorry to jump in here, but part of the deal for her inheriting his apparatus, I'm talking about Biden's complete organization, a bit of his funding and his donors, was that she wouldn't bash him, that she wouldn't trash his legacy. So she has to walk a really
if she wins, she will.
Because even when
they will 100% subtly be like, you know, I love Joe Biden to death. I hope the home that he's in right now is treating him very well. But, you know, he let us down in a lot of ways, especially if he dies in the next 2 or 3 years. Like, his legacy will be secured, but there'll be articles from, like, Vanity Fair and fucking, like, the Huffington Post, where there'll be aides that go like, oh yeah, she talks about how Joe just left her with a hot mess over and over.
For the reason you say, Azella, partly he's yelling, but partly she can't really distance herself from the president, because that would be incredibly divisive in the party, and you can guarantee that somebody in the White House would push back. At the same time, you know, she can't sort of claim to be something, you know, she can't be running on the president's record because he's very unpopular. It will be, if she wins tonight, it will be a remarkable feat for all kinds of reasons, but for that reason as well. And it will probably also say a lot about how unpopular.
Gore did get close.
Marissa, hold your thought, because we're going to lose Martha Kellner. I think Martha Kellner wants to get to the bar or something. I don't know. But Martha Kellner is in Washington with the Kamala Harris camp. So we spoke to James Matthews. He said that they think they've got the momentum. What do the Democrats think?
Yeah, I think James described it as buoyant down in West Palm Beach, didn't he? And I think it's a similar mood here. Just to explain where I am, I'm in a large grassy area in the middle of Howard University's campus between lecture halls and dormitories. And there's a large group of students gathered in the central area here. There's possibly a few thousand more on-risers to my right-hand side. There's a large group of young women who are wearing salmon pink and apple green, and those are the colours of the AKA sorority, which is the sorority that Kamala Harris was a part of when she was a student at this university. She graduated in 1986. She hopes she can return here as America's first female president, and they are readying themselves for a celebration here. There have been rehearsals, a young girl singing the national anthem, a choir as well. Who knows if they will ever get that celebration? And if they do,
for the loss.
it may be.
There is a chance that like Trump fucking swings the entire country, where she ends up getting like next to nothing, like barely any different to what she's got here, and he gets like everything. Or this could be the high point of his Go on, change. Change now, just for the memes? No. No. This could be the high point of his night. And she could get like just a, you know, like that. But one of these bars is gonna, probably both bars are gonna be filled up really high by the end of the night. One will be bigger, but will it be enough? Oh, it's gonna be a tight race. The next poll closes in 20 minutes in Maine, Missouri, Mississippi, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Tennessee. Pennsylvania will be an interesting one.
Could well be significant. They also say they're seeing a large amount of college student enthusiasm at Lehigh University. I was also there yesterday. Kamala Harris did a rally in Allentown, which is in that county, a key swing county. They're certainly saying that they're seeing positive signs. Obviously, it's very early, and they're bound to portray this sense of enthusiasm. But obviously, a lot of optimism here at Howard University. You can hear it's getting...
We have to keep you hyped, even though she won't be here for a bit. Woo! So I've got this open just as a sort of convenient thing. I got these motherfuckers smiling and laughing and talking and all that. Got this as just for this upper bar. And for anything in specifically that's like super interesting. County encompassing Reno, Nevada sees very high election day turnout. If nothing else, America is actually getting out for this one, which would have saved you motherfuckers so much problems in the past. Not just even this election or Trump or anything like that. Fucking Florida, have you considered maybe, I don't know, getting out just after 9/11 for the whole... It wasn't that. Before that. For the Gore Bush. Hurricane aid is going to get those who need it. Why you should avoid dramatic conclusions. Michigan's... Oh! Harris campaign deploys celebrities. Yes. Oh! Then it would be... I thought it would be this. So in 20 minutes, the next poll will close. We're still waiting for all this. That's it. Alaska, red. Hawaii, blue. Blue, blue, blue. I'm gonna say blue. I'm gonna say red. I'm gonna say red. I'm gonna say red. I'm gonna say blue. I really hope we get a Blexus, but I don't know. Let's say blue. Let's say red. I don't know about Montana. The Dakotas. How about... No, I can't just guess. I hate to say it. They're probably going to be both red. Nebraska. Red. Rest of the, like, Omaha's gonna be blue. The rest of the state. Kansas, red. Oklahoma, blue. As for all these, well, I'm actually gonna say Iowa's gonna be blue. But I don't know about the rest of it. Illinois, blue. Wisconsin, well, we all thought Wisconsin was gonna be blue line. Michigan. Blue, but not by much. Ooh. Ooh, Ohio's a bit rough. Virginia. Oh, Harris looks like she's doing all right. Harris looks like she's doing very good. Harris looks like she's pretty good in North Carolina, too. But then in South Carolina, Donald Trump. And Georgia. Ooh. Yeah, that looks about right. What if this time Harris wins the seats, but Trump wins the popular vote? Fuck's sake. Montana will probably be red. Like I said, I wasn't gonna follow every single. I wasn't gonna follow every single state religiously. I got vague awareness on the important shit. I say, while generally being surprised that North Carolina looks like it's going Harris's way. $7, $25, $23, $3. So we got 15 minutes. Oh, damn. Arrested with a flare gun? Man with a Stop it. Man with a torchlight or flare gun arrested at Capitol Visitor Center. Oh, Visitor Center. Was closed to tours for the day while the officers investigate. Man who smelled like gasoline and had a torchlight or flare gun and papers he intended to deliver to Congress. When has anything like this ever worked? He had documented possession, possessed video to get an interest in the Israeli-Gaza war. Okay. He was a crank. Alright. Putting a bit of a metal sheen on it doesn't change the fact that you guys pussied out Washington Post. I don't care what you think. Then I'm like, oh, she's kind of pretty. Okay, maybe I do care what you think.
At 7 p.m. locally, that's 9 p.m.
I like mousy girls. I like
if this formal complaint
birdish girls.
Give
me a pointy
then
nose.
That would extend polls by 2 hours.
Give me a crone. I like me a crone.
We should be hearing the results.
He's got like
if
a
that formal complaint
Egyptian
is accepted by Apache County,
eyes going
but it
on
would
there.
extend polls open longer for those who experienced any issues earlier here today.
All right, thanks so much, Blair Guile. Very important reporting from Arizona. Thank you. Our very own Rhonda Colvin joins us now from the Washington Post's election party. Rhonda?
That's right.
Rhonda, why are you cosplaying as Kamala Harris?
A party where some guests are looking at the returns tonight, and I am joined by our colleague David Ignatius, who is a foreign affairs columnist here at the Washington Post. David, we've been talking off camera, and I just want to ask you.
They're very glazed, aren't they? They've been like coated and
she didn't
shit.
have really a lot of time.
So she had a kind of, I like to say, immaculate conception.
One shot would ruin those pants for life. That's all I'm saying. White pants.
July, Biden was out and she was in.
Awful decision.
I'd known the vice president. I'd been to see her. I'd seen her overseas. Had a number of opportunities to talk with her, and I felt, I think as many people did, that she just hadn't found her footing as vice president. And what's been fascinating to me is that once she became candidate for president, she was sure-footed. She just seemed to me to grow as a candidate and personality. And I'm reminded, perhaps oddly, of Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton was somebody who just took energy from a crowd. He got lit up. You could just see it in his face.
You could see it, especially when the questionably young age girls were kind of like supporting him. He'd be like, hell yeah. And you just gotta wonder, don't you? Oh god, she's still going. She is. Okay. Wow, he looks like the guy who's presenting Oh, 7 Seas. I haven't thought of 7
Station
Seas in
includes the
years.
UK's #1 omega-3 to support your brain and heart.
Good thing they're offering it to people watching Sky News. More often than not, they're elderly people now.
And immune system. For comprehensive support, try 7 Seas omega-3.
7 Seas. Look at my teeth.
These states for a long time have remained the same, voted in the same way, but it's the key battleground states, 7 of them, that we are going to be watching very closely tonight. And of course,
imagine if the nukes launched now, all this stuff would remain.
Or viewers' attention to something that's really important about these elections.
I look at their office, looks more like a train station.
As a sort of red mirage, and it sounds a sort of bit weird. It sounds like a cocktail, doesn't it? But it's not.
I'd be down for a red mirage.
We've already talked about Florida, and we can see that Donald Trump, as expected, is doing well in Florida. He's currently 72% of the vote now in.
It's virgin. Praise Jesus.
Better than he did before, 51.2%.
It's Florida. What am I kidding? There's meth in it.
So we've got 12 million votes in the state of Florida. So we've got about 3.3 million remaining. But as we know, in this, well, it's an election, we talk about election night, but really what we have these days is an election season, because we've got lots of different ways that Americans can vote. We have got election day voting, we've got early ballot voting, early by mail voting, and early in-person voting. So there's...
Yeah, but you know, despite all that, there's only so many votes. So eventually, they got a few more. That's nice. And there we go. 8 Democrat, 26 Republican. Hell yeah. At least break the double figure, for Christ's sake. Clinton won Miami-Dade by 30 points in 2016. Historically won the big Democratic town in Florida. Lots of Hispanic and Cuban Americans signed Trump could be making roads within these groups. Well, it's because Hispanic people are naturally very conservative. But because here in the West, we see Hispanic people and conservatives are like, they aren't white. That's it. They're dirty, foreign, ugly people. They don't look like us. They don't talk like us. Conservatives won't use them. If conservatives in America embrace the Latino vote, there wouldn't be a Democratic Party within 50 years. Meanwhile, in the congressional races, Republican pick up West Virginia seats. I already knew that. Mail-in votes, Pennsylvania. Okay. We still got 10 minutes to go. If it wasn't so, like, constantly updating, I would change. I'd go and watch something else. It's just... we can watch something real briefly. We'll watch something in 9 minutes. Unless there's a major... Is Ohio going to be called? If so, I do hope it's Kamala. That'd be fucking dope. She's doing better than I expect. Same with North Carolina. I mean, we're not going to see a Florida or a Blexus. That's blue, Texas, and Florida, for those of you who don't watch a particular horse lord. What is Delaware doing? No, Delaware is not in yet. Yay. Jersey. If Jersey were to go red, I wouldn't be all that shocked. They don't like Trump as a rule, but, well, you watch The Sopranos, you know what they're all about. You can make some strong, fucked up arguments. A lot of people would listen. Alright, so in 7 minutes, a lot more polls will close. How's Twitter handling all this? Perfect time for it. Obviously gotta... This is from Andrew Tate. Fucking pot calling the kettle fake. This bitch isn't even on the phone. She's on camera, not a liar, shit actor. She's retired. You want her to run the country? Wow. I wish I could multitask while typing and also sucking cock. That is impressive. From Walter here. Tate's calls someone else all the time.
Oh, I love this map. Takes me back.
Is that you again, Joe, on my fucking team?
What? Why would this go? You can do this forever. They're AI voices.
Ah, Dorado. I love this map. Takes me back.
Is that you again, Joe, on my fucking team?
Oh, great. It's this guy.
Oh, GG, we lost. This is my rank up game, too.
We are not even out of spawn doors,
GG.
and this guy is already complaining.
Someone dodge, please.
You fucking insta-lock Zen again, and you're gonna feed again.
How many accounts do I have to keep fucking avoiding?
You are not beating the hard-stuck Masters allegations, Don.
That is so cap, Joe. You know, I was having a really good day today.
Don't care.
Went golfing, hit a few holes in one.
Don't
Wanted
care.
to solo queue some Overwatch to end the
Don't
day,
care.
and I see fuck.
Oh, hey, Raisin. Hope you did your part. Hope you're having a fantastic time in a state that's about to be cold. Hopefully for the best. I'm doing good. By the way, would you check your fucking Discord? I sent you a message. But we're killing time until till the hour when the next polls are closed. See here, the Don is Bernie in the lead, but Democrats finally got their double seat. Fuck yeah. Keep it up, boys and girls, MBs. Yeah, no, let me quickly check to make sure I'm not talking my ass. Where are you? Yeah. I did. DM'd you on Discord. Oh, one flipped. Womp womp. We're gonna see a few L's before, not even before, maybe before a few W's.
And part of the aim, look, that everybody understands there's a big gender gap. Trump is going to lose women.
Right, so everyone's just talking the standard shit. So we're killing time until the hour.
Can't wait until Blizzard fixed matchmaking. Jesus fucking Christ.
James Corden says he will treat UK if Donald Trump wins the elections. Americans, I beg you. Musk to spend election night with Trump. Oh, baby, don't threaten me with a good time. Now, I'm down for this because I believe we should embrace the crab. I think we really need to embrace the crab lifestyle. Okay. Also, I gotta get off my main feed Twitter while I'm without double checking it first. We can't have titties on my main feed. It'll be great for a few seconds, and then what happened? What happened? My channel got taken down. I got death threats. Many people say I'm into some mid women. That's bullshit. Okay, so let's see. Okay, they're still doing that shit. But oh, another yay for the Democrats. Let's keep that shit going. Thank you very much. Yeah. He looks so uncomfortable. Why?
Yes, but they have been all day counting in the building behind me. That's this
Philly.
is a former Bible printing factory that the state of Pennsylvania bought and has turned into a massive vote counting warehouse. And they've done that because they know that they need to raise their game, particularly when it comes to counting mail-in ballots, because the rules here means you can't open a mail-in ballot until the morning of the election, unlike other swing states. So Pennsylvania has this sort of crucial, paramount role as the swing
He's
state.
also got a good dimple on his chin there. Do you see that, folks? I do.
That's a lot more. So it is
That looks like a wasp
candidates
sting.
want to win, and it's hard to see a path to the White House that doesn't include picking up Pennsylvania on the way, but it is also potentially going to be one of the slower states to return a result. It certainly was back in 2020.
So I hope everyone watching did their voting.
Saturday, when they eventually announced that Joe Biden had won here by a whisker.
Don't want to hear that you're in a state that your party won't win, so you didn't bother. Unless you're a Republican, in which case.
Legal action disputes and claims of fraud and abuse in the election. None of them actually supported and found to be well founded in the courts, but certainly did a lot of damage to American democracy. So they say they've raised their game here. They've got a lot more vote counters, and they are trying to get through those mail-in ballots, and then they'll get going on the in-person ballots that are going to be arriving here, of course, during the.
You know who I haven't heard of this entire elections
even though they've raised their game,
past
it's
like
unlikely
month?
we'll get a result out of here tonight.
Bernie
It
Sanders.
could be a few more days to come.
Was he told to keep
All right,
quiet, or?
Dominic, thank you very much indeed. And, well, it's a big moment for the state where you are, because in about 30 seconds' time, we will be, they'll be closing. The polls will be closing in a number of states.
Yep.
And they're all worth about 171
This is
electoral college
this is the
votes. So
big
it is,
bite.
A big moment.
The evening.
And as you can say, I mean, there'll be other.
These have been the nibbles so far. Important for the grander scheme.
There, the polls will also close here. Actually, Washington D.C., which I don't think has ever been anything other than Democrat, but the polls there.
I think it was a Democrat when the Civil War was going on. Ooh. Ooh. I love all the graphics and shit.
There, so they are the states that are closing, but we can, in fact,
2790.
Major projection. It's 1 a.m. in the UK, 8 p.m.
Ooh,
here.
we could have done better with that.
And we are ready to
not done
make
yet,
a
but
major
still.
State projection.
Ooh. Okay, Oklahoma, red. Missouri, red. All right. I called Oklahoma's blue.
It is that Sky News is
Florida,
projecting
yeah.
that Donald Trump
By how
has
much?
won Florida. The state used to be a swing state, not so much
A million.
since the rise of President
Look,
Trump.
nearly
It
a
used to be
10.
the ultimate battleground in many ways. Ultra
Jill
close, of
Stein
course,
gets
in
nothing
2000.
and she's gonna like it.
537 votes.
Okay.
Out of 6 million cast then, but now
Florida's doomed. Okay, so Florida, obvious. Alabama, obvious. Tennessee, obvious. Missouri, obvious. Oklahoma, for me, not so obvious. Massachusetts, obvious. Maryland, obvious. DC, well, actually, no. No, let's have a look at Maryland proper. Oh, this map isn't the one that gives us all the... Thank you, Ireland, for always being late to the game. Maryland. Let's have a gander. All the counties haven't been fully tabulated yet. It's more of a broader... Of a broader thing. Where's the map? My map back. It's a good map. No, I don't want RTE player. There, Christ. Delaware hasn't been called yet. Okay, so Yeah. Can't say it's as shocking as that. I suppose the... Ooh. Bigger flip than I expected. Or bigger increase than I expected. Democrats 20. Well, the Democrats have bumped up in the House, at least. That's pretty good. And the Republicans double it. Not good. Harris 27. Trump 19. Democrats 32. Republicans 42. Okay, that's a closable number. And we haven't even remote like the... Oh my God, look at the difference. And that's just from Pittsburgh? Now, sorry there, Magicus. I know you're doing your part, but I guarantee you that Harrisburg will flip. And the surrounding areas will go red. But Philly? Nah, I can see Philly staying blue. Wouldn't know about Erie, Scranton, or anything like that. Of course, I say that about Magicus, but I don't know if that's his exact area. I just know he's in that ballpark, aka a quarter of the size of my own country. And I did it again. She's cute. That'll happen every hour now. Yeah. But it's the downtime, you know, it's not just the obvious, like, this is exactly what's happening. Rather, it's when all the slower tally votes come in. Is what I'm really interested for, you know? Don't care about this ad. Leave me be, ad. Huh, it's weird. She actually looked better when she was covered in mud. What can I say?
Versus Wade decision, the removal of that removed the constitutional right nationwide for access to abortion. And as Donald Trump likes to say, he threw it back to the states. And so what we are seeing now is individual states, as part of this general election, some states have got the abortion question on the ballot, and Florida is one of those. And voters in the state are being asked to say yes or no to what's known as Amendment 4, which could eliminate Florida's current 6 week abortion ban, which is, Yalda, one of the strictest abortion laws in the country. So Maine? Underneath the race that we're all focused on, there are so many other such vital races taking place in different states across the land.
You know, Mark, interestingly,
you're New England,
in places
and
like
you're
Florida
right by Canada. You should
Arizona,
be blue as fuck.
As you say, abortion on the
New
ballot.
Hampshire, the first one to be called, looks like it's going blue.
Some of the polls is, you know, your views on abortion and to sort of have these amendments. And people have said, no, we want to have reproductive rights in our state, but we're also going to vote for Donald Trump, which has been quite an interesting combination.
And so down ballot, as it's known, you will see potentially people voting different ways. They'll vote for Donald Trump, but then they'll vote to uphold the right to have an abortion.
Don't worry, folks.
The abortion
Donald
issue
Trump
has
will
got Donald Trump
protect
in
your
one
right
almighty...
to have an abortion. It's just... That's the sort of bullshit that just makes me think of the meme of like the woman talking about something like a Salon article, and then it's like every third heterosexual couple, and then it's like, have you read that latest Salon article? And then it's the most racist man alive that she's married to. Every third hetero couple meme. There it is. This. Like, she wants to be a part of the cool kids club, but she also likes having basically a serial killer as a husband. Like, he'd be a slave master, and he wants to be a slave master again, but he can't be. This is why I don't have any respect for people who are, like, really left-leaning, but they don't actually engage with it because of family. Anyone who remembers this, when I had Kai on, Kai lives with their parents who want to, like, send them to a religious conversion camp because they're trans. I called them out on this. They got very defensive. Go fuck yourself. I'm doubling down. You're an enabler. Anyone like that is an enabler of bullshit. And while I have sympathy, I can still fucking say, you've only got yourself to blame when the Gestapo break your skull. Because it was your parents who voted it in. And they won't be happy that you get beat up to death by the police and sent off and, like, I don't know. What did they do to that guy in North Korea when they gave him all those chemicals and he came out, like, mentally, like, degraded? He's like, he couldn't even speak. They won't be happy with that. No one is happy under fascism. But it'll happen. So don't vote fascist. Don't vote right wing. You want to vote? Vote a variety of left wing policy. Then you'll be happy. Oh, he's won Florida. It's already established now. He's won Florida. Look, it sucks. But yeah. I mean, I didn't like the amount of people who said that, oh, Florida's gonna go blue. No, there is a good percentage of blue people here. I mean, look at that. It is only 1 million in the difference. That's not that much, but still. No.
Elon Musk by your side. We'll see how that plays out in terms of coverage. Bear in mind, Musk has leaned heavily towards...
Oh yes, Elon Musk, the man who has to pay for his own clout.
Donald Trump. X has arguably been a Trump mouthpiece in recent weeks and months. Otherwise, Woody Johnson, former American ambassador to London, is with Trump as well. So they're having their private party. All the bros are in the house for the candidate who, of course, is try to tap into the bro vote of late. Many say that has been a mistake, and you know that.
At least American ads are a bit shorter.
Talking about the enemy within and so on. His advisors have been uneasy with that throughout the Trump campaign, which went from a position of winning just before Biden quit to where he is now. Not in a losing position necessarily, but certainly not in a guaranteed position of victory.
Let's see how... They don't seem smug over Florida.
So,
it's a bit
Trump,
weird.
projected winner of
because
Florida.
They knew Florida was a given.
Is it his home state? Is it his holiday home state? Is New York?
Well,
no, it's not New York. It's... New York is a big place and has produced many people, some of which it would rather have not. Trump is one of those. Florida, on the other hand, takes in a lot of people, some of which it really shouldn't be proud of.
Massachusetts there with 11 electoral college votes. No surprises. Kamala Harris taking that very
It's the spirit of Massachusetts. It's the
Let's have a look at
spirit of
Tennessee.
America.
11 electoral
Tennessee,
college
yep.
votes, and Donald Trump, again, no real surprises. He's the projected winner. Let's have a look at Maryland. 10 electoral college votes.
Not Maryland. Even I know this.
Again, I
Maryland.
mean, you know, we're so certain of some of these states and which way they'll go because not much changes. People vote in the same sort of way. So
Maryland.
they
have the coolest flag in America. America's got some cool flags, but I think the Maryland one is the best. Whoa. Oh, it's an article. Never mind. Yeah. You see that shit from like the Holy Roman Empire and shit. Out of all the flags, don't get me wrong, like American flags are usually much more simplistic, but that's the point. This is so bizarre, baroque in comparison. I always like the flag, American. There. Before I go off on flags, this is my favorite flag from any city anywhere. Don't even know how to pronounce the fucking place. But yeah, it's that thing. It's literally a bear cracking open an atom. That is some metal as fuck shit. That is something you want on your damn flag. You know, everyone has, oh, it's your town's mountain, it's a bird, it's a river, it's your coastline, maybe it's a motto. Bullshit. Get you a bear ripping apart a central piece of an atom. That's a flag that you can get behind. Fucking love that flag. My God, if Russia wasn't so Russia-ish, geez, nearly 100. Oh, Georgia. There goes Georgia.
So it does suggest that Georgia is once again going to be
still too close to call. I'm
calling it
now.
Battleground.
You can see some of the battleground states there. Let's just have a look at our map to 270, because that is the magic number that both candidates are working towards. Well, as you can see there, both sides building up in their columns. Donald Trump there with 99 electoral college votes. Kamala Harris 27. I mean, it's still very early in the night, so this doesn't actually mean anything at this stage. We're seeing states that are predicted to go.
White man.
I think the director just likes flying down the raceway
Which
there.
black women? 7% of black women are voting for Trump. That's still.
Look, I think the most interesting thing is which demographic is going to be the. Look, I think the most interesting thing is which demographic is going to be the. Is there going to be one demographic which has won the night for one side or the other? Is it
no
the chipping
one is
away
a fucking monolith
of the black vote who would, you know, the
But
Democrats
let's be real
have taken
here.
them for granted.
The garbage
for so long,
island thing has soured a lot of Latino
the black
people.
bro vote, as it's known. I mean, it certainly looks as though in North Carolina, Trump will be buoyed by the numbers we're seeing there. The NBC exit poll suggesting that 12% of black voters have gone for Donald Trump. 2024, 12%. We'll compare that with 2020, 7%. So that's really interesting.
Or is it going to be on the female vote? You know, the women that we keep hearing that will turn out for Kamala Harris. I was going to ask you, Mark, about Gen Z. There's been a lot of talk about young people and how they are likely to vote, and they're much more mobilized in this election.
Gen Z, young women for Harris. 67% of young women voted for President Biden 4 years ago. How much more growth can she get on what is a very high number already?
We're not going to get Lexus. I can tell you now, we're not getting
vote, Gen Z men. Jerry was talking a little earlier on, or was it Omarosa? I can't remember who, but one of them was talking about this idea that young men, the woke issue, they feel a bit left behind. They don't quite know what they can and can't say, political correctness, and so Trump's kind of no-nonsense, say what you like type of thing.
Okay, this is what you say. You see a girl you like, okay? What you do is this. Hey, breeder, get into my harem stable. I will make the financial transactions to your father unit. You know, classic romantic stuff. And you brand your logo onto her ass cheek, and she is now your property. There might be a contract, but whatever. No, mini golf. The name of the game is mini golf. Just ask them out the fucking mini golf. That way, if it's a date, then awesome. If it's not a date, you still have a fun day out. Same also applies for like a weekend market.
Podcast election, Mark. I like the sound of that. Anyway, I can't
Podcast
think
election.
Anyway,
Oh, 100%.
I just wanted to draw your attention to actually
Last one was
a state
probably
we haven't
the
talked
world's
about
first.
very much,
No,
which is a state
before that
which
was the
we're
world's
very
first
close to right now, and indeed a county we're
This
very
is
close
like
to
the
right now,
third.
which is Virginia. It's been a
Podcasts
solidly
are where
Democratic
it's at.
state since 2008. George W. Bush was the last Republican to win this state, and I wanted to draw your attention, though, in particular to Loudoun County, which is really not very far from where we are at the moment at all in Washington, D.C. It's basically a sort of wealthy suburb, or sort of what part of the sort of urban sprawl away from Washington. It's a state that has historically been Republican, but has been trending hard Democrat in recent elections. You can see that 95% of the vote is now in. It's one of the few counties we've got most of the votes in for. Kamala Harris is ahead. There's a difference between her and Trump of about 35,500, 56.7% of the vote. But I have to say, Team Trump will be pretty pleased with this, which is there's been a clear swing in a county like this, which should be swinging towards the Democrats to Trump. You can see Biden had 61.5% of the vote there in 2020. Now, Kamala Harris is getting 56.7%. There's only about 2,500 votes remaining in this county to be voted. So she's definitely going to win this county, no doubt about it. But it's entirely, you can see that the margin's gone right down. And if we look at the margin overall, we've got 32% of the vote in. Harris is ahead by 51.4% to 46.7%. We've still got quite a lot of rural counties to come.
This early thing for Trump, that if he does end up losing, in his little micro brain, he will really go, no, I was winning. 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 But at first glance, that looks so lopsided. And it might end up being
by 21,000 votes, but it's only 9% of the vote, so a long way to go there. Georgia, we can see we've got nearly half of the vote now in Georgia. There's a 10-point split between Trump and Harris, a difference of about 274,000 votes. Let's see what that means in numerical terms. So we've had 2.6 million in. We've got 2.8 million to come. Let's have a look in terms of what we've had so far. 81% has been early
so many of these votes are getting...
Donald Trump dominates on that. Early by mail is 5%, 2%.
Calculated so quickly. So we're now into the Midwest. Let's have a look at Kansas. Pretty close in Kansas. Surprised. Yeah, there goes the jump in that. Mississippi. Very early in Mississippi. Very early in Illinois. Oh, okay. Michigan started off strong for Kamala. That's good. And she's also got Ohio only by a little bit, though. Oh, damn. You can see? Look. Columbus dominating. Because it's an urban area. Dayton. Cincinnati. I don't know what's going on here. Athens. It's one of these three counties I've been to. And I'm gonna say it's... I don't even know how to pronounce it. Sesotho? And there's a town on the south here called like Ashford. That was me. On the north here, there's a town called Wheelersburg. And get this, I know a guy who's the sheriff of a town slightly to the west of Wheelersburg, and he is the eldest son of the woman who used to look after me when when my ma used to work up at the airport. And I went to Ohio and I had no idea he was only a few miles down the road. I remember when he used to go to college. He was a very good student too. He ended up moving to the States and being a woman, settling down, having kids, and becoming a cop.
Partisan on these election commissions, and they issued a warning to Donald Trump without really naming him, but saying that all he has been saying tonight in a couple of Truth Social messages, saying that there was a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia, also Michigan, in Detroit. They say is totally unfounded, and if anybody's got any problems, they are to come to them with them, but there's no evidence of cheating. They have no idea where this idea has come from that seems to be in Donald Trump's head, and no one else's. And
you see the difference between American news
the same
and
kind of thing. So pushing back pretty firmly the
news.
Philadelphia officials against this talk
They
of
will just outright say
abuse, which is exactly what we heard from Donald Trump 4 years ago. A bit later, I think, in the process. And the problem for officials across Pennsylvania is this is one of the swing states.
Hey everyone, if you're enjoying the stream, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Don't forget you got the links down below. Don't forget we have a stream goal. Anything given, greatly appreciated. And if you do, I will do a shot of whiskey. Also, don't forget that I am doing a stream tomorrow with Commissar Feelgood. J. Troy Doe, if he's down to clown. That he's kind of... It really depends on how bad work is. We'll either be praising or lamenting America. Either way, we should have a good bit of laugh. I should have actually given Feelgood a shout out tonight. Link down below, Twitch, Discord, Twitter. Oh, and obviously Streamlabs if you want to help out financially. But don't forget as well, I am on Blue Sky. Don't add me on that. It's low energy videos. There's no other low energy videos. It's your boy.
Josh Stein, the Democrat, is to win the governor race in North Carolina. Why am I telling you that? Well, that is interesting. It's not unexpected. It's interesting, though, because there was one massive controversy over the governor race there, because the Republican candidate for governor in North Carolina was Mark Robinson. A guy called Mark Robinson, the lieutenant governor currently. He was embroiled in a massive scandal.
Up to no good.
Up to no good. He made remarks
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yes, fair point. Remarks on an online pornographic site where he self-identified as a perv, called himself a black Nazi.
Yep.
I mean, it was a disaster for Trump because Trump had endorsed him so, forcefully.
Yeah, that was
so I think
that was
he's lost.
fucking wild. Like he would say that like Hitler made a lot of good points, and you know, like he would have probably fought with the Nazis in World War II. On a porn site, he just outright declared how, like, he was up to some like interracial shit. Don't get me wrong. If I type up Asian anything, Latino something, black, as usually, hell yeah. But I don't do it to destroy the Latino race or weak, pathetic Asian girl submits to my powerful white cock. Shit like that. That's the sort of shit he was watching. And it reminds me of what people say about Jesse Lee Peterson. Who, you gotta wonder what he's up to tonight. Amazing.
the school boards in schools across Loudoun County have been on fire over the course of the past few years over the issue of wokeness in schools and how
wokeness in schools, aka
really interesting.
So the South fought for slavery and the North
worse than
fought to
Biden
free
in Loudoun County. That will be good news for Trump.
Yeah,
that would be woke.
We'd try in a second and talk to Lewis about this gender gap, but because
women
it's interesting because
have been known
NBC
to
News
invent
exit
things.
poll, our affiliate's exit poll, is talking about this. The gender gap holding pretty steady, according to the poll. Currently, women are breaking for Harris by a 12-point margin. 55 to 43.
Let's see that
Meanwhile,
number down the corner there in the blue go up.
Margin, 53 to 44. And that 21-point gender gap, pretty similar to what was seen in 2020 and 2016.
About a week ago, I was talking to Democratic Party officials in Pennsylvania
13
who were very
million.
excited by the fact that a lot of new female Democratic voters, young women who were registered as Democrats, had started to vote early, which was good news for them in Pennsylvania. But conversely, in Arizona, a lot of new first-time voters who were young men, Republican registered, were voting. So you could see how, once upon a time, you could clearly see within a state how it was going to go. Now it's sort of
this
like
peanut
different counties
that has gained sentience is 100%
within each
correct.
state.
Yeah. Jerry, I mean, do you think this this gender gap? I mean, it's obviously a real thing. And we were just interrupted our conversation. I mean, do you think it bothers Trump, or do you think the women think? Because he hasn't made much attempt to win the women's vote, has he? Or what did he say? He said, "I'd protect them whether they like it or not."
I don't honestly think it can. Look, I think Trump. I don't think anything.
I got to
really
just there like, isn't it
Trump.
funny that he's
really
talking out of his ass?
Regards things as a political problem. I think he's very absorbed with himself. He thinks about himself as a kind of world historic figure and. If he wins an election, he wins an election. And he would say, look, I'm making incredible inroads among Hispanics, which he clearly is. If those exit poll numbers are right, he's getting over 20% maybe of black, 25% of black men, which would be an extraordinary number if that's true. Again, very big if, but if it's true. And he'll just say, look, I've got this enormous support. And by the way, white women are voting for him.
There it goes again.
Close, but they're sort of a margin, by a narrow margin they're voting for him. I think he would say, look, I'm building this big coalition and, people love me.
Yeah, you go.
Sorry, go ahead. We are going to bring in some latest news that's come in that we can project results for Arkansas. And again, as we were saying, it's not an error when you see that 0%. There are people working behind the scenes, giving us a sense of who is going to win. And no surprises there. Donald Trump, projected winner of Arkansas.
Republican in 10 of 13 recent elections, and only 3 times went blue. 2 of those would be with Bill Clinton.
Bill Clinton, of course,
favoured son.
Forget that now the governor is Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who used to be the press secretary. So she also led a big effort to make sure that not only did he won, but that he won by a large margin this time.
Well, we're going to have another Donald Trump former press secretary.
It's almost like you could call these with pretty fucking.
The former first lady, though, didn't do so well in Arkansas. Hillary Clinton. Trump, I see here, got almost double.
You could almost call them in advance and just kind of roll with it.
been kind of a little bit off message on things like Israel. He's been, you know, one of his speeches just in the last week, he gave a long talk about, you know, how, you know, the Palestinians had rejected peace deal after deal after deal, and in Michigan, exactly.
I wonder which way these
you know, which
states
wasn't
are
really
going.
probably what that audience in Michigan, in Dearborn, Michigan, wanted, which is a heavily Arab American.
That
probably didn't want to hear
backfired
that.
in you know, quite a big way, actually. At the time.
I mean, I don't think Clinton's been. I don't think Clinton's
But it
been
is
helpful.
important that at least the Democrats can pull from their former presidents and their former vice presidents to come out and be surrogates.
Well, like
I can't
Biden's
say
been
that.
Joe Biden's
I
been
can't
really
say
helpful.
at all that Donald Trump can. In fact, his own vice president has rejected his candidacy and spoken out against him. So I think, although Bill Clinton is not the most effective surrogate, he is at least a surrogate who's willing to speak and say positive things about the candidate.
Well, of the other former presidents, we know that Jimmy Carter, who is still alive and is down in Plains, Georgia.
Everyone's
he
like,
voted.
yeah, I'm shocked too, right?
He did. From hospice, he did.
Yeah, remarkable. But interestingly, George W. Bush, he has not been vocal at all. There was a weird rumor, and I have no idea to what extent it was ever possible, but there were suggestions he'd turn up at the Democratic National Convention. He didn't, but he's been quiet.
Yeah,
I mean, you know, again,
I
sorry to,
would have if I
but-
was Bush, I would have, because Bush doesn't support what Trump is, because Bush is like an old school conservative, like quiet Christian, what the Republican Party used to be. And like you'd have been raised to be this sort of sweet little thing, not quiet in the corner, not making a big deal about himself. Very, very like Protestant, very Protestant, underwhelming. And then, you know, his dad hated Trump. His dad hated Reagan.
I don't know if he's in Delaware now watching the night unfold, or where he's in the White House.
I wonder how he's feeling tonight.
I'd be curious to know
There
that
was
as
some
well.
statements that came out.
Yeah, we're not
saying-
hearing about Biden either.
It's 8:30. I mean, it's gonna.
Listen, if
there
I
were
were
some
not there,
statements
I'd be
saying that he was going to quietly watch the results this evening.
Yeah. On Sky News, maybe.
Maybe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's catch up. Let's catch up with what we know results-wise, and have a look at the big one we know so far. Florida, 30 electoral college votes, and that goes to Donald Trump with actually quite a surprisingly large majority.
Yeah,
Trump won
Jesus.
2016 by 1% percentage point, 2020 by about 3 percentage points. I mean, that's...
Well, but there was no money really spent in Florida. Let's be real. They did.
That's not even like the biggest thing. Like Florida has a very right-wing governor and has increasingly developed a sort of rapport with the conservative elements of the Hispanic community, aka all of them. After all,
For Donald Trump, your hands together. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump.
like, did the Democrats? No, they went down different paths, but like, Florida was not going to turn blue. I'm genuinely surprised so many people voted blue in Florida. Now they'll regret it when the emergency aid stuff isn't flowing in because he cuts ties with the federal government and all that shit. But yeah, no, like, it's not that shocking. You know, we haven't heard of Fox this entire night. Let's do it. I'm drunk enough to care what they think. care is a strong word. See how they spin it, even though he is absolutely livid with Fox. Fox News projects Pennsylvania becoming latest battleground state. It's always been a bastard. No, so I haven't heard of this anywhere else but here. Counties to watch out, battleground state, swing state order, recount. Even just how they present shit is kind of telling. What? That's not true. Social media erupts over First Lady Jim Biden election day outfit. Yeah, that's... Oh, because she's in red, and red is the Democratic... Yeah, okay. Let's see the political cartoon of the day from this. Greetings, I'm the American dream, bringing of hopes to those who work hard to defeat barriers to success. About home prices, mortgage rates, crime, fentanyl. Crime and fentanyl are the same thing, retard. And yeah, I don't fuck it for that one. You get a free R word. I'm drunk enough, and also a Riri. You don't want what I got in my skull. Escalating conflict in the world that could lead to global war, border crisis, national debt. I'm the American dreams, bringing... Can it, sweetheart? Okay. Listen, that's funny. Inflate your joy with vibe. Artificial everything. Okay. Now, would you step this way? We present our closing argument. Oh. Off to the poll. Okay, does that imply... Wait, does that imply that... Fuck it.
Let's just have a
listen. That's why I don't go to Fox.
Listen to what Barack Obama had to say.
Speaking to men
That's
directly,
definitely more interesting.
part of it makes me think that, well, you just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman as president. And you're coming up with other alternatives and other reasons for that. I think you have to ask them, well, how can that be? Because the women in our lives have been getting our backs this entire time.
Yeah, you see, it's
Well, and
interesting.
he even whacked his finger. I don't know if you saw the last
What would
part
they
of that.
think of that, you see?
No, what could that entail? I'm surprised he didn't stick his nose up going, oh, you know, like do the nasal talk. Mm-hmm.
From what they're actually saying. And what I think African American men are saying is see us, understand us, and don't just come around and appeal to us every 4 years.
It sort of reminds me of that
Yeah,
Hillary Clinton
but
moment where
when Trump will talk to you guys next, it will be get back to the fucking cotton fields, and then use a term that you've heard in many a song, but white guys tend to not say usually all that openly. So maybe don't vote for him. Tossing it out there. You know, it's not like there's an election out here in Ireland between, say, a boring party known for occasionally being corrupt and the literal King of England. Like, it isn't like the Charles Party and the We Could Do Better Party, but we could also do worse. Little brackets either side there. We don't have that. If we did, everyone would always pick the we could do better, but also worse party. Because we don't want to go back. We gotta go forward. The world's gotta move forward.
That is your vote.
That's right, and that's not fair because we're not monolithic.
It just comes at the time. The British Conservative Party has just elected a black woman as its leader. And nobody really talks about it. It's not, you know, it's not.
I wouldn't
it's not
say that.
expected. I know there are people on the left who expect blacks to vote for Labour, but you know, that to me is the way I think. You know,
Labour's
the
gone
sort of
fucking
the sort of
weird.
obsession with racial identity, and somehow that you have to be, you know, that if you are of a particular race, you have to vote in a particular way. You know,
Again,
Britain's
I'm
leading the way
surprised
on that,
Texas is
demonstrating
so
that's just not
tight.
true.
It's going to go to Trump.
President Obama has done this a number of times. I mean, even with the Arab and Muslim vote in Michigan, he made a statement like, you know, you're going to vote for a man who imposed
There
a
we
Muslim
go.
ban. Is that what you want to do? When there was concern that the uncommitted or those who were worried
Damn,
about
that's
how
tight.
the Biden-Harris administration has prosecuted the war in the Middle East.
Yeah, and I put the issue of whether, you know, plenty of people believe that Donald Trump is racist. He certainly has dog-whistled to white supremacists over the years. And I put that to Lorenzo Sewell in his church. And he said, look, I don't think he's racist. Yes, I think he's coarse at times. I think he probably does, you know, try and dog whistle to different communities at times. But ultimately, he said, I'm not voting for a pastor. I'm voting for a leader.
Okay, why would you vote for a man who wants to get the right wing on board? I've said this before. There's only one time I would ever stand shoulder to shoulder with extreme right wing people or like Chinese soldiers and shit like that. And it's if aliens invaded. And the aliens would have to prove that they're 1,000 times worse than anything we've ever thought of. Like using us for food and shit like that. And we'd have an Independence Day sort of moment. Then, yeah, then I'll fight alongside neo-Nazis. Fuck it.
Surrogates, it's the current president.
We have a guest. We have a guest.
We
have
do.
a guest. We can speak to Catherine Whiteford, co-chair of the Young Republican National Federation, who is in North Carolina.
She's too goth
I think,
to be Young
yes,
Republican.
Concord, North Carolina.
You know,
well,
she's
that
been-
is a key swing state. What do you think will happen there?
There are some streamers out there that have opinion on this one.
The early reporting has already been coming in, and so far it's looking pretty good for Trump, although obviously it's still a little bit early to tell. But the last two presidential election cycles, North Carolina has gone for Trump, although by slim margins. So it's expected that North Carolina will probably go for Trump this time around as well.
It does look like it.
What do you think the issues will be that decide things there?
You know, I think that the biggest thing is the economy. Obviously, we're all feeling our pocketbooks. People that are my age, we can't afford to buy a home. And
You couldn't afford to buy one under Trump. Couldn't afford to buy one under Bush. Couldn't afford to buy one. It started to become next to impossible under fucking Clinton. Inflation is the name of the game, honey.
came to the hurricane and hurricane
Don't worry, you can always
response.
take out a massive
The
loan.
lack
What's the
of
worst that could
response
happen?
from the Biden administration for almost a week.
Don't look at those interest
and
rates.
Also, but at the same time, being able to send funding to Lebanon for foreign wars. And so I think a lot of people are looking at, you know, why is it that America isn't being put first, especially when Americans are literally dying because they aren't getting enough the help that they need in the time frame that they need in order
He's going to
come out
send
alive.
vast sums of money
You know,
to
something
the
that we have
tin
been
pot
hearing a lot
dictators
from
he
young
likes.
people in this campaign is their concerns around the economy. They're saying that they've been left behind, they haven't been able to purchase a home, they're worried about, you know, taking up multiple jobs. Do you think that Donald Trump has resonated with young people, especially in a state like Carolina, because North Carolina, because of course they do have that research triangle, the tech hub, where there are universities, there is a lot of young
Did she
people who
say
live there as well.
research is
And
research?
you know, the Harris campaign is expecting to tap into that for themselves.
You know, I think that there's obviously going to be some of the young voters that are going to be going towards Kamala Harris.
they making it?
But I think that it speaks a lot, and I think that it resonated with me
She's
and a
got
lot of
30
my
here, but she's only
fellow
got
young
27
Republicans, probably also independents as well. I do have independent friends that have said that they weren't initially supporting Trump, but the pick of J.D. Vance was something that helped to sway them. And
No, lady, what you're describing are conservatives. They're just conservatives. Why would anyone support Trump over Vance? Vance is like the default dude character in a MMO, like Caucasian 2. He's just a guy, but not like Walz, who's an actual person. Like, he feels like someone who's like a neighbor. Wouldn't think of anything. Polls close in Michigan. Polls, yeah, 2 a.m. Minnesota. That's in less than 15 minutes. Sweet. So I don't like the way it's getting very red so far. I don't appreciate that. I don't like the way a lot of the potentials are also going to go red. But there's still so much more of America to go, and not all of these are guaranteed. Let's see. So this looks like it's... Texas looks like it's going to go red. Kansas looks... Oh, I might have been right. No, I was wrong about Oklahoma. I called Kansas. It looks like Kansas will probably go blue. That's good. So, red, blue. Blue from Illinois. Good. Blue from Michigan. Good. Trump's winning back Ohio. Red. 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 Just now. Delaware's not been called yet. It looks like an ice cream. Look how small Delaware is. I passed through the outskirts of Wilmington. That's about it. Blue. Pennsylvania going blue would be pretty fucking dope. Blue. 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 Red. Again, Maine. Don't like that Maine is getting... that. But I suppose we'll find out in the next 10 minutes, right? Alright, lady. What are you saying?
Government to have that kind of power to do that at the national level. I think that a lot of people would say no. And obviously, Republicans and conservatives that are pro-life would say the exact same thing on their side. So I think that it is better for everybody involved in the United States of America. Something that we're going to be all able to live with is something where you can choose at the state level as to what those policies look like.
But states' rights suck balls. Why should a black person starting from one blue state have certain rights, and then they pass into another state, and then they have less rights, and then they have more rights in a blue state, and then less rights in a red state as they travel along? Like, you gotta go to the front of the bus, you gotta go to the back of the bus, you gotta go front of the bus, you gotta go back to the bus. When they should have equal rights always. Same for women. Hey, I'm carrying a baby I don't want. I'm gonna kill it. I'm just gonna get flushed out of me. Boom, done. My body, my right. Yeah, because the baby has to live. Okay, and they're gonna look after the baby? No. No, that's your job. That's socialism otherwise. Kidding? Still baby. No, but Jesus.
Not a great sign that for her, particularly in those wealthier counties. Actually, let's just have another look at that just to remind you. It's all about Loudoun County here. This is a wealthy suburb of Washington, effectively, in the northeast of the state. Again, it is a county that Biden won absolutely handily, crushingly in 2020. Again, Kamala Harris is going to win that state, but she's a good 6 or 7 points down on where Biden was in 2020, and nearly all of the vote
wealthy Democrats
is in there. Let's have a look around. Let's have a gander around
like
the rest of the map, see where we are. North Carolina, 26% of the vote are now in, 53 to 45. It's too really early to talk about anything there definitively.
I gotta say,
in
Trump is
Georgia,
unfortunately
now
better than I thought he
64% of
would.
the vote in. Donald Trump is up 52
So my
to
goal
Kamala
of him
Harris
being
is
fucking
47.
trounced
Again,
is out.
there's still quite a lot of vote outstanding, and a lot of vote
Obviously.
outstanding in particular in these
got a long way to
suburbs
go,
around
yeah,
Atlanta. So
but
we've still
still.
got quite a lot to come in from DeKalb. We've still got quite a lot to come in Fulton, 72%. Again, Kamala Harris is doing just about as well, more or less as Biden did, maybe a little bit worse, doing better in Cobb and so on. And if we could just have a look at, let's have a look here now as well, at what's going on in Texas. Not a state that is going to be competitive. Donald Trump is going to win Texas, but again, it will give us some idea about what's going on in terms of the Hispanic vote and so on. We can see 57% of the vote in, 52.9 to 52. We can see Kamala Harris, again, doing about a percentage point worse than Joe Biden did in 2020. So she's holding her own, but is generally down in most places. We can certainly say that. I think what we can say from these results, Mark, Ialda, is that at the very start of the night, we were talking about the possibility, could there be a Kamala Harris blowout, particularly in the Sun Belt and so on. I think that is looking unlikely. I think more and more, as we're seeing from this results, that Kamala Harris is going to be dependent, if she's going to pull off a win, on what is going on in the Rust Belt, the traditional Democratic blue wall states. Let's have a look at what's going on in Pennsylvania. We've got 13% of the vote in there so far. I mean, it's not enough to really say anything either way. Just to kind of give a slightly more sort of global picture, though, let's have a look. So many of the counties we can see, there's still a third of the vote to go, half of the vote to go, whatever it happens to be. There are about 200 or so, just over 200 counties where we've got over 90% of the vote in. So we can do a pretty accurate like-for-like comparison with 2020 to 2024 and look at the swing. And look at this, you have to say, of the 220 or so counties where we have over 90% of the vote, Trump is up in 203 of them. So compared to Kamala Harris being up in 15 of them. So one way or the other, again, it doesn't say anything definitive. There are hundreds, thousands of counties still to come in from throughout the United States. And it could be that most of these will be more rural, sparsely populated counties. So they will trend towards Trump. But it is clear that the former president, I should say, is holding his own.
Lewis, thank you so much. I just want to pick up on what Lewis was saying there, actually, about Virginia, because, Mark, we were joking just yesterday that, you know, it's not so much about the states that'll go quickly. That doesn't really say much. It's where states that should comfortably go to one candidate or the other, we start to see things like what we're seeing now in Virginia. And as Lewis said, I mean, there's still 50% of the votes to be counted. The fact that it still looks quite neck and neck.
Yeah, is there a pattern emerging? Answer potentially yes. I think, you know, half an hour, three-quarters of an hour ago, I think the Democrats would have been really hoping that what we're seeing play out in Florida, where Donald Trump is doing better than perhaps it had been expected. I mean, he was going to win it, of course. Was that localized, or is that something more widespread? It's looking as though it's more widespread. In simple terms, Kamala Harris needed to do better than Joe Biden was doing 4 years ago in these states, because she needed to make up the numbers, and it looks like she's not.
Yeah, well, that's, you know, something that we're
You can tell they've got their preferences, but they
don't
want to say
trends.
it.
I mean, again, it's still
They've been
early
given
in the
an
night,
MO
still
before the
a lot
start
of
of the
speculation. We saw Georgia there and North Carolina, still too early to call at this stage, but it's fascinating what we're seeing developing.
I think what Lewis said is exactly right, which is that hope that the Democrats had that she might be able to pick off, say, in North Carolina, maybe Georgia. We'll see. We've got the Western, the Sun Belt states in the West to go still, Nevada and Arizona. We'll see about that. But the hope that she might be able to pick off one of those, so making her dependency on the northern blue wall less. I think that is steadily fading. Very strong Trump performance in the South. We've now seen Florida.
Yeah. The South has fallen indeed. There's no way of, I mean, like, on the map, he be kicking ass. I don't like it, but he be doing it. Here's the thing, like I said, the difference between them and us, if he wins, he's gonna win fair and square. If we win, we'll win fair and square, but they won't admit it. Trump won't be like, yes, we lost. She had more of the Sigma. I had no Riz. I'm a beta cup. 4 years of Donald Trump. I'm just so glad he's so inept. But he might win. We'll see, won't we? Look, I'll say this now. On the off chance, on the possible chance he wins, you gotta be able to roll with it. For most of us, we rolled with it for 4 years. We can do it again. Is he gonna overthrow America? I don't think he's competent enough to do it. But there'll be some sad fuck-ups, changes, good people die. Now, if he loses tonight, will he have another hissy fit? I hope so, because I don't think America will put up with it. Even if this means another assassination attempt, hopefully this one was someone who's fucking competent.
They're watching, they're hopeful, but again, what's absent really is that Arab American support today. I mean, Wayne County, where we are in Detroit, is the largest population of Arab Americans in the United States. And again, many of them are abstaining, voting for Jill Stein as a third-party candidate, or voting for Trump just out of sheer desperation as to what the path can be forward. They said they've lived through 4 years of Biden and Harris, and their only option, they feel, is to see what Trump might do in the next 4 years, though it might sound odd to some people who know how kind of close and cozy Trump and Netanyahu are.
Oh,
but it's
dude,
just,
they're gonna be like, oh, we should have voted for her. As he just like nukes Mecca.
Voters. There's obviously a huge black population here, and the people we've spoken to from the black community are so
he has a
amazing
list
and so hopeful
of
by
like
the prospect that the first female president of the United States could be a black woman, and that is what we've seen here. African American community, leaders of the African American community, hoping that today they will witness history being made.
That would be pretty cool. A lot of people are kind of forgetting that.
Very much indeed, and we are
here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go again.
The morning where you are, and it is 9 p.m. here in Washington, and we are about to have a number of states.
I wonder if the Young Turks are like drinking as heavily as I am right now.
Well, as we were saying, and as we were hearing there from Yusra, one of those key swing states, Michigan, with 15 electoral college votes,
give us
up
more
for grabs. In total, at this time,
both Dakotas,
closing 163 electoral college votes are up for
Georgia's up in the air.
grabs, and that includes Arizona with 11, Wisconsin 10. Michigan 15, and a handful of other states that you can see there on your screen, including Texas.
Yeah, well, Texas was... But we can get Plexus. No, we can't, dingus. Okay, it's not happening. There. Hell, this map isn't even fully ready yet. Where's Wyoming? Really? Oh, right, it's not even... Okay. What? Why are they showing this? Come on, update it right. And update it right. Let's see, the ones that they have here. Yeah, Wyoming, there. Christ. Thank you. By much? Doesn't say. Alright. So, yeah. We're gonna get some more blue on this map. Come on, blue team, you're letting us down.
11 electoral college votes.
Oh, Arizona's gonna be red.
Here as well
as
a Senate seat. Wisconsin, 10 electoral college votes. Again, too early to call a crucial swing state. And as we were saying earlier, it's these northern states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, part of the Rust Belt, that was often considered the blue wall, and Donald Trump smashed that blue wall in 2016.
No one saw
Joe
Wisconsin
Biden was
coming.
able to gain those back, although they were 3 battleground states in 2020, and just by the smallest of margins, he won in each of those states.
Yeah, and look, I'm really interested in which way Michigan's going to go. I spent a week there the other week, as Yusra has done now. 3 demographics that I think are really important there. The Arab American community, as you say, Dearborn, the cities of Dearborn and Hamtramck are 2 Arab majority cities where the mayor of Hamtramck, who we spoke to, has come out in support of Donald Trump. He has endorsed Donald Trump. And what struck me as being really interesting there is the focus, the headlines are all about Gaza. This is why they want to support, they don't want to support Harris. It's because they're upset about
Nebraska,
the Biden policy on
Kamala?
Gaza. But I found it runs much
Really?
deeper than that. It is also about social issues. The Arab American community is naturally socially conservative. It was only after...
Yes. And are they is the Conservative Party really starting to think about siding with more brown votes? Because if they start siding with more brown votes, then they're going to have a massive advantage. A massive advantage. If you bring in more Hispanic votes, then guess what? You bring in a bunch of Christians who believe that men should be men and women should be women and a man should be manly man and women should be pretty and dainty and quiet in the corner. Exactly what a bunch of them fucking claim to be. Oh, Maine's swung back. Okay. New Hampshire looks like it's... Oh, yeah. Definitely. Definitely. Wow, Rhode Island's pretty fucking tight, but... Connecticut? Eh. The good old-fashioned state of New York, which of course includes Manhattan. I almost think that Manhattan should have its own separate seat. It's so huge. But how would you justify that? Because considering that New York is divided into all the other states. Let's see. Donald Trump is going to win Virginia at this rate. North Carolina. Georgia. Mississippi. Oh, well, certainly Louisiana. Getting to Kansas. Okay. I didn't think Kansas had that many votes.
Number may have stayed.
But into that uncommitted.
This is why all that. This is why all that like election interference. You know, people going up to courts and claiming that you have to hold this election back for this many hours or this many days or order a recount because of these illegal immigrants or this obscure bylaw or some shit like that. This is what the Republicans do. Because a lot of these states would be already in by now. They're not. Because of, like, slowdown, interference, and then you get stuff like a judge extends voting in Pennsylvania County following bomb threats. See what I mean? Hundreds still in line to vote in Arizona minutes before polls close, there'll be people in Arizona who won't get to vote. Polls are closing in 15 states, including battleground states. Official destroyed suburb pick up memory cards in precinct, try to speed up vote count after long lines. This is exactly the shit that people like Vosh would go on about. Like, what's the point?
The polls close here at this polling centre in Scottsdale.
I was
The
not
group of people
expecting
behind me
I
cheering. There's
like the
campaigners in
dreads.
and around the polling centre, obviously trying to encourage people on their presidential ballot, but also the number of measures that are on the ballot here. And so much of our analysis over the course of the evening has been granular because it isn't just about those swing states, it's also about those swing counties. And Maricopa County, where I am, there's 6 in 10 of Arizona's voters are here. It's a county that is larger than some states, so whoever wins here will no doubt need to do well in Maricopa. I've spoken to someone who's already voted in the county. Deb, she's with me. You are a Republican voter, as you can see from your hat.
Yeah.
Just
No,
first of all,
I
tell
couldn't
us
have
why you
told.
voted for Donald Trump and his vision of America.
Well, his policies, we've lived through them for 4 years.
And they
now
weren't
we've
great.
not had them for 4 years, so we can really tell the difference. But, we had a safe,
Based
secure
on
border
what?
before.
No, you didn't.
And we had not as much crime. We had low inflation with him.
No,
and no
no.
wars at all.
No, that's
there.
also
And
not
all
true
these
as well.
broke
Why
out
do you lie?
As soon as Harris and Biden.
I love how he's not calling her out at all on all those lies.
This is a razor-thin election. How are you feeling about tonight? Some of the mood music is suggesting that Donald Trump is picking up.
He won't want to
demographics that
recount.
might not.
Yeah, oh no, he won't want to recount. Furthermore, when people say, hey, maybe ask for a recount, like someone in the back, he's going to go and... Ooh, what if Jill Stein asks for a recount and he has her arrested and shot? There's some fucking irony.
And oftentimes we talk about his rhetoric, we talk about falsehoods associated with him as well, but he's still here and he's still got a great chance of winning this election. Why?
Yeah, he really
Well,
does.
because
I don't
he really-
like that he does, but he does.
He does what he says he's going to do, and we saw that the 4 years that he was here. He's not a politician.
Then it's not doing too bad, I suppose.
He's a businessman. He's smart. He knows
He's a
what
bad
he's doing.
businessman.
And so we really want him back in power, and we know that we'll have peace, and we'll have a secure border. We'll have
Peace
a good economy.
and security
all those
for
things.
my...
It's really
Hold on.
hard right now to go to the grocery store. The
No, it's not.
20% higher when he was in office. You go
For
buy
a
some eggs,
safe
anything is like
and
almost double.
secure
Gas is a lot more. Everything is a lot more.
How much of that can you attribute to Donald Trump versus wars in Ukraine, wars in the Middle East? There are other factors involved too, right?
It's mainly his policies. It's the oil. As soon as Biden came into power, he shut off, he had the Green New Deal, shut off all the oil. And
America is self-sufficient in your own fuel, lady. You export fuel that is then transferred by refineries. You import Saudi oil and Venezuelan oil, a small percentage, but you still do it. Dirty oil from around the world. Basic crude oil. Literally right up from the ground, put into dirty barrels, shipped out to America. There you refine it into the best fuel in the world. You make millions, billions, trillions on that residual. America is self-sufficient. You skim off the top. Russia's self-sufficient. In theory, China and India are self-sufficient. Every other country, maybe Brazil, every other country in the world is not self-sufficient. Sorry, Australia.
you're going to use gas. So everything depends on...
But Elon has electronic
I have one last
cars.
question, slightly different topic. Abortion is on the ballot here. Kamala Harris polls well when it comes to abortion. We know that Donald Trump is part of why Roe v. Wade was overturned in putting those conservative judges on the Supreme Court. What do you think about abortion? Do you think that's something that could have an impact on the ballot here and encourage
He's from a
people to vote
proper
for
street
Kamala
lad,
Harris,
he
who
is.
polls better on abortion?
Well, I don't know. Personally, I don't believe in abortion, but...
You should.
I think that that's all she has. That's the
There
only
will
thing
be
she
voters
has.
who do believe in abortion. Lots of them we've spoken to across the country who are obviously concerned about the reproductive
aren't
limitation
you?
of their reproductive
Do you
rights.
think of
They have
anyone
health
that
issues.
isn't about your lives?
Baby has rights too. They
It's
have
not a
two
baby, it's a
DNAs.
clump of cells.
They're two people.
You've squirted one out every single month of your life until you hit
Right now,
menopause.
they're lying on TV. They're saying that there's an abortion ban. Here, there is not an abortion.
There is an abortion ban. There is an abortion ban. There's an abortion ban because women can't go out and get an abortion. No one wants to kill the baby at 9 months, or 8 months, or 7 months, or 6 months, or 5 months, or 4 months. When it's just this goopy thing, maybe with a single eye slowly starting to grow. Yeah. Abortion ban. Ban abortion. Says these fuckers. And suddenly, everyone's still getting an abortion, but they now have to do it in illegal ways. Or they have to go for miles around or go to other countries. It's still getting done, so your lies don't get fixed either way. But you feel like a smug prick when you get to hear about some slut who died under the knife in some back alley in Mexico. Fuck you, lady. It's good that you're almost dead. You won't be around for the next election. I fucking hate conservatives. They're not people anymore. They become this goopy, new, spindly, strange thing that lunge at you screaming about the woke.
Starting to turn blue.
When you're just eating a fucking sandwich or walking down the street.
Turning red. No surprises at this stage.
If Trump wins tonight,
very clearly things that have stayed the same.
some very cool people are going to kill themselves.
Elections that hasn't changed. But you're looking at places like Georgia.
I'm calling it now. We're going to see a rise of it. Trans people, queer people, blacks, Latinos, gay, obviously queer, so gay. A lot of people will kill themselves. And it'll be a fucking tragedy. In 4 years from now, that number would have dropped. Get this. There will be new policies in place that 20 years from now will still be fought over in the courts. They're clawing for something to defile after they're dead. A little bit of poison left in after they die of old age. This little clump. And what's worse, it spawns new generations of conservatives. Look at Nick Fuentes bitching about what he considers old school conservative. And now it's changed, and now it's shifted. Motherfucker, they never cared about you before. They don't care about you now. No one does. Except for your gay lovers. Fucking come out and admit it. And even then, if he came out as gay, they'd probably not want time with him because half of them would still be in the closet and the other half just thought it was kinky to keep it on the QT. But this is my headcanon. But all these fuckwits aren't getting a Handmaid's Tale for the future. They aren't getting the return of the Confederacy. They aren't going to bring back Jesus. They are going to go and just... It's like throwing caltrops down on the road at a pride parade. That's what they're doing. Even if they're dragged off to prison, those caltrops aren't removed. And now every queer person, for years and years, so someone has a smart idea to pick them off the ground. The Volstead Act was a fucking disaster, and it was done by conservative mindsets. The war on drugs was a fucking disaster, and it was done by conservative mindsets. Repeal of Roe v. Wade, which I'll admit, Roe v. Wade was always shaky. It needed to be codified. Some people tried, didn't do a great job of it, clearly. Was repealed. And now, young women who are dying in pools of blood, piss, and shit. Couldn't give birth. But if you didn't abort the child, that would be a sin. And the baby dies anyway. Fuck conservatives. Done with playing nice
for example,
for a
and North
long
Carolina,
time.
as well as.
And remember, I used to be one of these fuckers.
Shingy in the last few
Makes me
minutes,
hate them
and
all the
Nevada,
more.
the Sun Belt
I don't see them as
states,
people
Georgia,
anymore. Just
as you can see, is a different shade of
thing.
grey. It's too
Wants to hurt everyone.
I'm not sure if I'm being told if it's too close to call now. At
No
this
point
stage.
watching this if I'm not watching it live. Boop. But obviously it'll be ads, so we go here. No! 68! Keeps going up. Don't like this.
Night, because I think that if the polls roughly are correct, which I think they have been, I think we could be waiting on Pennsylvania, for example, for some time, and this could...
Pennsylvania is a swing state, but eventually, if she loses enough votes, it's going to not make much of a difference. I mean, Pennsylvania has been in limbo for a while. 19 votes? Fucking dope if she gets it, which it looks like she is. But I'm sure, I mean, look at that, right? Look, I called it, call Philadelphia. I like that Chester is so fugued. Oh, it's 50% though. And it's surrounded as well. Where's Ray Ray? It's wild that so many of your counties would constitute massive percentages of my entire country. And if you ever wonder why I get so invested in American politics and shit, that's cool too. I mean, I already knew those two. Well, not that one, not New Mexico. It's because of the trickle-down effect. Year 1, nothing. Year 4 or 5, what happens in America happens here. We already have people talking about changing the woke policies of our government. Where did they learn those words? Trump. Donald Trump. That was a given. So so it looks like for the most part the Confederacy is going red. Which, yeah. Would you stop ad? You're whatever you're trying to sell me, although those girls were pretty. And she's pretty too. Whatever you're trying to sell me, I'm not interested. I'm guessing a travel lodge? No, it's too fancy for a travel lodge. Clayton. Oh.
Mr. Rowe? Good evening. I'm Chester County Commissioner Eric Rowe, E-R-I-C-R-O-E. The Chester County Government Services Center was home to 2 polling precincts here in Chester County, West Goshen South 2 and West Goshen South 4. Those voters who were not able to vote at the Government Services Center are being diverted to 2 neighboring polling precincts.
Sounds so
One
nervous.
is the Seventh-day Adventist Church on South High Street in West Goshen Township, also known as West Goshen South 1. The other is Glen Acres Elementary School, also known as West Goshen South 3. Those voters who had not been able to vote yet will still be able to vote until 10 o'clock p.m. Chester County Common Pleas Judge Nicole Forzado signed an order extending voting at those 2 polling precincts.
Oh, this is
till
going to
10
add
o'clock
into
PM.
whatever conspiracy
Not only
theory
was
if he loses.
were those 2 polling precincts located at the GSC, but the Chester County 911 Center was also at the GSC, and it seamlessly transferred to an alternative location. I think this incident showcased that we were prepared, that we had an incident command center ready for any situation, including this one. And I'm pleased to say that we should not be terribly delayed in getting our results from most Chester County polling locations, apart from these 2 locations that were disrupted. Thank you.
4 more votes, that's good.
Sheriff, I don't know if you can answer this question about how many people were in the GSC at the time and how long they were evacuated and then allowed back in the building.
Oh, it was a bomb
I
threat.
can't give you a specific number. I know Border Services was in the building. Our EOC was assigned there, as well as members of the Department of Emergency Services. I would say by the time we arrived, the Sheriff's Department arrived, the building had been evacuated at that point, which was probably within 10 minutes of receiving that call.
And then when were they allowed back inside?
After about an hour and a half after the sweep was done on the building, as well as the parking lot area, they were allowed back in the building. It was rendered safe.
Question.
Yes.
Is the FBI still involved in the investigation?
Yes. The District Attorney's Office.
Yeah, well, that is a press conference in Chester County, Pennsylvania, and it is all about basically reassurance that those who were not allowed to vote are being diverted, or didn't get to vote, not able to vote, I should say, being diverted to other precincts to vote. And what they're clearly wanting to do is, Jerry, what you were talking about earlier, is not allow a kind of information vacuum to exist into which disinformation
But that's gonna happen anyway. There's already like 1,000 different opinions floating around, I guarantee it. I look like shite. I know I'm a bit drunk, but Jesus Christ. Also, my hope's a little bit shaken. Look at those numbers down the corner. I know look, that's good. That's good. A 53 and 100, like, she's got to pick. Beautiful. Love to see. But she's got to pick this shit up. When are they gonna fucking do it? All right. Harris got 53. Got here. You know, if we get a blue Michigan, I won't say fuck Michigan for 24 hours. If we do, I will say fuck Michigan for a questionably long amount of time. Jill Stein. Wasn't there like a bit of Jill Stein like fuck-uppery where it was literally like on the ballot, was it just Jill Stein, yes or no? And she had like nothing next to her name, and it was like it was just generic nothing. And people voted no for Jill Stein, so implying that they just like they Thanos her out of existence, which I'd be okay. I'm sure Russia could do with the money. Why are they still talking about Florida? That's a given. It's a given before this began.
We turned up at the
first time.
We turned up there, and the doorman said, no news conference here, because Trump had tweeted, press conference, 4 seasons. So we turned up there because we happened to be close, and then the doorman was like, no, it's not happening here.
Cool. I'm glad that they're retelling stories and shit. So,
whoa, what's happening here? But then things can change pretty quickly when large population centers report their votes. So let's take Fairfax County. It's the largest of the suburban counties.
Dude, don't do that to me.
It's the number 1 county population.
Oh, I don't like
in
that.
Virginia.
Can't hear it in another tab. Whoa, they're making some big claims that the other ones didn't. Colorado, Nebraska. Nebraska blue? Oh, but they're not cold yet. I'm all 4.
Vice president's getting 66% of the vote.
Oh, because of ads. Oh, you see, this is why I have that above my head. Fuck ads. No more ads. Ads are dead now. We find ad people and we make them, I don't know, work farms or something, or mines. Make them weave. We'll make them a generation of weavers.
Let's pop down to Georgia.
Millions.
We come down over here. This one here again. And a state decided by 11,000 votes 4 years ago, with 75% of the vote in, Donald Trump's ahead by 241,000. You start to think, oh, we're about 75% of the vote. You know, are we at the point of no return? Well, let's take a look. Number 1, how many votes does it take to win Georgia? Donald Trump's leading right now with 2.1 million. Joe Biden won it in 2020 with 2.4 million and change, and we hear turnout, is pretty good down there. So it could be somewhere around that, could be a little higher than that, number 1. So
I'm guessing we won't have like a final count if it's going to be like super tight. Oh, she's in the 60s now by their standards.
At least
I
carry
like that.
their home state. That.
Oh, why did I no more ads? No. Okay. He won 10, but she won 62. All right. 54. Now we know she's gonna win California. Oregon, probably. Washington, yeah, probably. 60, 110. See, she could win just with this. Now Nevada, I don't know. If Vegas isn't fucking liberal, what state, what part of America is? Oh no, we believe in good Christian values. Also, notice Illinois' result isn't in. I don't get that. And Illinois is in by other people's standards. Again, I'm pretty surprised in some of the states how many people do vote third party. I think I told this story when I was in oh, hey, use Firefox, enjoyed ad blocks, but suffer if the web page does not work 100%. No, I used to do Firefox. I still have it down there in the corner, and it just stopped working one day completely. Like it would just be a white screen. I thought it was a cookie thing, but no, it wouldn't load. As it turns out, it became a part of a wider issue involving me and my broken Seagate terabyte hard drive, which I've got to go in the new year and get fixed or get replaced. Ideally fixed. There's some information here I'd like back, but nothing here that would make me broken and wrecked. Fun fact, FBI recommend using ad blocker to prevent bad bombers. Good old FBI. Ad blocker was knocked ECAP by Chrome Google, who happened to own YouTube. Hell, why don't mention Brave then? Brave and I never really worked out, but hey, New York, fuck yeah. About time you guys showed up. It was kind of a given. I still think that Pennsylvania, pretty promising, but he could win it. I don't want him to win it, but he could win it.
The House of Representatives. You give us a sense of what that means in effect.
Well, it will mean that if whoever has if you get control of the House and the Senate, you obviously have complete control. The system, people know this, I'm sure, but it's not a parliamentary system, obviously, in this country where a government derives its majority derives its power from its majority in Parliament. You have a separate election for the president, for the executive, and separate elections for.
Oh God, I keep forgetting. That's a drink for me. I keep forgetting to just leave it out. Leave it out. And is it me or is this ad a little faster? Kind of shocking if that was the case. What was this one?
Experienced advisors and
62, 168.
vintage Donald Trump, I suppose, you know, with the rhetoric, that kind of violent, adjacent rhetoric, pointing the finger at opponents.
What's the current count? Well, according to Sky News, it's 62, 168, not a good sign.
Man who knows his own mind and
the big players haven't all counted in
his own judgment. I've seen that. I've seen that close up in the old days in Scotland when he
Pennsylvania, for example, looks like it's going her way.
Actually got to the stage where you couldn't get rid of Donald Trump. Regularly, trying to buy this cause.
Pittsburgh is blue in a sea of red. Typical. Erie is surprisingly going blue.
By the highly paid, seasoned advisors. He'd arranged an interview with us. Walked in the room, and of course we were sat down ready for the interview. He looks at us, points, and says, "Do we like them? Do we want to do an interview with them?" And I'm thinking, well, hang on a minute, we've been dealing
Virginia looked like it was going blue. So did Ohio.
And yet here you are,
Michigan,
making your own decision late in the day. That's Donald Trump. That's the way that Donald Trump operates.
Michigan looks like it's currently a little bit on the blue side, but again, could swing back. Hopefully Michigan goes blue. And you know what else? Just for a spiritual, I'd want Kamala to take Wisconsin. But Wisconsin is not, Wisconsin's not looking pretty hot right now. And you know what else? Iowa was looking pretty fucking promising earlier today, and it still is. Nebraska is surprisingly going blue because Omaha is a pretty big town considering the rest of the state is not really all that populated. King Cobra, of course, cast his wand of protection over Trump. Colorado going blue is not what I expect. While New Mexico, I was thinking was going to go blue, but is going Trump. So the old Confederacy is almost certainly going to go all red. But it looks like the northern states, looks pretty promising for those who don't want fascism. And the Grand Poobah, California, the West Coast, kind of weird that Alaska has 3 electoral votes, but Hawaii has 4. And I say that because in the racist establishment of the electoral votes, I'm surprised that Alaska, which is predominantly white, get more, but it goes by population head and yeah. Oh, about fucking time. That's what I wanted to see. Fucking Irish. Can't do anything right on time. But poke them with a stick. A lot of states have not reported yet. No. They're more populated in Hawaii, yeah. Yeah, it's a very densely populated island. I imagine property in Hawaii is a fucking nightmare to buy. In America it is as a rule, but I like the fact that this number is getting a... Whoa, okay. Ooh, I'm Ghost Kamala. Ooh, you should vote for Democrat. Ooh. Nice. They picked an interesting picture for her. It looks like she's about to drunk... No, it's like she's holding in her very first joint and she's about to burst out laughing. Go like... Okay. Like... Those virgin lungs sorted out. And Trump looks like that meme of the kid giving that sort of like sad face, like, you all the great things I've done for you. Why don't you love me? Especially you, New York. I've done so much great things, the best things.
The blue circles. Again, doesn't mean the vice president's going to come back and win Georgia.
Fuck yeah,
it
go
just means
Smala.
everybody take a breath.
Ooh,
and let's count votes.
That's a good
because you see
name.
Atlanta and the suburbs
No matter
around
what,
it, where most of those big
it works on
circles
vote
are,
levels.
Which
If
means,
she wins, if she
you know,
loses.
in a place like Fulton County, where,
Goes.
well, 78% reporting in Fulton County.
There we
That's
go.
actually interesting. We'll see what comes out. It's still, it's a big, because of the population.
Trumper
so it's a big
Geist
chunk of
is
votes,
also
but
a good
he's
one,
running
too.
at 73% right there. Look at that. Look at that. 72.6. 72.6.
That's funny.
It's a mirror image right there. So I always look at the ones a little bit farther out. 80% now in Cobb County.
Season.
It's
Just
57.4.
missed it.
You go back here. It's 50. You know, it's just.
Oh, well, one way or another, we're celebrating the death of someone's
Is really the
dreams.
bigger
Am I
question.
right?
I keep focusing on her. Can he improve in the suburbs? He's
Oh, we're
not
not
there.
celebrating the death
Let's just
of
come over here
Kamala's
to Gwinnett. He's at 39% right now, and he was at 40%. Yeah, there, he's close. He's close, but those little tiny margins can matter. But again, 16% of the vote there. So we got a ways to go. That's a healthy lead for Donald Trump, but there's a lot of votes still to be counted in this blue circle right here.
So let's bring back the map that shows where the vote is still outstanding, if you can do that.
I can do that.
Because I want to bring in Pamela
There you go.
Brown to get us up to
I
speed
want hyena
on some
mommy.
of the
I want
outstanding votes
hyena
that remain in
drunk
Georgia. Pamela, what are you learning?
Let's talk about that. I'm just getting off the phone with Gabriel Sterling, a key election
So,
official in Georgia. He says, give or take,
wine-
there are
wine
1.5
and
million outstanding
hyena
votes
wine
still in
and.
Georgia. Again, give or take, not a
Yeah, they don't like
precise
when
number,
you
but
cut away
around that.
from them.
Let's
Christ.
zoom in here.
As much, but it would not surprise me if, in fact, Donald Trump won North Carolina.
Well, I mean, but we have to say if the
Illinois
Democrats,
Nazis failing
that,
again.
you know, that's a
Yeah.
big deal, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
I mean,
Remember,
Donald
this is
Trump-
the only one of these seven
You know
states
what?
that Trump.
I think
Trump
I'm going to
won.
leave
Yeah,
the,
in 2020, it was
the
the only
whiskey for
battleground
tomorrow,
state that he
and
actually
I'm going
won.
to
But
go
just to
and
your
drink
point there about
for
calling
the rest of the
states,
evening.
and what Mark
Unless it gets
just
really
said,
late.
given the territory that we are in
I'm gonna drink
in
the,
this election and
mint
2020,
drink.
it is about being very careful at this point in time and
all
having
the
all
cans
the
are empty
information
first.
that we need.
Let me give you a couple of other updates while we get some clarity on what's going on in North Carolina. Abortion clearly on the ballot in some states, and we now know that in Florida,
Florida's
a
done.
ballot
We'll just
measure that
stop
would have
focusing
enshrined
on Florida.
abortion
Move
rights,
on. We lost Florida.
into the Florida Constitution has failed. So a majority of people in Florida sticking with the 6-week abortion ban. that will now go into effect. Now, this is clearly a blow for abortion rights campaigners. Up until that point, ever since the point at which Roe versus Wade was overturned here at the Supreme Court, abortion rights campaigners had won a series of measures in states across the country, sort of overturning the decisions that were made here at state level. But that is not the case now in Florida. Conversely, in New York, the opposite has happened, and they have voted in New York to allow abortion. I'll get more detail on that in a moment, but to allow abortion there, or to continue to allow it, I should say.
So I think it's a constitution. I think I'm a New York resident.
At least New York's full of fucking humans.
Enshrined in the Constitution. I think it's
right. Okay.
But New York has very, very liberal abortion laws as it is.
Yeah, I was thinking as I was saying it. I was thinking,
it says
it's
the
actually enshrining it.
Right. The amendment to New York's Constitution is what it is.
Yeah. Got it. But the Florida thing is clearly a blow to
Kamala gets
pro-abortion.
Yeah, very much so. And we were just talking there about New York.
If she gets the whole
to
West
Lewis,
Coast,
because he has some updates on the situation in New York. As we said, we called it for Kamala Harris. But there are interesting House races that we're looking at here as well, aren't we?
Yeah, none of those have come in yet. We'll be waiting for some time for those. But we can see, I mean, look, New York is a solidly Democratic state. It has been since the 1980s and even largely before then as well. 42% of the vote now in. Kamala Harris head by 64.5%. How does that compare to 2020?
It's been a Democratic state
well,
for as
actually,
long
it's quite
as
a bit
the
up so
Democrats
far on Joe Biden's total in 2020. But as we get more results in from upstate New York, we'll see Donald Trump make up some of that margin. But it doesn't really matter. Obviously, it would be very wounding for Donald Trump. We know that he was,
as I always say, the Democrats are the party
his home state, but it's not going to happen. So I'll show you a few other things that are quite interesting as well. Ohio, not a state that we talk about very much anymore in modern electoral politics.
A swing state.
Once what the absolute swing is, as the nation goes, so goes Ohio, as the old saying used to go. It picked the winner in every presidential election right up until 2020, but then, of course, voted for Donald Trump instead of Joe Biden. But here, this is a sort of pattern that we see across these states, which have generally become more Republican. Donald Trump adding to his total on 2020, 55% versus 53%, so doing pretty well. Kamala Harris not doing as badly, though, in some of the places where the Democrats used to do much better, places like Youngstown, which is Mahoning County. Kamala Harris not doing quite as badly in those old industrial places. I actually think something that we're seeing is the Democrats potentially holding their own in, conversely, weirdly enough, some of the whiter, older sort of places that Donald Trump historically has done much better in. And though this map right now isn't looking very positive for Kamala Harris, and we're thinking more and more about the Rust Belt,
Georgia's lost. The South in particular. I know we were talking about what Reuters was saying about North Carolina, but on Georgia in particular, one note of optimism that the Democrats have right now is that in the Atlanta suburbs, most of the counties we're seeing across the US, we are seeing a swing towards Donald Trump. But in the Atlanta suburbs around here, which we keep talking about, but they are really important because millions and millions of Georgia's population lives there, we are actually seeing a swing to the Democrats in these places. So Kamala Harris is actually doing a bit better in some of these counties than Joe Biden did, and Joe Biden did very well there in 2020. So we talked about the red mirage earlier. Right now, hey, no, it's not. It's going to go red, right? Because they're forgetting one thing. Georgia was called pretty early, and it was. I mean, don't get me wrong. 200,000. That's a number that can be found. I wish it would give you the numbers of like people counted and people overall who are registered. Even show like a percentage of people who are actively voting. Guess that might cut into people's like anonymity and shit like that. So in the next 14 minutes we'll find out, and I'm guessing we've got another 2 more big reveals like that for the evening. Maybe 1, but probably 2 more for the rest of the evening. And then it'll just be cleanup. Now, if it gets down to the wire, that cleanup might make all the difference. But to be honest with you, these states here and the unknowns of places like Pennsylvania, which, as we heard earlier, has to be postponed a little bit. I forget which county is the one that they had to redo it in. Cameron. Was it Cameron? Canberra. Blair. Junta. Columbia. Yes, I said Junta. Like that. Very much. Junta. It should technically be Junta. Junta. Oh, it's not junta like a military junta. It's Uintah County. Pittsburgh, Erie, Forest, Cameron, Sullivan, Columbia, Union, Center, Blair, Junta. Sticking with that. Let's see. Maine, New Hampshire. Let's see. 4. These are probably going to almost, well, maybe not Maine. I don't know. Maine might not go as well as I'd like. Let's go with Maine. Maine, 4. New Hampshire, 4, 8. Connecticut, 7. New Jersey, 14. Pennsylvania. I'm going to say she wins Pennsylvania. Not by much. I'm also going to say she wins Michigan. So 15, 19, 14, 7. Oh, she's already won wrong. 4, 8. 4, 8. So that's a chunk. That gets her over. Gets her pretty close to Trump. But of course, Trump's going to win the South. The last of it. I really doubt. I mean, I'd be really surprised if she won Georgia. Just like I'd be really surprised if she won Nebraska. I mean, she's winning now, but I mean, it's fucking Nebraska. Come on. Right wing as fuck. And she's going to need to have a sweet spot for conservatives not to en masse say that the election was fraud.
That can matter. That can
I
matter.
want to go back and watch Asmund Gold's Bughouse.
Biden had 234,000 votes when he won the county.
It was funny because it was pretend.
234,000, about 54%. So you're in the ballpark of similar turnout. Let's see what happens as that comes in. And you're going to watch that number, but that number. Tiny changes in the margins can affect the battleground states. So Trump's at 43. Let's do it that way. Trump was at 42. Again, it's tiny. In the close states, tiny can matter. We'll keep an eye on that as we go through
10 minutes
the count in Michigan. And then one more. I was already over there earlier. Let's come back out and see. So the blue wall at the moment is blue, and the Sun Belt states, which used to be reliably red, are now battleground states.
A solar wall.
1.3%. You need to go back to 2008 when...
No.
At the moment are red. So we'll just check in.
No, you... Damn it, Lev! Do you not learn from your failures? Ads are your only future when you hit refresh. Oh, he got another. What state? Was it Ohio? Ohio's been called. Yeah. Ohio is the whitest of all white states. So, yeah. A lot of Joe Rogan fans in Ohio. Oh, and they finally did the balls of it, did they? They finally called... Wait, why are they calling Louisiana here? Oh, Mississippi hasn't been called yet, but we can already tell... It's going to be red, 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 red. Let's be real here. Red, red, red. red. Now, apparently, Ohio went red. So, Sky News says.
Secure again. So, and of course, as we know, immigration is an issue has been campaigning on so much. Build the wall. He didn't build it all in his last presidency.
He barely started. They'll have videos of those guys going through it.
You are looking at the state of play, and there it is, 191 electoral college votes for Donald Trump, 81 for Kamala Harris, but none of the swing states has yet produced or a result. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let's go to one of those swing states. Let's go to Georgia, Atlanta and Georgia, and Cordelia Lynch. Cordelia.
Hi there, Mark. Well, lots of anticipation here in Atlanta, Georgia. Still too close to call. We've seen some interesting early numbers that suggest a big swing towards Donald Trump amongst independent voters. There is still a lot of votes to count, particularly in urban areas like Atlanta and in the suburban areas as well, which Kamala Harris needs to do well in. She also needs to build on what Joe Biden achieved back in 2020. But I think the Harris camp will be concerned about some of that data around independent voters. We've also seen, haven't we, an emerging narrative tonight around black male voters swinging to Donald Trump in some of the key battleground states. Well, I'm joined now by Lisa and Mark. Mark, what do you make of this? In certain battleground states, black men going towards Donald Trump. Why do you think that is?
Well, some of them are young men looking for money and the stimulus package that they got. But that was nothing. He didn't even, it wasn't even his doing. It was the past administration. It was the Congress that did it. So, I don't know, ignorance.
There's still a lot to count here.
Don't dismiss that. No, you have to address it. The worst fears that this guy has in his head are the reasons why they're voting for Trump. Say it. Misogyny, fear of homosexuals, fear of Muslims, fear that women won't be easily fucked.
Well, Stacey Abrams has
just say
recruited
it.
a lot of people. She has registered a lot of voters around here.
I should be interviewed for some of this.
And we have a lot of black women that are on her side.
Lisa, we've seen a number of bomb hoaxes at various polling stations in Democratic-leaning areas. How concerned are you about that?
I'm not concerned at all. I think it's just a scare tactic. It's just what they do. It's what they do. It's not. There's no credible source that says there's actually a bomb there. There's been nothing. There's been 11 thus far. There's nothing there.
Oh, I don't think there's a bomb in any of these. That's not the issue.
In these rural areas where we are hearing independent voters, which Joe Biden did pretty well with back in 2020, they seem to have deserted Kamala Harris from some of the data we're looking at. What do you think is behind it?
I think that's to be expected. Those are Trump country. That's where Trump voters are. They're in the rural counties. I was just in Jasper. I went to a Halloween scare farm. That's where they are. They vote for Trump there. That's to be expected. That's not unusual. I'm not surprised by any of that.
Do you think the economy is going to eclipse issues of abortion, for instance? Do you think that the economy is going to be the defining issue of the election in Georgia this time?
I think it'll be both, that and abortion. I think that that's pivotal right now, right here, right now. Women should always have the right to their own bodies.
Yes.
Period. That's just the long and the short of it. So, yes, I think that is very primary right now. Absolutely.
We are surrounded currently by alumni.
Here with alumni for Howard University.
The economy has always been better in a Democratic administration.
Tell me, with so many of the alumni of the university Kamala Harris attended, there's been a lot of discussion now from the days of Hillary Clinton. Is America ready for a female president? And now with
yes,
Kamala
I think
Harris,
they are.
is
They
it
would
ready
just
for a
prefer
woman
to be
of
white.
color? Do you think
and
America is
conservative.
going to vote for that?
If
I really
it
don't
was-
think that it's about
if
if
it
we're
was
ready. I think it's just about that
Diana
it's about to
Trump.
happen.
Ooh.
More convinced she can still win tonight.
It's going to happen.
Was the UK ready for Margaret Thatcher?
No!
Israel ready
What a
for,
terrible no! Use someone better for that.
What's at stake here for you? If
Oh,
Kamala Harris
that's a
is nominated?
terrible. Don't compare.
I think I would like to leave the
Kamala
country
to Thatcher.
if she doesn't win.
Don't do that. It's
Well,
not the
there you
flex
go.
you
Thank
think
you very
it
much,
is.
Lisa and Mark. Some of the kind of stark, very emotional sentiment that we have been hearing here. But you go out to some of the suburbs,
6 hours
like
now,
DeKalb,
Christ.
like Cobb County, where I've witnessed
I have to be up in 6
a
hours.
lot more kind of moderate sentiment as well. People that
I'm
say,
seeing this through
actually,
to the
I'm
end.
willing to make a compromise with Donald Trump.
All right, let's see
No,
if
I
in
don't
2
want him
minutes
to
I
be
can go
my
and grab
children's
this drink
Sunday
and
school
come back.
teacher. No, I
Answer
don't
is
like
yes.
some of the things he says, but I still believe that he can manage the economy better than Kamala Harris. I think I've definitely witnessed in the state of Georgia this idea that even if Democrats have got the median average income of a household up, if unemployment's down, people aren't necessarily feeling it. And that is the challenge that Kamala Harris faces in this state. Is she able to overcome that at this stage? It's just too close to call.
All right, Cordelia, thank you very much indeed.
Well, we've got just under 2 minutes until our next lot of polls close. I'm being told Montana, Nevada, which is, of course, one of our crucial swing states, the smallest of the swing states with 6 electoral college votes, as well as Utah. And Mark, Montana isn't a swing state, but of course there is a crucial Senate race taking place there.
60%.
Yeah, John Tester is the incumbent Democrat
senator,
and he is fighting Tim Sheehy, the Republican. Sheehy's a former Navy SEAL, and Tester is a popular politician. He's a Democrat, Republican state, but he's popular. So let's see which way that race goes. And of course, as we've been saying, we're focusing predominantly on the presidential race, but the makeup of the building that's just a few yards behind us there is all important, and it could really impact. If Kamala Harris was to win the presidency, but both houses of Congress were to become Republican, well, then she would have a very, very difficult 4 years to be able to implement anything. On the flip side, if both houses were to go Republican, Trump wins the presidency, it's a free run for him.
And if Montana is called, and it could be called quite soon because Sheehy, polls had him about 5 to 7 points up. Could be called quite quickly. Tim Scott has already held on in Florida. That's the Republican. Republicans have already taken West Virginia. It looks like some networks are already calling Texas for Ted Cruz. So that could give Republicans control of the Senate within the next hour or two.
And that's important, as you say. And 15 seconds until those polls that Yalda was just talking about close.
Let's go.
So the polls have closed. It's 3 a.m. in the UK, 10 p.m.
201
here.
for
Just
Trump,
the last few states
81
have
for
closed, and as we said, polls
different.
closing in Nevada, Utah, and Montana just in the past few seconds. 3 more states, 16
Utah,
electoral college votes up
there.
for grabs. And Nevada
we
is
didn't get
the one that we're
Lucifer,
focused on. It's one of
Everlove.
our swing states.
No Lucifer
and
We haven't
Everlove.
talked much about Nevada, have we?
It is too early to call at this stage. I mean, it's one of the fastest growing states in the nation, but it also has very high unemployment, and people have talked about the economy being top of the agenda for them as well. It's got 30% Hispanic population, and that will be crucial to see how that's trending and whether it's trending towards Donald Trump.
Well, it's interesting. The Latino vote there is quite interesting, isn't it? There's a big hospitality.
If she wins, it's going to confuse the living shit
Trump
out of
was
them.
working very hard on that Latino vote, as Jerry was talking about earlier.
We can see there Montana, with 4 electoral college votes, goes to projected winner is Donald Trump. And same for Utah. projected winner Donald Trump, but we are waiting for that crucial swing state of Nevada. And when we talk about the path to the White House, certainly for Kamala Harris, if she doesn't get Pennsylvania, the Rust Belt states that she needs, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Georgia, she will need, won't she, either North Carolina or Georgia, as well as Nevada.
Yes, that's right. Yeah,
Look
exactly. She needs 2 of those additional states because Pennsylvania is so important. 19 electoral votes. No other swing state has that many votes, and only 2 combined could make up for it. So yeah, I mean, as we said earlier, the window is narrowing. It's not by any means closed.
Amazing
as Mark said earlier, it does look like North Carolina is probably going to be called at some point. Has been called already by some news organizations for Trump, but that would knock North Carolina off her board. Georgia still seems pretty close. So she still has a chance there, and we'll wait and see what happens in Nevada and Arizona, obviously. But yeah, again, I think her cleanest path to victory was always winning the 3 northern states, because that would just give her a bare majority. And I think it's still that remains the case.
Well, just in the last few minutes, we were told that Wisconsin and Pennsylvania too close to call at this stage.
Yeah. We were just talking about the Senate race, and I think we can see a little bit about what's going on. But what are your thoughts on that? I mean, there are the key races: Montana, Ohio.
All right, we're now in the doldrums. Some elections would already be called by now. Oh my God, I don't care. Come on, back off. Back off. You're not going to update the map? Look at the difference of house. Christ. Everyone has these different ideas of what the maps are going to turn out to be. Oh, this is changed. I don't like that. 178, 181. I hate to say it for the rest of you fuckers, but the Irish one's pretty, direct. Nevada started.
Pushing through the Trump agenda if he wins.
The Trump.
Let me just give you an update that I've had from a source
I fucking
close
heard
to Donald
that.
Trump within the Trump campaign. It appears that they are happy with the data that they are seeing from across the country so far.
You don't want them to
cautiously
start
optimistic
is
a phrase that was used. Let's see if that cautious optimism turns to genuine optimism over the course of the next few hours. But the data points coming back suggest to the Trump campaign that they're having a good night.
Interesting.
They are.
Let's go to West Palm Beach now in Florida and speak with Angie Wong, Republican District Committee woman in Miami. Thank you very much, Angie, for joining us here on the program.
And I hope your libertarian middle-aged white man husband is doing fantastic. How did you know? Do you know him? Yeah. He has strong opinions of the age of consent. Yeah, I bet he does. Playing this now, more wondering if this is going to be a declaration of victory song.
Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump.
Looks like they're getting out and voting for Donald Trump. Oh yeah, Peanut the squirrel. Oh, I need to... How to put this? I need to palate cleanse. That's a good start. Wait. There we go. I was told to check this show out at some point. I see just a nun going around with a shovel, sending demons back to hell. But she don't know if they're real or not. To her, they're real. To no one else, they're real. I like that girl behind there. I liked her hat. Reminds you of the Inquisitor's hat from Dragon Age. Inquisition.
I know it's very, very close, but we're very, very optimistic. Again, I think there's been a lot of good campaigning that happened this round. We saw President Trump just yesterday take 4 rallies. I think that's going to bump him up by the 2 or 3 digits that he needs in order to get him over the state, especially in Pennsylvania. There's a lot of honking around me, a lot of cheering. I think another state might have just been called. So I think things are looking very, very positive here.
Let's talk about Florida because, of course, Donald Trump comfortably won Florida, but a real slap in the face of those who have been campaigning for reproductive rights. We saw that Florida abortion amendment to add the right to abortion to the Constitution has been rejected in Florida.
Yes, and we've been pushing for that measure. Look, the reason why we're pushing for that measure as Republicans is because it really does remove the parental rights if a child gets impregnated. And also, we just want to have some kind of stop measures in case that there are things. But clearly, if the mother's life is in danger, we don't want to have any sort of circumstance like that. But, ultimately, we do not want to give up parental rights. We want to know as parents if our child is having an abortion, and that is what that amendment is trying to get.
That doesn't matter. No, if they're old enough to... Well, that's good. If they're old enough to have... Oh, right, yeah. To have an abortion, then they're old enough to know the consequences of abortion. So you're claiming Colorado. All right. All right. Every map is a little different, and I think it's time we start cutting the fat, Some maps here that aren't necessary. We'll keep the Irish map. We'll keep the Ghost Mala and the Trump. What was it? Trumpergeist. We'll keep the Trumpergeist. Ghost Mala will go across the old South and complain. And Trumpergeist will go across New England and complain. Ooh. Weird pictures they chose for that.
Back to Mark, what we talked right at the start, the Republicans were very optimistic when they saw the early vote numbers that were coming in for them. They were coming in much.
I don't like to admit it, but there you have it. You know what? While this goes on, I'm going to go and put these 4 up. I know I said I wasn't going to watch them. Fuck it, we're watching them. We need a break. I need a break. I'm going to watch these 4 and then come back.
Y'all asked for this.
You need a break. Oh damn, I like even blacker Pitmonk. Captain's hat.
Help me, I've got no soul to sell. Help me, the only thing that works for me. Help me get away from myself. I wanna love you like an animal. I wanna feel you from the inside. I wanna love you like an animal. My whole existence is flawed.
I wanna have a little flute of champagne dancing to this. Yeah.
Have my isolation. You can't have the hate that
I approve of whatever the hell I just listened to. I also approve this as well for a different reason. Aww. 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 I like how she's worried about problems. Like, she's sad because she doesn't have a problem another woman has, but it implies other things. Lady, getting bras for you will be easy because you don't need them. Okay? You're fine. And now she's crying in the bathroom and eating ice cream. I mean, it doesn't help that you're watching your husband's mistress's TikTok.
You guys, I just got an MRI. And if
brilliant.
you didn't know, MRI machines are very loud. And so at least at the place I go to, they ask you what music you want to listen to while you're in the exam, and they give you these big old headphones, whatever. So they asked me this time, and I was like, oh, can you just play anything? And they were like, yeah, we have Pandora. So I said, okay, put on Chapel Roan Radio. I was misheard. They instead put on Chaperone Radio. Chaperone being this artist with 143 monthly listeners on Spotify. So imagine my shock when instead of Pink Pony Club vibes, I met with this. And I have to lay there for 25 minutes, completely still, to this.
She's just laying in an MRI machine. Oh, honey, this is why you enunciate. You could have also stopped at any point. Horny furries. Done by the guy who did Ren and Stimpy, but looks at the animation. Number 1, white women fuck dogs. Number 2, she now knows what life after death is. And number 3, why do Nikes make his lungs more full of air? This ad is very strange. Also, what was the pig's MO? Were they doing that on purpose? If so, no, they weren't planning for that. But they were glad it happened. There is this endless race war between the pigs and the wolf, with the human woman being brought in almost like as a sort of side hustle. There is some Mein Kampf going on here that I don't appreciate. Can we look at Ween and Google?
Pirates offers an honorary Australian. Look, I know this is going to sound really weird for anyone else outside of Australia, but I know what Wheel of Goon is.
Red Eye, you still in the chat? I want to show you this. You could do it. Wait, what was it that you could do? I'm gonna need more context. Which was it? The Zip video? Was it the Nike ad? Oh, was it the MRI one? The MRI. Okay. Red Eye, if you're still in the chat, this is for you and your kin. I did not know this was a thing your kind did.
or, as some of you know it, the Goon of Fortune. And that everyone else in the rest of the world is like, what is wrong with Australia right now? It means something very different in Australia. Because what you don't understand is in Australia, they have this thing, it's boxed wine, and inside the boxed wine is a bag of wine that looks like it's from space because it's all silver, and this is called a goon bag, which sounds even worse, I know. And what they do is they put this up on a Hills hoist, which is like a big thing that you're supposed to put your laundry on, and they tie it to one of these, and then they spin this in a circle, and whoever it lands in front of has to drink from the goon bag, which is space wine. You're all deeply Australian now, is what's happened. It's called Goon of Fortune. Pirates offers an honorary Australian.
Goon of Fortune.
Look,
yep. The Goon of Fortune is a fantastic idea, and I'm just surprised Irish people didn't come up with it first. We did come up with drinking alcohol out of a boot, though. That was an Irish thing. The old, like, Looney Tunes of a guy drinking from a boot. That was us. So we got that, at least, if nothing else. Any other states go? Hey, it's a Zodiac Killer.
A victory in his Senate race, and it does look as if
he's gotten so
the Republicans are doing well in the Senate race, and they're also doing reasonably well, it has to be said, in the national race. And Omarosa, I just wonder, we've had a Republican on saying that Donald Trump could claim victory in 2 hours' time, which I don't know about that. But what are you thinking about the way this is all?
Why? I am prepared for the worst. You have to be prepared for the worst. And if you look down in the corner there,
in Michigan and in Wisconsin, the Democrats are feeling very confident about Wisconsin and Michigan. They are very, very concerned about the results that are coming in Pennsylvania. She was up, and now, of course, Donald Trump has taken the lead in Pennsylvania.
Has she now? Yep. Goes Ohio. Donald Trump has indeed taken the lead in Pennsylvania. Fuck me. Not a good thing. Not a good thing in the slightest if he gets that number. So look, 195, 207. Which is it, motherfuckers? Is it one, the other, or neither? It begins. Arizona, New Mexico. Arizona's got 11, New Mexico's got 5. Like I said, I will withhold my fuck Michigan statement. I should really do that as a rule anyway. A lot of my fans are from Michigan. Hi guys. Something something whoop whoop. Here, what's this one? Who did it better?
BMW.
Toyota fucking
Weird car ASMR. Spao.
BMW.
Giant fucking shit!
I like the other one, which was like a German armored car from World War II. And this like fucking wereaboo is like tapping his hands on it. Kein Professor nach mit einer Panzer vor. Da bin schon Panzer vor.
BMW.
Try to fucking
Oh, Australia. It'll never be a real country, but you'll come close someday.
Stop fucking camping. Nuketown just fucking came out. BG, beat his ass. Beat his ass, BG. Come here, beat his fucking ass.
Let me get that shit.
Beat his fucking ass. Stop fucking camping on Nuketown, pussy.
Fuck you, pussy.
Damn right. Camping fucking sucks as a rule. I never really played much in the way of like first-person shooter multiplayers. I did over the years. And I always remember one time I hopped into one of the Modern Warfares. One of the early ones, like 2 or 3 or something like that. And it was on a desert map with tons of like ruins everywhere. I turn a corner, I get sniped. Happens again. And then I appear in a different location. And I go outside into a balcony and I see the people who pop in on my location getting sniped. I'm like, okay, so there's a fucking motherfucker ready to kill us as we pop in. So we all kind of dogpile him. When he knew we were coming, placed claymores everywhere. Fucking cunt. He wasn't even like online taunting us. He was just being a prick. That was the only time that ever happened to me though. All the other times I play games, multiplayer wise, I had a good time. Very positive. It's just that one time. I'll remember I'll remember to not refresh one day. And it'll be the most pointless day to remember not to refresh. Oh, Lord, I would go.
Again and again and again, even in the Rust Belt, where she's probably doing a little bit better than she's doing in the Sun Belt, you can see she's usually about a percentage point or so down on where she needs to be. And you've got to remember, of course, if we go back to 2020, let's remember how Joe Biden, how narrowly he won states like this, like Wisconsin. Look, he won it with a margin of 20,000 votes. So you can see that very quickly, you only have to be a percentage point down or half a percentage point down, and already Donald Trump is doing better. I think what we can see is that going into this election, there was a lot of speculation.
Don't pause it, just mute it. Okay. Oh, hell yeah. Capoeira. What? Foot fighting. Oh, foot fighting. Yeah, I know about foot fighting. Look at him. He's foot fighting. Y'all see that foot fighting? Y'all see? You need to have a midriff that you could like set a metronome to pull this shit off. Like, holy fuck. Like, you could lash that to a fucking V8 engine and it'd be tight enough to like run the fucking motor. I'm saying he has a mid-drift. Where I have a mid-out. There's some of you in chat have a mid-out too. It looks so ridiculous, but they can snap your neck with one of their fucking back kicks. I don't... Also, you try to land a punch for somebody who spends their days fucking bouncing around. Oh, this is
Time
great.
to enter your artsy era. Is sleep. This is also sleep. She's giving grace. She's giving elegance.
Oh.
She devoured, I fear.
She devoured.
This is fire.
Is
Queen
fire.
of giving us the bombastic side eye. Georgette Chen is that girl. The wipes are immaculate around here. Slay. One of our largest artwork on display. I'm gagged. You get the pole dance in the gallery. Chat, is this real?
No.
To all the Sigmas out there, come, increase your aura points and enjoy a golden day out at the gallery. We are cooking from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. every day.
Is Nippon Manju, even though it's Singapore. So
hey, besties.
I love how chill he is. He kind of gives me a vibe of somebody who's kind of knows he's not doing it right, and knows that adds to the motif that he's going for. He's playing a bigger game than just saying it. It's about 6 p.m. or a.m. when this stream is finished at this rate. We'll probably know before that. $91, $195, $34, $43, $94, $142. Don't like this, I don't. Don't like this, I don't. Not one bit. I want the blue. You see all the blue? I want less red and more blue. Oh.
Coming in here. He's trying
Another
to
big
help
issue, immigration. We'll have to leave it there, but thank you so much for your time, and we like your hat again, sir. So, yeah, so we've got food being served over here.
It's very
and on the screens,
big.
as you'd imagine. Fox
Dude,
News, what else?
why can't I be in
could they be
Philadelphia
watching?
now?
And every time a result goes towards Donald Trump, there's a massive cheer. People are getting up and dancing. And Pennsylvania is on that
you should
screen
have taken
a
me
lot
to the
because it is getting
fucking
closer and closer according to the
giant
results as they come. And as you say, only half of the votes counted here, and it could be days, Mark, before all the votes are counted. They hope it'll be less than that, but certainly it could be a bit of a wait. I think they're preparing for a long night here, but the mood's certainly pretty buoyant, and I think they feel the evening is going in their direction.
Yeah, it does seem that way. Dominic, thanks very much indeed. And some interesting views on abortion in that little clip. But Yusra Al-Bagir
I'm sure that would have been interesting, but I was too busy looking at somebody talking about
Yusra,
bullshit.
what is the sense there? There seems to be some momentum at the moment with the Republicans.
There is momentum, and you can feel people here at this Dems Watch Party in Detroit, in downtown Detroit, keeping their morale high, trying to kind of stay patient before jumping to any conclusions about what these results might mean. But one surprising thing has been this exit poll from Michigan, showing that Trump has won with under 30s by 4 points. Now, that's shocking to us because we've been on campuses around Michigan. We've been speaking to young people, particularly students, and
how many motherfuckers are currently like in college?
do you think young people could be leaning more towards Trump than Harris?
I think some of the information that young students are engaging in, they have not read about it. They're only looking at advertisements and commercials. But when you really study, for instance, our area's
commercials?
education,
No, they're going to podcasts that are spewing this stuff directly.
Whatever your profession is, what is each candidate saying that really inspires you to support them?
I mean, you're clearly for Kamala Harris. Yes. Does it upset you to see that young people could be leaning towards Trump?
I'm surprised because I look at a person's character. I look at how they speak. I also look at what is their program. How is this program going to benefit you? And it's surprisingly, I don't know if Project 2025 is really going to come in.
It doesn't work like that.
But if that is what you're thinking about, removing education, that's going to eliminate a lot of students who are getting financial aid. That's going to hurt a lot of parents who have their children in public education. So education is primarily my basic focus, and I think students need to educate themselves. So as a college professor, I think it's important and essential that students read about and document and get research. Don't look at Twitter all the time and all the other forms of media, but actually read.
No one is going to do that, love. You have such a high standard for people. They will not do that. They will see an easy tag, latch onto it, and not check to see if it's legit or not. That's it. That's what they'll do. I'm gonna look at my feed right here, see if there's anything standing out. Look, this sums it up. This means you don't understand how Americans work. Right here. Now, even rich people are going to find life more complicated. Because they're going to find so many things they take for granted are not going to be as easily located. Rich or poor, it's always nice to have certain services literally around the corner. They'll be gone. Like, the way this is going tonight, it does look like Trump is going to win. And I don't like that.
Republican voters who I can talk to
I
nearly
really
lifelong
don't
friends,
like
Samantha
that.
and Ingrid. How are you feeling about the early results coming in and the early polling?
I'm feeling fantastic because I'm from Pennsylvania. So me being down here for work and knowing that my key swing state is doing very well at this point and that he's getting, you know, the majority of the electoral votes. I have chills
Majority,
right now.
huh? Okay, awesome. Oh, well. And swing back around. I wanted to, but I just wanted to do it now, you know? Give me the direct. Can she win this? Fuck yeah. Oh, they say as Iowa is now officially red. Much for that blue wall. Nebraska's going red as well. Kansas is going red. Colorado's blue. 54. Where's my Kamala, huh? No Kamala here. No Kamala here. Seven. 4, 4. All right, 8. $20 something. Look at that shit. The weird thing is, now would be a perfect time. Bye, Nebraska. Now would be a perfect time for me to just switch sides, wouldn't it? It would just, I want to get laid. I can get any blandest bathwater bitch possible by just saying, actually, I convert to Christianity and I think that the white race is superior. I'm gonna relapse into neo-Nazism. Blah, 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 blah. I could release a book, something along a ghost read, of course, most likely with a black man. No, an Indian. Ajid would do it. And it would be something along the lines of my foray into the chaos one man's loss of faith only to rediscover it under the glory of Trump. Because if I did that 4 years from now, the grift come knocking. Oh, it doesn't look good though. It really doesn't. That. Oh. Hey, Bill Portley, how's Vosh hanging in? I'm sure he's keeping a stiff upper lip, but he's. Oh my God! I did it again. But you gotta wonder if, like, your boy, he's kind of grinning, going, "It's me." If, like, your boy, he's kind of grinning, going, "Oh, you didn't hear it?" I said, "Yeah." Gotta remember, not all noises you can hear from. The mic is on the other side of the keyboard. Let's change that now. Wait. Come on. There you go. Piss off, other wire. I don't need you. I need you. Here, where you used to always be. Why did I move it? Weird. Anyway. Projected window of Nebraska. Well doy. Alcoholic? No, but drink fueled, yes. Alright.
Which would mean that she'd get it.
Well, let's have a look at that road to 270. As we've been saying, that's the magic number, 270. We haven't actually called any of the battleground states as yet. But already you can see Donald Trump at 210 in his column and Kamala Harris 91. So that race for 270 continues, although none of the battleground states have been called as yet. Although, Mark, in the last hour or so, you were reporting what Reuters was saying. However, we are being very cautious at this stage because this is quite critical when you start to call these states one way or the other.
Yeah, Reuters have been reporting over the past hour or so that they are calling North Carolina for Donald Trump. We're not yet doing that ourselves, nor our colleagues at NBC. But obviously, North Carolina, a state that when Biden was the candidate against Trump, they'd written it off.
Yes, but that was a different guy, and that was 4 years ago.
So... but it's not looking particularly good. I was speaking to some Democrats close to that, well, at the heart of the Harris campaign.
You can tell which side of the fence they're on.
On the ground game, knocking on.
It's just fuck. You know, So in 20 minutes, we'll see what the damage is, and then we move into the end game. By the looks of it. I'll remind everyone who is enjoying tonight to like, share, and subscribe. I want to remind everyone that Trump won the election last time. And if he wins it again, looking quite possible, you will be okay, because he is an inept piece of shit. Will lead little bits of turd, ruin the woodwork after he's gone. If she still wins, good.
small margin. So the polls this time
like,
basically got it right. It looks like they got the
this
national
side-
popular
this
vote right, which is going to be
moment
almost
now,
a
it
tie,
looks
or maybe
like
even a slight
the light-
Trump advantage. So actually, you know, the polls
Yeah, they're
did make
polls,
those
Given they were
adjustments. They
spooked out by
kind of got it right.
2016 and,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
2020. Well, let's learn a little bit more about these battleground states and
There will
go
be
to Lewis
finger
now. Lewis.
pointing either way.
Yes, Elder, it's pretty small comfort, cold comfort, I would say, for the Democrats right now, looking across all of the battleground states. Let's look at Pennsylvania, which is, of course, the jewel. 60% of the vote now in. Donald Trump ahead by 50.8%. And you can see how he's doing it. He's running up the table again in rural areas, but you can also see, let's look at somewhere like Philadelphia County. So many rallies. I mean, Kamala Harris finished her campaign there. So many rallies held in Philadelphia over the last few weeks for the Democrats and elsewhere. Kamala Harris is absolutely dominating there, of course, 77.5% of the vote, with 66% of the vote now in, ticking down. But again, look, she's what, 5 percentage points or so down on where Joe Biden was in 2020. So that she needs to be running up the table in those places, and she's not doing it. Let's look at Lackawanna County, 95% of the vote in here. Obviously, the home of Scranton, Joe Biden's hometown. He won it by 53.7% in 2020. She's winning it by 51.2%. Again, Harrisburg, let's have a look what's going on here. Dauphin County.
Good
you
old
can see again,
Harrisburg.
just doing a little bit, well, she's doing better
He's
there.
saying they didn't do us
45%.
wrong.
Lots of the votes still to come in there. And you can just see that in county after county, Kamala Harris, unfortunately for her, is just not doing as well
They
as
keep
Joe
on
Biden
adding the
did
caveat
in
for her,
2020.
but
Let's
you
look
know
elsewhere.
what's
Let's see
defense
where we are
wrong.
with North Carolina.
Good for them.
North Carolina, 84% of the vote now in North Carolina. Trump is ahead and maintaining that lead. In Georgia, we can see now we've got 86% of the vote now in Georgia, and Trump is enjoying a margin of 153,000 votes. Kamala Harris has got to try
In the next 20 minutes, I'll know if it's won or not.
154,000 votes
Honestly,
of the remaining 4. So there's only
that's a bit of a
766,000
call,
votes remaining, and she has to therefore be winning a considerable margin of those votes each and every time. And unfortunately for her, we've been talking about the Atlanta suburbs all night, but we are getting more and more of this vote now in. Yes, there's 15% of the vote in DeKalb County still to come. But in Fulton County, we've got 15%. And if we just look at in terms of what that means in terms of numbers, it's only 88,000. And even with those sorts of margins that she's getting, it's going to be hard for her, I would say, numerically in Georgia, to be able to overcome.
Would you get over Georgia, okay? It's not happening. This is all gone. It'd be Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Connecticut, New Hampshire, Maine. You'll get over 100 for sure. It's just, like I said, boom. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if shit. Oh, Donald Trump in. Trump. Mala. Minnesota. Trump. All I can say is this. Over the next 4 years, everyone who's voting red right now, they're not going to get what they want. Because they had it before and they didn't get it. And at the end of that 4 years, they're going to scream about how prices are lower when they're higher. They're going to scream about how medicine is cheaper when their benefits are curtailed. Women are going to talk about how safer they feel because there's less Muslims in the town when they can't get even a fucking smear test. You know, stuff like that is just going to churn out. And then the Democrats are going to put forward somebody, anybody. Fucking AOC can run at that point. And she might get it. You know what's going to happen? 4 years of nothing. At the end of it, Trump won't be able to run again. But, and this is important, he will have nominated someone. Maybe Vance. Maybe someone else. And as a result, he will have left his mark in the Republican Party the same way Reagan did. Because any real change the Democrats could do, they will not. Because they're scared, because their money is scared. Shit like this makes you doomer. Shit like this makes you very doomer. Paul's ego is rubbing his nipples with cottage cheese right now. I know he is. Somewhere out there.
Also, the music's still playing, but there's around 10,000 people here. You wouldn't know it because not many of them are making much noise at all right now. I think there's
Why would they?
very little for them to grasp onto in terms of signs of optimism from the early data at the moment. People waving their stars and flags, people waving their flags, but really not particularly optimistic at all. And just to build on what Lewis was saying there, I think some of the data that we're seeing around the female vote is particularly concerning for Kamala Harris. She's +7 in Georgia with women, whereas Biden 4 years ago was +9. That is concerning given how aggressively...
If only there had been a candidate that could have been used, that would have shaken up the Democratic Party. He would have been old, from, I believe, Vermont, and Jewish. He would have been fighting for rights of unions and the average worker for many years, long before 9/11, but had always been sidelined by the Democratic Party because he wouldn't play ball. If only there was a Bernie Sanders, but there isn't a Bernie Sanders. There was a Hillary Clinton, who told us the Pokemon go to the polls and did a weird GIF dance with Madonna. And she lost. Oh, look at those faces. Look at those faces. They can see
women.
it.
So when the result came up here that Donald Trump had won Iowa, there was a big sigh and certainly a lot of disappointed faces here at the moment.
Martha, thank you very much indeed. And, well, this is the way it looks at the moment.
Yeah, you can see some of those states, a lot of those states red now, and those northeast states are blue. We haven't quite gotten to the West Coast yet, but I'm being told that we're going to a press conference now in Georgia.
I would like to thank the people of Georgia. Thank you, Georgia.
Yeah, Georgia.
Thank you to all the Georgians who did their duty to vote in the safest, most secure election in our nation's history. Millions of voters showed up to vote, and you voted in record numbers.
That was cool.
And thank you to the thousands of poll workers you delivered. And you are the real national heroes. Just like in 2020 and 2022, Georgia had a successful election because you worked every day to protect
Trump
every legal vote.
Won him that election.
Today, I am grateful to the voters of Georgia. I work every day to protect you, the voter, and that is what I've done. I have put you first. That is why I have led the effort to ensure only American citizens vote in our elections, and why I fought for election security to add photo ID for all forms of voting. I ran on that, and I delivered. I've also led the effort to create the cleanest voter rolls in the entire country by joining a multi-state partnership to ensure voters only vote once.
Again.
And to those who try to interfere in our elections today, I have a message for you. You messed with the wrong Georgian.
No one.
Your attempt to sow discord and strife didn't work.
Maybe
we'll
Russia?
Meet you and beat you next time as well.
Maybe Russians
Counties
tried?
around Georgia received 60 bomb threats, and yet we still had record turnout.
Yes, but
that is
none
because
were
I
bombs.
led the creation of strong partnerships
in
with law enforcement from the national level down to the local level. I stand here today ready to defend every legal vote, regardless of the results.
I stayed up till nearly morning.
Just as I did in 2020, 2022,
just to see democracy get kicked in the fucking balls by the looks of it.
Thank you. I think you probably are following where we are right now.
Happy to be wrong.
Where we see the numbers 4.7,
9 minutes, I'll find out, I
the total
suppose.
votes have already come in. That achievement of being done by 10:30 at night is a first in our history.
It's
an
impressive amount.
Also, if you look at who's leading the race right now, Donald J. Trump has an insurmountable lead with the number of votes outstanding. But at the end of the day, if you look at what we did and accomplished in Georgia, I want you to think and ask yourself.
And what's worse, you can't say
what
that,
other
well, like
state in
him,
America
you can't turn around and say, oh.
Actually had today
it was
an average 3-minute wait time. That got as low as 1 minute for many periods of the day. What other state in the country had a 49-second check-in time so that you had end up with less than a 5-minute wait time during the whole process? You're
Okay,
voting in and
you're
out
just
the
gonna
door in
flex,
10
aren't
minutes,
you?
Things like that.
Good for you.
I can't think of another one. I know of no other one, and neither do you. We've worked hard to build a
What
team.
a weird way of
We
putting
built
that.
hard to provide the voters the very best voting experience. And then tonight, counties were required by state law to get all the results up for all that early voting that we had, the 4 million ballots.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the absentee and the early voting in person. And in spite of the bomb that Fulton County had, they still got theirs posted by 8 p.m. So many other counties hit that mark too. And so right now, we're at 4.8 million out of the 5.2. I think that's pretty darn amazing.
It
That
is.
goes
In
to
all
the
fairness,
strength
like
of
it's
our
been a very
department that we have here.
efficient
Also to the
election
counties,
this
the hard
year.
work that they've done, and the poll workers. So I'm
There's
grateful for
nothing
every one of them
else.
working so hard to bring the voters the very best voting experience in the United States of America. So I'm quite willing to take any questions you might have, but it looks like it's going to
Right, well, that is the Georgia's Secretary of State, most famous for not delivering 11,000 votes to Donald Trump in 20.
Well, he's delivered them, but just 4 years later.
But
Donald Trump's not going to need to make that call necessarily this time.
But what he has delivered is what he called the most secure election in the nation's history in Georgia. So there will be some.
See,
relief
I can
over
do
that.
it.
Quite interested to talk about
I can
what is
follow
behind
party
this
orders.
performance by Trump in terms of what Lewis was saying, the demographics and who's voting for him.
Look, I think one of the larger stories here, and it's a story which is familiar in other countries too, including Britain, which is that the left who dominate so many of these institutions have sort of steadily turned off regular, what we might call working class, Americans call them middle class voters. These come with their elite interests, with their concerns about, gender and, race and identity, what we might call kind of radical, progressive ideas.
No.
They don't seem to care about regular.
Fuck off. All right, I'm gonna mute you now and just do this noise for the next few minutes. You can have workers' rights and the bizarre idea that gay people are fucking human beings. A lot of those gay people work a 9-to-5 job. Fuck off. Fuck off, you piece of shit. You think he had two different stories? Like, if the Democrats were really winning, he'd start going on about, you know what I've always said? I've always said this. The left knew what people wanted. They wanted more trans women, disabled women of color in video games. And they got it. Grifters. Grifters in all shapes, all forms. Great thing about me, I'd be better off if I did grift. If I went full right wing, if I went full tanky. I'm not. I mean, at this point now, I'm just looking at girls on Tinder. She's pretty. Nice boob. Nice smile and cool little sun tattoo going down her chest. Anyway, in 4 minutes, we will see what the update is. We can guess that the update isn't great.
amazing opportunity to say, I'm going to heal this country, I'm going to bring it together. I'm not going to pursue radical, progressive policies. I'm not going to...
Shut up. Like, people want jobs, okay. Fucking tax the billionaires. Fucking tax the corporations. Cap the motherfucking corporations. Hell, if you did something so simple as stopping payday loan shit, Americans would love you and vote for you. They don't. Why would they? Because those corporations work on both sides of the fucking aisle. The difference is the left claims that that's a bad thing. Everyone who raises their mouth up to try to fix it gets shot down. Oh my god, is this the start of my fucking third party arc? Oh, 4 years from now, I'm like, I swear guys, Jill Stein really has it this year. Oh, man, I won't run for round 2. Technically round 3. But they're gonna replace her with someone as fucking lame. AOC. Saying it now, 4 years from now, AOC. If not AOC, then AOC adjacent. Omar, maybe. The squad. What's left of the squad? Suits. He's calling
There's
out.
no open border. You still have to go through a process here.
God, at least he's trying to push
And you know
back.
what? 23 million well, Donald Trump promised to build a border wall and make Mexico pay for it. We have to acknowledge that both sides have problems with immigration, and they have failed to address this issue. But it does not lay squarely at only Biden's feet. This is an issue that historically people are struggling with. But I want to go back to the policies that you've called radical, that most African Americans will say are necessary. Crime in this country is up, and we've talked about inflation. It is very expensive right now to fill your gas tanks or even fill a prescription. And that's what I believe that you're seeing people are struggling with.
Ooh.
And maybe that's
How
why
about
you're
a
seeing the
kitchen?
results
Crime.
that you are.
Your party wanted to defund,
I'm not,
defund the
first of all,
police.
let's clarify.
The-
I am
the
not
candidate
a
you support-
Democrat.
so Kamala Harris in
I am an
2020
independent. So if you're going to address it, you have to do it accurately.
In 2020, the candidate you supported in
on
this
this
election,
particular network.
candidate you supported in this election in
Yes,
2020,
okay, let's talk about her.
supported the defund the police movement. Actually raised
At
money
least he
for
said it
people
right.
who were
Defund
What does
it.
that have to do
Not
with the price
disband.
of tea in China right now?
You talked about
These are
crime.
things
You just
that
talked
are
about crime.
essential to
You said African Americans, and you were
They're
dead
dying
right,
in the
concerned
street.
about crime.
That's where this movement started with George Floyd. If we want to go back to seeing a man choked in the streets, we can talk about that. But that's where the racial justice movement started, and why people are crying. And you're calling it woke. I call it necessary. We have to address these issues in this country and address inflation at the same time.
Then you'll go and lose more and more elections because people
Not me.
want tough measures on
Americans
crime.
choose their president, and
do.
they get the presidents that they elect, and we have to respect that. But you can't denigrate the people who make the decisions and the people who lose elections. That's just the way things go.
Well, you can denigrate people who lose elections that they shouldn't have lost.
You should probably remain consistent on the policies, the things that you write about Donald Trump, and then not flip.
I mean, this does give you, though, a sense of the polarization in this country, which we will get to, actually. But
I was just going to say, I think...
If I was on this
36,
panel, I would just be dressed as I am right now, including no socks, and just against one of those fucking pillars, just having a drink and being like, let's talk about Project 2025, because that looks like it actually might happen now. Doesn't it look like it's gonna happen? Looks like it's gonna happen. And then it'll just cut to break just as you see me lunge at the bald guy with a fucking, like, with the bottle turned upside down.
And it is
oh,
4 a.m.
thank God.
in the UK, 11 p.m. here.
That's
and
so...
polls have just closed over in California.
Not enough
Washington,
for my tastes.
Oregon and Idaho. And we can see some results. And one of them is not that surprising.
No.
54 electoral votes for Kamala Harris, which will make her map look a little bit better. So California, and the most votes of any state goes to Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
Let's go to Idaho next. And
look at that, less than 10%.
Projected winner, no surprises there. 4 electoral college
That's a big win.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. And Washington State, nothing to do with where we are. Right over on the other side of the country is too early to call Washington State.
And,
Michigan,
Oregon, too early
Wisconsin,
to call their 8
Minnesota,
electoral
20.
college votes. But we're talking there about California.
35.
And 54 electoral college votes, as you say, Mark, that will make things look a little bit more even for Kamala Harris.
Why are they even that shocked? Do it. Just put the bullet into the chamber and pull the fucking trigger.
And so there we are.
Wait, Virginia's gone back blue?
A bit, but largely due to California, those 54 votes in California, but 214 electoral college votes for Donald Trump, 145 for Kamala Harris. And let's go to Lewis.
Well, shall we have a look at exactly where we are with the battleground states, shall we? We said at the very beginning, didn't we, that we had 7 battleground states, 7 swing states, and indeed we can...
So we've been listening to Sky News the whole night, which is very spiritually pro-Harris, but we've been looking at this for a much more practical map. This is my own country's RTE. In Ireland, for the most part, we are very pro-Democrat. Democratic Party is, for the most part, always been ours. After the Civil War, anyway. Well, it was around about 1890. We do have some definite pro-Trumpites. In this village in particular, I've met 1 or 2. Only drink alone and always want to strike up a conversation. And the first thing they want to bring up is the woke. Oh. Oregon. Alright, let's say that she gets these 20, right? 65. Gets Maine. 69. 73. New Jersey gives her 14, which is a nice bump. Is that fucking getting solved? Oh, there's one. Where? So it does look like it's coming down to the wire. I don't know if she's going to get I don't know if she's up for well, if nothing else tonight, I chatting to a girl who I want to hook up at some point, so yay. Yeah, I'm rather ecstatic to see a fresh pair of boob, but night.
That Kamala Harris is clearly not doing as well with black voters. She's not doing as well with Latino voters.
20.
And Donald Trump is continuing to dominate among white voters. League County, another one there again. Kamala Harris is down by about a
Oregon.
percentage point or so. Lackawanna County, again,
Oregon.
the home of Scranton, Joe Biden's hometown, down by about 2 percentage points. We can just see this pattern emerging again and again and again. On all of the key metrics, we see that Kamala Harris is underperforming in the key constituencies that she needed. We talk so much about whether she could motivate her own unique coalition. The truth
Even
is
if she gets in at this point now,
with the Joe Biden coalition,
it's not a good
2020.
sign
Let's have a
of
quick
like
look elsewhere as well. Georgia,
support.
88% of the vote now in Georgia. It's still too close to call. It is still absolutely possible that Kamala Harris, because she is holding her own in these places. Oh, there. Just go back here. It's early in the morning, you know, we've got a bit of a slip of the finger. It has to happen now and again, doesn't it? It was going to happen at some point, so I'm glad it's happened now rather than an absolutely crucial moment. Let's go back to Georgia. And circle is, we've been talking all night, haven't we, about what's happened in the Atlanta suburbs. We are still waiting for the remaining vote to come in these places, but you can see she is running out of vote fast in Georgia. She is running out of vote fast, and she needs it. She needs it because she needs to make the 153,000 deficit up, and we can see 9% of the vote still remaining in Cobb County, 10% of the vote remaining in Fulton County, 11% in DeKalb County. It's looking harder and harder to see exactly where she can find the votes to get these places over the line.
Georgia,
the Democrats, I think, hour by hour, are staring down the barrel.
I'm sorry, I don't see it.
Lewis, thank you so much for bringing. Well, let's go straight to Martha Kellner, who joins us. She's in Washington, but with the Kamala Harris camp.
I'm really surprised
Martha,
about
you
Virginia.
have a bit of an update.
Yeah, a significant update here. The campaign chair for the Kamala Harris campaign, Jen O'Malley Dillon, has just in the last few moments sent out an email to campaign staff, which basically boils down to this. She is urging for patience and for caution as these results are coming through. She says that the Harris campaign still do see a path to victory, but essentially they see it through those blue wall states, through Pennsylvania, Michigan and Wisconsin. Just to give you an idea of what this email says, she says, we've been saying for weeks that this race might not be called tonight. Those of you who were around in 2020 know this well. It takes time for all the votes to be counted, and all the votes will be counted. That's how...
So, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to call it around about... Because I have to be up in a few hours. I'm gonna call it in about maybe alright, in the next hour. I'll probably call it against Kamala, unfortunately. I haven't started Nevada yet, or Alaska or Hawaii. Puerto Rico should be in this lineup. It's a fucking disgrace that it's not. But we're almost there now. We're almost fucking there. I said, if nothing else, I'm glad that this season is over. This election bullshit. I want her to get the win. I want her to scrape it in. Washington started off, and it started off strong for Donald Trump. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. I know around Seattle is like aggressively liberal, but where like Jeff Holiday lives around here, or places like what's his name, Lucas Werner, they're all just like rednecks. So it isn't surprising that the first votes in are not exactly positive.
At the time. And so he too had to find a way to communicate where he stood on issues and distinguish himself from Bill Clinton. That's very similar to the challenge that Kamala Harris has right now.
I guess...
But isn't it, sorry, but I mean, isn't it, it's about this whole idea of change. And very difficult to be a change candidate when you've been inextricably linked
I haven't heard them explicitly say change.
Well,
she's talking about looking towards the future.
Well, she didn't talk about change in the sense that offering change. She was offering something better than Trump. Notice how I'm using past tense now? Here. We're going to watch another 4 videos. It's getting pretty late in the evening. I should say pretty early on my end. So we're going to watch some shit from some weeb in Japan. Whatever the 3.
I regret it. This is Pepe Olio, but I'm going to call it PP Oreo because I'm immature. They have an extensive bread menu that I thought was strange until I realized it's an all-you-can-eat bread buffet. Checkmate, atheists. And there's a Don Quixote next door, so I had to sneak a quick peek. Everything was fine until I started seeing different Sanrio characters as varieties of bread like a mirage, and I knew it was time to go. Pepe Olio has a pasta set with unlimited bread and a drink for 900 yen. That's $6.50. You can't even walk into an Olive Garden for that price. I made my first trip to the bread buffet just before my pasta arrived.
Squishy it
I thought for
is.
sure this would be bad frozen.
I can smell this bread. Oh, some of this I wouldn't be all that interested in. That garlic bread with like the herbs and what have yous.
Bread, but it's actually delicious. The flavors are strong and the bread is nice and soft. Italians, I'm sorry, but this is carbonara in Japan and it'll be okay. You should see what they did to our pizza. But I have a soft spot for cheap Japanese cream pasta. I don't know why or what happened to me. This is a bread intermission. I don't know why or what happened to me as a child.
I appreciate more bread intermission. I could definitely go for a bread intermission. Sure.
Child to cause such a preference, but I like it. But it doesn't look good. If the sauce were any more watery, I'd ask if the eel could come out to play. Sure, it wasn't incredible, but it's not even in the same morphological tree as the word bad. To celebrate my pasta arriving, I grabbed some more bread. And then I saw a nice man putting out fresh bread, so I got more bread. And then I got some dessert bread. The flavors are average in a good way, but the value here is unbeatable. I found all you...
That is like, for $6, all you can eat bread? I mean, come on. You could do that with like the worst white loaves you've ever had for like 90 cents. Or you could have the most bland olive oil infused, garlic inspired, buttery ciabatta. That would, in the grand scheme of things, naturally give a 4 or a 5 out of 10 for the same price. Of course you're going to go for the fucking bread.
Is World Naked Gardening Day. I need to know, is there a naked gardening club in Philly?
Mike would like to join.
I would like to know.
I'd like to see the hose and the rakes and trowels and all the equipment they use. No, you know what a trowel is.
You know what a trowel is.
Stop for a second.
No.
Yeah, the gardening tools.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Tomorrow is...
I think one part of him was into it, another part of him just wanted to fuck with her. No. That one I will leave till next time.
Supplies, motherfucker. Some fries, motherfucker. Disguise, motherfucker. Some pies, motherfucker. All rise, motherfucker. Wrong size, motherfucker. First prize, motherfucker. Hard eyes, motherfucker. Rude eyes, motherfucker.
Trump back, motherfucker. Boo. Boo!
I can tell you, advisors for Donald Trump.
Like, even if she wins by a hair's breadth, they're not gonna let that fucking stand. If they think they have a chance.
That is reflective of the crowd here, several hundred now, inside this cavernous convention centre, the size of 2 football pitches. Donald Trump will be giving a speech later. He's currently in Mar-a-Lago, surrounded by close supporters. Elon Musk among them. Nigel Farage happens to have dropped in for the night. And
They really want to bring up the fact that Farage is his friend. Good. Farage is a piece of shit. That was Trump.
every now and again, results are thrown up.
Elon is going to double down on the shittest decisions on Twitter. And he's going to lose billions.
North Carolina, and to them, it's starting to smell like success. They've said beforehand that they would win the night, and they are starting to sense that. I think at one point,
It's beginning to look a lot like a right-wing victory.
a growing confidence at this moment in this room. I can tell you that the speaker
Fuck this timeline.
Mike Johnson, he's on his way to Mar-a-Lago tonight. Something I think which perhaps is one man, it's one flight, it's one trip to Mar-a-Lago, but it does rather tend to elevate that area.
Yeah. So, one of 2 ways it's going tonight. Well, actually, one of 3 ways. Hot. Number 1, Trump wins. Number 2, Harris wins. Number 3, too close to call. Like I said, I'm calling it at 5 a.m. I got shit to do in the morning. I gotta go to shop, go to a bank, gotta go with Metal Monkey to McDonald's because he feels lonely without me. He totally said that. No, he didn't. But I feel it. My gonads.
So far as the states that have come in, such as Iowa, you know, we had that crazy poll that came out and said that she was up 3 in Iowa. Well, clearly that's not the case. So
No, she was up 3 in Iowa, but that's not how polls work, love. She was up in the initial, and then you guys surpassed her.
In some of the states, but I think Trump will pull it out.
That's not sign of. Look,
No, Donald Trump is
they
just
were just the first to be voted in
he's having his
or
own
counted.
private watch party. We are led to believe by his advisors he's speaking about when
They're gonna
he
be
comes here to
They're gonna
deliver,
misremember this vote
speech,
for
and we're
years.
told
Look
if
at
the
that.
results continue
Look
on their
at
current
that.
trajectory. That could be sooner rather than later. Talk of before midnight, perhaps. That would strike me as quite soon. I mean, that's 45 minutes away here. But something else is
Biden should just get on the phone and launch every nuke in every silo in every direction. Enemies, friends, random spots in the ocean. Let's see Trump take over after that.
the way they are in that state.
He shouldn't do
I
that.
reckon for
Billions
Donald
would
Trump,
die.
that would be a good way to close the night, as they would.
James, thank you so much. Well, we've been looking at our map here, turning red and blue, and no real surprises at this stage. Many of these states we knew would go this way. You can see in the Northeast, it's turned blue, as well as the West Coast, California, they're turned blue. Obviously, again, no surprises. And then, of course, the rural states have turned red. But it's the key battleground states that we are looking at the moment. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin there in the north, the Rust Belt. Kamala Harris needs these states if it is her path to victory is to be made clearer. But of course, we're still waiting for results, and we're being told too close to call in places like Georgia. We're keeping an eye on North Carolina, as well as Arizona and Nevada. So these are the key battleground
Pennsylvania
states.
could
And,
go.
of course, Lewis has not just been looking at the states, but also the counties and what the counties are saying, what it all means, and which direction they're actually going. So, Lewis, tell us what you're looking at right now.
Well, I'm sort of looking at what the Democrats are talking about, Yelda, which is that there has been, NBC has obtained this email from the Harris campaign where they're saying they're not conceding defeat in the Sun Belt, but they're accepting that it's it's difficult and that it is potentially more difficult in the blue wall. They are saying that they still believe that there is a path to victory in the blue wall. They are saying that there's still lots of vote outstanding in places like places.
It's more of a blue bastion at this point.
Well, there's actually only 7% of the vote still outstanding, but they're saying that there's more vote to come there, still more vote to come in Milwaukee. They're saying they're feeling optimistic about what is going on in Michigan. They're saying that, for example, we're still not going to get a lot of the vote out of Detroit and Wayne County for some time, and they are right about that. There's still 85% of the vote still to come there. There is still quite a bit of outstanding vote to come in Michigan. So, yeah, I can see that there is a path for them in Michigan. Pennsylvania, they're saying that they're optimistic about what they're seeing about what's happening in Philadelphia. I'm a little bit uncertain about that myself because, as I was saying before, we can see here she's performing a little bit worse, quite a bit worse than she did in Philadelphia County than Joe Biden did in 2020. But they're saying that they're still optimistic about the rest of the state. And you can see that path, and it is possible, but it isn't looking brilliant. Whereas, as regards for Georgia, 90% of the vote now in there. We've been saying that there is a difference of 131,000 votes. Local Republicans on the ground saying that they don't think that there is a real way numerically for Kamala Harris to actually make that up at this point. And I think it is difficult. What Kamala Harris and the Democrats will say is that at this very same stage in 2020, Joe Biden was actually was further behind than Kamala Harris is right now. So they're saying that it's still possible that when we get the remaining votes out of places like DeKalb County and places like Fulton County, that they might be able to make up the deficit or at least substantially reduce it.
We've gotten a failure pizza and a success
cake. What that means in terms of the actual path to the presidency itself. Well, let's imagine for the sake of argument that we see that Georgia does go Republican. And let's say for the sake of argument that North Carolina goes Republican. We can see that that's 246. So he is getting already then, if at some point these are declared in the next few hours, tantalizingly close. And we can see that it becomes even more important again for her to take those blue wall states, because that's what she will need. Let's assume she does take Virginia, although it is closer than many people had predicted. Let's put this on 2024 so we can see. Let's colour that in there. Republican red, and let's say yes.
Shut up and get over yourselves. Wait, is that it? This is the last bit of stuff I have.
And I've always cooked my food in lard. It tastes busting and is actually much better for you than all those oils in plastic bottles.
True.
Another good thing about lard is that you can reuse it and it tastes better each time.
Depends what you're mixing with, but yeah, my dad used to do that and I did that for a while.
Something else I've always done is to spread my butter nice and thick. People often comment asking, what's my secret to having such a long, healthy life? I think one answer would be to cook in lard, and the other answer, well, there for another video. I'm 91.
Alright. Here's the thing. If he's having a good time, score. Bosch, how's you doing, big balls? You okay? Let's keep hope out. Bosch.
Should have. This is not her fault. Nice bait. Nice
Bosch.
try.
Let's see how you're doing. Are we cooked? Kind of looks like we are, brother.
That's bait.
See what Bosch is doing for a few seconds. Oh, never mind. It seems like he knew I was watching and going to steal all his views.
I'm 91, and I've always...
Philip, what about you?
Trump wins or loses, and lots on this site, and the New York Times. Oh, and
Philip DeFranco looks like he's dressing up as a chainsaw man.
He should never have been allowed to run for president again without any accountability for January 6th. But
no, everyone's just kind of processing it in their own way. Most people I follow are left-leaning, so they're not exactly thrilled at Kamala to begin with. but they wanted her to win. Same with me. I wanted her to win. But at this rate, I don't know. I really don't. Hi, Rebecca. I've been replaying Cyberpunk, and it's great going to the the area where everyone's buried in the city, the little alcoves, the niche, the nook, as they call it, where your ashes. Spoilers, but Rebecca can be found there, along with Kiwi and everyone else from David's team who died. Although I didn't see David. I haven't seen him yet. I haven't seen his nook, so that raises questions. Rebecca's there. So is Kiwi. Duke is there, and I forget the name of the boss, but I think he's there too. I've seen Dexter Shawns. I've seen you should only go there once, and that's right at the end of the game. So you can see every single major character who dies. And lesser characters too. It's a really somber moment, and sometimes if you're there with Johnny, he'll add in his 2 cents here and there. It's, you know, the game is still really buggy at times, but it's come a long way, and I haven't even gotten into Dogtown yet. I could enter it at any time now, but I'm doing all the missions up to the last missions. Then I'm doing Dogtown. Once I do Dogtown, I want to experience it all. Right now, I'm just trying to raise money. I'm helping Delamain figure himself out, and then I'm going to go and do Cyber Psycho stuff for Gina. And if anyone is listening who hasn't played Cyberpunk, it's playable now. Is it perfect? Fuck no. In a post Baldur's Gate universe? No. But Baldur's Gate took years to get right, and Cyberpunk heavily redeemed itself. It isn't just, oh, here's a new area on the map. Phantom Liberty really does change a huge chunk of the game. Plus, we are in a post-Edgerunners world, where everyone's Lolita small girl, Rebecca, is as canon as the jacket that David is wearing. Which, yes, you can get. You can also hear the song on the radio, and it's just... At this point, I don't know what to watch. Oh, 172. That's good. Who, there we are. Washington. Good. Good. Well, she's doing better than... Although that says 165. So going on. What state did they claim? And CNN ain't calling it either way. Brilliant. 172 is pretty fucking dope. I appreciate that. But we need to do better. And he needs to do worse. Look at this. There's only 3 states now that aren't up for grabs. Hawaii, Alaska, and Nevada. They're still fallow, and that will change pretty soon. Nebraska's doomed. It's Nebraska. Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan are, I think, the states that will define if this shit's happening or not. Now, by the looks of this map, I don't think she's going to get Wisconsin. But Michigan, Minnesota, maybe. Now, she's not getting Georgia. Getting North Carolina. I don't know why they're still taking forever. As for Virginia, possible. New Jersey, Connecticut, New Hampshire, Maine. She's getting those. Pennsylvania. That's big. At this point, it's better she gets it so he doesn't get it. As for that, Hawaii and Alaska. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I think that 2020 was pretty nuanced in what happened there. I
That's
think
the totally
that
real
we saw
millennia.
you know, a
Which it
pushback
is.
against what our institutions look like. And I think it wasn't strictly about our
This stream might
elections,
not
but
see
it
the
was
light of
also
day just
about
for the
the
amount of stuff
battle
I might have
for
stolen
what we
copyright-wise.
perceive as core
Fuck
values
it,
in our
don't
country,
care.
the First Amendment and the Second
If he
Amendment.
wins, I don't be
And
reminded
so
of
I think,
my
you know,
numerous
while I
failures.
think we'd all like to have a clear-cut answer about 2020, I think it's still one of those scenarios that we'll look back on in the future and still have some questions about.
So is your answer yes or no?
I'd say yes. I mean, I'm fine with that. I mean, I think that yeah, as long as he wins this time, I don't know if it really matters what happened in 2020.
I mean, I guess, you know, the other thing that there's been a lot of conversation. We've been having a conversation.
he just
about
wants it to win, and then he'll be like,
demographics,
it doesn't
the
matter.
Joe Rogan listeners and the other demographics that Donald Trump has sort of tried to, you know, lure towards himself, the African American vote, the Latino vote. You know, we're starting to see some of that now playing out.
Yeah, I think we see an age down in the vote as well. I think that young men decided that the future that they were seeing under the current administration wasn't the future that they wanted to see.
Incels are going to
They wanted
claim
to
this
see a
fucking
future
election.
where there
And
wasn't ambiguity between men and
they
women.
might even be
that
a little
freedom
bit
of
right
speech
about
was still
this.
a core
The
value. That they had the
chuds
opportunity
might
to
have
protect
gotten
the future
sick and
family
tired
that they
of
have.
it and fought
And
back.
so I think
And that
what you're going to see
fucking
is
sucks.
a pretty big rebuke of
Because what the hell
wokeism
does that say about
existed
everyone
in
else?
this,
That they're just
administration,
sitting on their
and
asses.
a pendulum swing back to core American values.
Core American
But
values.
this is,
Fuck
I
off
mean,
with
a
that.
man who has been impeached twice. He's facing criminal trials. As we've just been discussing, he has refused to accept the result of the last election. Isn't it extraordinary that he's on the verge, potentially, of winning this one?
No, it's America.
I mean, I think what's extraordinary about this is that what you're seeing is the American people recognizing that the core institutions that we have voted in and we have supported throughout history have changed. And, you know, we've seen lawfare happen in our political system that seems to be disproportionate
Look at that
on one
loser there,
side.
either side
And
of the
in that way, I think that
table.
what we're
They're
seeing
both
right now in this election
I want him
is
to
a
lose
pushback against these core institutions that seem to have been pretty much rife with corruption. And I'm really
He was
excited to see what
president for
happens with
4
Elon,
years.
him getting into politics and getting involved. He's one of the most prolific figures in our whole world right now. He understands how to land rockets by catching them in midair. And I think that those
Elon,
kind
yeah,
of things
this
are
guy
the
sucks
types of
Elon's
people that
cock.
we want involved in our institutions moving forward, because those people will drive innovation and drive progress within our
This guy is
economy.
blocked on so
Do you think
many
he'll give
social media
Elon
accounts
Musk a
and
job?
dating websites. You can
Yeah,
just
I mean,
tell.
I think the Department of what is this government efficiency, Doge. I think it's an interesting idea. I think he's already shown that he can take an organization and whittle it down
Bald in
to
a
its
bit there,
component
Elon. Why
parts
don't you do a
that,
little dance?
make it more efficient. And in
Oh,
those
that
ways, I
could
think
work
that
too.
there's an opportunity to do the same thing with our government. Like, I think
Wealthiest man
conservatives really
alive,
would love to
and
see our
soon
government
most
shrink
likely
a
to
bit.
be the most
I don't
powerful
think we
man
should be so
alive.
heavily dependent within our GDP on what government spending is like. I'd love to see our economic growth be centralized around the private industry in our
I
country.
almost think that
And I think
he makes
Elon
Jeff
and people like
Bezos
that
look
have put a
dignified.
spotlight on what American dynamism looks like in the future. And I think it paints a picture of progress and a picture of a future
Ladies,
that a lot
I'm
of us
setting
would
up
like to
a
buy in.
compound here in Ireland for all
Ask
American
about,
women.
Robert Kennedy and
You can come over
Donald
here.
Trump saying that he was going to put him over.
You can have an anchor baby.
HHS,
Trust me, I
over
can help
Health
you
and
out
Human
there.
Services. Can you
And
speak a little
then
bit to that
we
and
can
his
all
positions
stand
on
and watch
vaccines and that sort of
the
thing?
Irish coast from a
Well, I think,
distance
again,
as
this
we
is
see the
another one of those
burning
things that
of
was
America as it destroys
a
itself.
symptom of what we saw.
Then we can all build a
within,
ship together and
the
go back
COVID
to the
era,
ruins and
which
try to
was
rebuild.
a lot of information that came out
DM
that
me.
over
We can
time
make this happen.
bared truth. Basically, that we saw that things that were being said were disinformation in the past are now bearing out to being true in the future. And so what we'd like to see is actual transparency within our government. And I think that's what
Government has plenty of transparency, aka you're not being told about nuclear missile launches because half of you are on the Chinese payroll. Oh, you know the champagne is being cracked in Beijing and Moscow right now. I tell you, Vladimir, I tell you that we are going to be in Kiev in 2 years. We'll be slaughtering their children and raping their women. Haha, just like Lenin wanted. Fuck's sake. On the plus side, probably won't be that easy for the Russians to win the war either. Feeling good, Lev? No, I'm not feeling good. I could hide it. Look at this pasty muff. How is his cheeks redder than mine? I've drank 8 cans, 2 pints, and I'm halfway through a bottle of mint and orange mint twist. Liqueur, that's what it says. I don't even know what the hell I'm drinking. It's tasty, I'll say that.
This time he
Smells
has
lovely too.
held on. Do we have the result? The actual result? Let's have a look, because that will be interesting. And
to see what percentage is one that, by, as you were saying there, Mark, in 2020 it was the only battleground state that Donald Trump won
This is like watching
by a margin
anime
of
from a few weeks ago, where I was just calling
just
things
under 75,000
hours, days before they were
votes.
happening.
So we will get a better
It's
calculation,
cold.
but we can see that
He
margin
got it.
is much wider this time in North Carolina.
I mean, it would have been a
he's got this one
pretty
too, so
dramatic
just
win
call
for
it.
the Democrats, I think we have to say, but he'll be very happy.
It was, they thought they had a chance. There were some polls in the last couple of weeks that showed them possibly just taking it. There was that, there was the issue with that Republican gubernatorial candidate who said those terrible things that could have possibly helped them.
Oh no, that's the one with the black Nazi dude. He's going to be in office.
It was.
Oh, there's the. I don't even care that I just saw 285 there. I don't care. That is some. I mean, hell, it went up to 230 down there in the corner.
We're still trying to recover from those storms. These
Oh
storms
my
came through this country, and
fucking
there's still
God.
Americans who are watching these results come in.
Black
who are
Nazi
trying to
is
clean
going
out
to
their
be in
basements and that
office.
sort of thing,
A
but
man
they have
who.
not been forgotten.
You know what?
Well, let's
why
go
am I,
straight to.
Why am I? What's that? The man. There. Oh, careful. What? Why is it like this? Was this an animation? Okay. Weird fucking animation. He's just been posting up shit where you just... Mark Robinson, controversial and socially conservative Republican nominee from Governor of North Carolina, married a series of inflammatory comments on a pornography website message board more than a decade ago, in which he referred to himself as a black Nazi and expressed support for reinstating slavery. By his recent history of anti-transgender rhetoric, said he enjoyed watching transgender pornography. He's right-wing, so of course he does. Also refers himself as a perv. Don't insult us, sir. The comments which denies making... Why? Like, he... Comments regret it. Nude Africa website, message board. Yeah. So this is who you're getting. You're voting this in. You're gonna regret it in 4 years. Like, no matter what, you're getting this guy. If Kamala still wins, you still got this dude. Unless someone, like, offs him, or he gets arrested for, like, some sort of weird tax
4 years
shit.
ago, or indeed 8 years ago in 2016. Kamala Harris, by the way, is actually doing quite well with white voters. What we're seeing tonight is a country which is becoming less divided racially than it has been in the past, which you can say is good news, although in a sense it's not good news for the Democratic Party because it means that Donald Trump
will do everything in their
doing
power to
much better with
reverse
those voters,
those
which have been a
trends.
core constituency for the Democrats for all of these years. And I just want to show you what I mean by this. This is New York. This was a state never, ever going to be in doubt, of course. Kamala Harris has taken the electoral votes here. And I'm going to zoom in a little bit here, down in New York itself, because you can see here, this is the city of New York down here. I'm just going to actually show it on the map here. New York down here. These are the boroughs of New York. It is obviously absolutely central Democratic territory. They absolutely pile up the votes here, of course. But you can see, let's just have a look at this. So this is Queens County, which of course is Donald Trump's home borough of New York. And you can see here, 86% of the vote now in. 62% Kamala Harris has got. But look at that. Joe Biden in 2020 got 72%. She's 10 percentage points down in Queens, in a county, in a borough where normally the Democrats weigh the votes, and she's 10% down. And that's not an isolated example either, because look at Brooklyn. I mean, you don't get more Democrat than Brooklyn, do you? And you can see here, 2020, Joe Biden, 77% of the vote. Kamala Harris is on 71.5% of the vote. Again, Donald Trump is just doing that little bit better. It doesn't matter in terms of New York.
If the Democrats
overall.
were to end tomorrow,
again,
the
doesn't get more
Republican Party
Democratic than that.
would
Very
be
African-American,
no idea who
very
to
black
blame.
area. Joe Biden, 83.4% of the vote. Kamala Harris gets 72.7% of the vote. Donald Trump puts on over 10 percentage points in his vote in the Bronx, somewhere indeed he campaigned and was mocked for so doing. And this isn't an isolated example either, because we can have a look at some other cities as well. We mentioned a little bit earlier on what's going on in Illinois.
Donald Trump starting
Chicago.
off pretty
Look at this
strong.
Here. Cook County, again, this is one of the absolute
Mala,
homes, the sort of pedigree
doing well,
homes, the
Arizona.
ideological homes of the Democratic
Mala
Party. It's the
doing
sort of place the
well
Democratic
just
Party
in
was
New Mexico.
born. Decades and century,
Nebraska,
about a century or so, century and a half
call
or so
it
ago.
already.
And you can see here in 2020,
Minnesota.
Joe Biden gets 74.3%
Okay.
of the vote in
Wisconsin,
Chicago.
she's
Urban
not
centre,
doing
lots of
okay.
young voters,
Not
lots of
by
more
much.
liberal
She
voters,
could
lots
maybe
of
pull
ethnic
Wisconsin.
minority voters and black voters in particular.
70,000.
Joe Biden does exceptionally well in 2020. And
Michigan.
we've got 87% of the vote now in, and Donald
Wow.
Trump has put on 12, 13 percentage
He's taking
points
control
of the
of
vote
Michigan.
compared to what he did in 2020. We are seeing this pattern everywhere. Again, it doesn't matter for Chicago, it doesn't matter for Illinois,
Mala
because the
is
Democrats enjoy such huge cushion
2,000
in these
behind.
places. But when you're seeing those sort of patterns be repeated in places like Wisconsin, in
Mala.
places like Pennsylvania, in places
Not by
like
much in
Michigan,
Maine,
and so
but
on,
she
that
is
is how
winning.
Donald Trump wins, because he is eating
Hampshire,
into, he's maintaining his,
not by much,
his
but she is
command
winning.
more or less of the white
Connecticut,
vote. But the Donald Trump coalition
a little bit
is
more,
becoming
but
a lot
she's
more
winning.
diverse.
Yeah,
New Jersey.
Sorry, I mean, there's something up in Minnesota, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, we were just talking there about North Carolina going into Donald Trump's column, but we've just got some news coming out of Minnesota. It's now being called it's too close to call. And just a reminder, in 2020, Biden won Minnesota by almost 3 million votes. And of course, you know, Kamala Harris's running mate was the governor of Minnesota. But, you know, what we're hearing now is that it's too close to call at this stage.
And last voted Republican I mean, way back in the Nixon's ban. I mean,
well, Minnesota's actually had the longest run for any state for the Democratic
when
Party.
Ronald Reagan won 49 states in 1984, the one state that did win was Minnesota.
That was Walter Mondale's home state. Who was running
what
against
do you
Ronald
read
Reagan
into that, Lewis?
Well, I mean, actually, Minnesota was a state back in 2016. I can even actually show you, actually. Let's go back to 2016 and Hillary Clinton. And actually, he only narrowly missed out on Minnesota in 2016 because, again, it's not so dissimilar from the other
the third-party motherfucker there.
As such, it's much more agricultural. But the Democratic Party has long had a stranglehold over this state in all sorts of ways. And as I say, you know, he nearly got there in 2016, but it would be extremely surprising. I don't think on the basis of these figures that I think the Democrats will still have it. But the fact that, again, it's even in contention, we were talking about New Hampshire, we would have expected that to have been called by now. Donald Trump is putting together, we talked about his 2016 coalition, he's adding to it. I mean, we talked a lot. We talked about the pollsters, and I'm surprised because...
And I'm not adding much to the grand scheme of things. I wish I was. It's just, Jesus
for the
fucking Christ.
underperformance that they always seem to have with Donald Trump. There have been 2 electoral cycles now that his overall strength has been underestimated. I think that we're on the verge of seeing a third.
Right, yeah. Well, let's talk about North Carolina then. And, well, you visited it recently, didn't you?
Yeah, and it was, you know, the suburbs, which are the areas which Kamala Harris needed to make gains, where she appears not to be making gains, and the issue was the economy. I mean, the border, yes, the economy mainly, and it does feel to me that the Democrats, that Kamala Harris has, yes, failed to define herself and stand herself apart from President Biden, but has also the Democrats, even when Biden was the candidate, but even more so now when Kamala Harris took over, have failed to spell out to the American people the remarkable state of the US economy. There have been an awful lot of remarkable successes. The inflation rate has come way down. It is almost back down to the target level. And yet people don't feel that. The perception and the reality...
No, because they're
different.
saying that to the fucking Fed, and they're saying that to Wall Street, so they can get the bars going up and down. That doesn't outright state anything to anyone except for lobbyists. Trump will do the exact same thing. Give people some goddamn decrease in food. But it's
how he liked to present himself. They cannot relate nearly as much to Kamala Harris.
She struggled to tell the American people who she actually is, and I think this is why she did this sort of flurry of interviews at one point as well, to try and, you know, tell the American people a little bit more about herself.
And but it's not about that. It was about other wider things.
For white Democratic
I think a lot of
voters,
people underestimated the Chud vote. They underestimated the counter-revolution. All right, so I think it was Fidel Castro, of all people, who said this once in a book I read. Every revolution, by default, will get a counter-revolution. And at first, it will be more powerful than the revolution. It will attack you with all the rage and revenge that it thinks it has the right to. The smug superiority of, we know what's best because we've always known what's best. Every single conservative movement has gone off this motion. Period. Conservatism by default punches down, not up. Here's the thing. When you ask the person that, they won't agree with that assessment. But it doesn't matter if they agree or not. If they have the backing, they will do it. And you'll be fucked. Right-wingers think that they're on the defensive. And overall, they are. But today was their victory by the looks of it.
whether she should have chosen Josh Shapiro.
We'll
of
know in
Pennsylvania.
10 minutes if she has a shot in hell.
Could still be close. You know, maybe it could still come down to Pennsylvania, and if it does, and she loses, then then absolutely she should have picked Josh Shapiro. But it's starting to look as though maybe it won't actually be that close. But yeah, she didn't pick Shapiro largely because, well, I mean, there were conflicting views. There's no question that because partly because he's Jewish and very sort of emphatically and explicitly, outspokenly pro-Israel, that was going to cause problems within the Democratic Party. Also,
are you implying that we don't support Jewish people?
Between him,
or are you supporting that you support
Jewish
people? Because there's plenty of people in the Republicans that don't
He's got an
support
approval rating of 60%. He's very effective. He's very persuasive. He's well liked. Yeah, he would have been, and he's moderate.
The biggest Nazis in the world will still fund money to Israel.
I believe we finally found common ground.
After all, it's why so many Nazis love Wakanda.
You know, while we're talking about candidate selection, I thought Vance was a little strange of a choice for Donald Trump, considering his criticism of Donald Trump and him calling
Yeah,
Donald
but
Trump
nothing
Hitler, that sort
matters
of thing.
for
But
a
it doesn't seem
Republican.
to have impacted Donald in a negative way, including all of the strange things he said about cat women, childless cat women, and that sort of
Yes,
thing.
Jamie Vance was also a surprise, and I guess there were others who were saying, you know, Donald Trump chose him when he thought that Joe Biden was going to be his running mate.
Yeah.
You know, he was going to be up against Joe Biden.
I'm just checking. Do you know where Donald Trump went in each of the last 3 days of the campaign?
North Carolina.
Yeah.
Carolina.
Yeah. I think
It was a good gamble.
He did 3 stops in North Carolina on one day.
Yeah.
What he said there,
She went
she
to
said there,
Pennsylvania. I noticed she went to Michigan too, and she remained overnight in Michigan and then back to Pennsylvania.
pays
So let's
more
see,
attention.
he went to North Carolina. He
Again,
won it,
this
she
is
went
the
to
case of.
Pennsylvania. Maybe she
I
won
hate to say it, but the Republican Party is desperate enough, eager enough, and willing enough to fucking talk to poor people. Democrats aren't so willing. Maybe old school ones like Waltz out in the fucking middle of the Midwest in some old Rust Belt town has no problem hanging out with people who are way below his pay grade. But the coastal elites, you know, it's all data to them. They're not people. Now, Republicans feel the same way. They can lie better. And they can tell stupid motherfuckers what they want to hear. Taxes, bad. Immigrants, bad. Brown people, bad. Gay people, bad. Jesus, good. Army, good. America, good. Beer, good. Trump, good. You could feel like a real man again. Says who? Because women will still not have sex with you. 4 years from now, an incel will still be an incel who voted for Trump. To the point where this actually might drive him to suicide. I can see it. Good thing I'm so tiny I don't have to worry about hiding my words. But yeah, like, a lot of these fuckers who joined ISIS were looking for wives. A lot of the people who go and join like QAnon hate the fact that women don't have time for them. Others are in the closet and don't want women. They want something else. A lot of these fuckers are also angry at the system, but don't want to admit that it's the corporation's fault, because that would be communism. Ooh. And some people don't really hate brown people, gay people, trans people. They just like hearing the sound of their own voice.
They do own those newspapers. I mean, I think they have.
No,
Well,
absolutely.
that was probably more a business decision as well.
No, I think that's very
They want to
unfair.
feel
I
important.
mean, I know quite a lot about this.
Special. They want podcast.
Very, very unfair. And I know that Bezos has been
Oh,
very concerned
you're
about.
a really
Do you ever read the
interesting
Washington Post?
person.
It's crazy.
Congratulations.
I mean, it's like they're obsessed with, you know, with Trump. They're obsessed with these woke progressive issues. They've gone way, way, way.
Fuck off. UKIP wannabe motherfucker. No one cares what you think. And I want to hear her rebuttal, because her rebuttal will be this polite, smiling shit when she should take that cup and just hit him. Just tell them, no, bold. No, talk. Human talk. You not human. You in corner now. No one likes the Democrats because the Democrats are too pretty. They're too smiley. Get shit done. But then you went to the whole fucking Antifa LARPing motherfuckers. Oh, I threw a rock at someone. What? I got arrested. Can't vote for 15 years. Bad. Shit like the eagerness to just swing at someone doesn't fix anything. We're gonna have 4 years of Trump again. And it's gonna suck. And it's gonna be funny at times. And it's gonna be like every other day. And it's gonna be alright. And if Kamala wins, I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and be like, oh.
I'll be honest with you. I thought we'd be announcing it by now. I think it's just a matter of time. He's up 3.5 points. There's not that many votes left out there. 82% of the votes cast. Might be 700,000 votes
not going
left.
back to the
She can't make
States
up the
after
200,000
January.
deficit.
You're very close to Donald Trump. You raise a lot of money for him, so you kind of got his ear.
We'll go to Canada.
Have you been in touch with him tonight
Women
or
are pretty
his
over there too,
inner
and they put
team?
out.
And are we going to hear from him soon, do you think?
Well, I have been texting back and forth with some of his top people. The president's locked down in Mar-a-Lago watching the returns. He's pretty intense.
Actually, I'm probably going to go to
it's
Vancouver.
always
I'm
seems
gonna
to
go
happen.
anywhere after
2016,
January.
when he won the election,
Is it Lush
they
Gaming?
held Pennsylvania from 11
And,
o'clock till 3
Prendar
o'clock
said
in the
he might
morning.
swing by.
We knew he had won
Keep that
Pennsylvania 11, and 4 hours later, they finally announced it. I think we'll know in the next half hour.
But why,
I think we're about to find out in the next 2 minutes
4 years ago,
how chunky
what's holding him
those
off
two
this time?
numbers are
Because
going to
things do
go
seem to be moving more in his direction.
I think he just knows that he's got this in the bag, and he just doesn't want anybody to accuse him of jumping the gun.
No,
He'll wait
he
till,
was
the
playing
news,
either side.
Fox and people like that announce.
Come
it.
off that.
Fox, he likes Fox.
He was
Fox is very slow on
he
the trigger
probably had a
sometimes.
gun
But,
at
I think
all
they're just being
times
cautious.
in his
So
mouth.
he's in Mar-a-Lago watching what we're watching
Mr.
tonight.
Trump.
You think?
Oh, he
You
no
just won
question
North
he's in
Carolina.
Mar-a-Lago watching this. He's a big.
Oh, that's
big
great.
Watch party at,
What's that?
West Palm
Oh,
Beach.
you know,
If
I
he-
support
if he
gun
announces
rights.
tonight, he'll
Great.
do it there.
Why does it have saliva
He'll
on
take
it?
a short drive over the bridge,
Oh.
and that's where he'll do it.
That's
it's
good
still early
oil.
days in a sense, but things
You
do
should
seem to
know
be moving
about
in that
gun
direction.
safety,
What
as
do
he
you
has
think
his
a
gun
Trump
on
victory
his
will
finger on
mean
the trigger,
outside of America?
waving
so
it
people
at him.
watching Sky News at the moment, wondering what's going to happen next. What do you think it would mean for them?
Let me tell you this, internationally, the people around the world should be the most happy about this victory. We'll go back to peace, prosperity. The world will be a safer place. You'll have less
Putin
conflict.
is going
You'll probably
to
have no
fucking
conflict.
devour
He'll come in and resolve those things.
Ukraine
Remember,
within
the 4
2
years he
years.
served, there was not one new
Gaza
conflict.
will cease to
As soon
be.
as he gets out of office, Ukraine is attacked by Russia. You got Israel's war breaks out. There's all kinds of things happening in America, outside of America.
There's going to be other. Taiwan's going to get
shocked that the
invaded,
people around
and
the
Trump's
world
going to say
supporting him as
it's
much as they
all
can.
I mean,
it's
other
all
people say he
Biden's
doesn't seem to
fault.
believe in
Sleepy
climate
Joe.
change. Most people do. He could be disastrous for the planet, and he's very close to Vladimir Putin as well, an enemy of Russia.
Well, so let me tell you this. A nuclear bomb dropped on Europe is a lot worse for climate change than anything that I could ever imagine. So you better be concerned about things like that first before you think.
How about you use your nukes to stop him from launching his nukes? You ever thought about that, you fucking bootlicker?
Relationships with foreign leaders.
I remember when America used to have the fucking spine. Used to love the taste of Russian blood in their
He's
fucking
very unpredictable.
cornflakes.
And that unpredictability is the reason why they wouldn't do anything.
You hoping to speak to the
Reagan
former
would
president,
spit at
possible
you.
president-elect
Fucking
tonight?
communist.
Will I speak to him? No, I won't. But I'll see him on Thursday. I'll be at Mar-a-Lago Thursday through Sunday. He's always on the patio for dinner. That's where we all eat. I'm sure I'll get to see him then. I may get to talk to him today or maybe tomorrow. I wouldn't
9
put it past me,
points.
but because this community here, Bucks
New
County,
York.
Pennsylvania,
Okay, well,
is
that
the
wasn't
bellwether of
up
the
for-
county and the country. You win Bucks County, you win Pennsylvania, you win Pennsylvania. He's the
9
president. That's the way
points.
it's going.
You know him well. What do you think he's feeling right now?
I think he's feeling like he's gotten his revenge and they're announcing Hawaii. I think he feels like he's fought back, and you know the guy's just an
At least they were
incredible
smart
warrior.
enough to know that
I mean,
Hawaii was
imagine
going to be
being
hers.
shot, you know, up on stage in Butler, another assassination attempt, all the lawfare against him, all the fake
Lawfare,
stuff that they did.
lawfare. He's a QAnoner. I don't even want to hear it. I'm actually calling it now. I don't even care if I wake up tomorrow and she wins. This was not great. Guys, I came in here a little hopeful. Now, what's the point? You can't really see me. Oh, fuck it. I came here a little hopeful, and turns out, what's the point of that? What's the point of that at all? I wanted Trump to lose. And while it looks like he might, I don't know. At the time of this recording, she's not even at 200. He is at 230. She's at 282. Respectable. Hour ago. Georgia still hasn't been counted. Alaska's the last state to even begin calculating. Maine, New Hampshire, that's 8 on 70. 7. 180, 14. Four. 98. Jersey will be 98. Now, if she gets Virginia, I'd be surprised. Actually, what I'm saying is she's got 1 million over. If she gets Virginia, Hampshire, Maine, Connecticut, right? Oh, and New Jersey too. Then, all right, yeah. I would put her over 200. But increasingly, it seems Pennsylvania is it. I hate to say it, but she's now 150 behind and counting. Michigan's also against her. In fact, 45. 51. 62. 64. Yeah, like 64. This looks like it's pretty much in the bag. And it makes me sad. I like how the third parties didn't really siphon off that many. Like, look how few votes Robert Kennedy got. Chase Oliver got. Jill Stein, 65,000 votes. Would that have won her? No. 7,000. That won her? No. No. All right. So, been a long road getting from there to here, but we're back again. Back at the same spot, and yes, that is the old crappy chair behind me. I'm gonna go to bed now. I have to be up in 5 hours? No, 4. Great. I love that. I want to thank everyone who showed up. I made it as fun as I could. I'm gonna go now. Get some sleep. Wake up tomorrow and, well, the last nail will be on the head, or in a very anime mode moment, K-Dog will she'll fight back, but we'll see. Alright. Can't say much today. I'll have a proper talk tomorrow once the dust is finally settled. Bye everyone.